Hello guys, welcome to the channel. Today we are talking about what if Naruto was Madara's grandson. Part 5. Madara's lineage did not end at the Valley of the End. His legacy lived on through Minato and into Naruto. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. It will help us make more videos for you. Now let's begin. Konoha. In the busy streets of Konoha we find 314 girls walking calmly and carelessly. All of them had bags on their hands, meaning they had been shopping. One of the girls had blonde hair tied in a ponytail and was wearing purple clothing. The other girl had an unusual hair color, pink. Her clothes were also of the same color. The last girl had black hair tied in 2 buns and brown eyes. She was wearing Chinese-style shirt with dark green pants. That was fun, Ino said to her friends. It had been a while since they managed to hang out all together. With all their team training, it was hard to snuggle a couple hours of fun all together. Yes. We haven't hanged out since the Chunin exams, Sakura replied. Sasuke-kun and Kiba were busy today, so I'm glad we took this chance, Sakura said. With Sasuke being constantly trained by Kakashi and Kiba being trained by his clan, she sometimes felt out of place when with her team. Well, I normally don't have much trouble with my team. Shikamaru is a lazy ass. How he got promoted is beyond me, Ino said, shaking her head. And then there is Choji, who is always eating. All they want is to be left alone, and Asuma-sensei doesn't give much work after team meetings, so I have plenty of free time, Ino happily said. Lucky you, my team is full of freaks, Tenten said, sighing. Guy-sensei and Lee are both freaks, always yelling about the flames of youth. I swear they could pass as father and son, Tenten said, shaking her head. At least there's Neji-kun, Tenten said, a bit happier now. Neji-kun, is it? Ino asked, teasing her friend. It was a known fact that Tenten didn't openly chase after boys, as she was more devoted to training. WWH what? Tenten asked, stuttering and trying to hide her blush. You have a crush on Neji, admit it, Sakura said, joining the fray. Fine, I like him, Tenten said, crossing her arms. Tell us more, Ino said, giddy, wanting some juicy details. Well, he's very cute and strong. I had a crush on him since the academy, but he was always a jerk, but since the Chunin's exams he's way better, Tenten said with stars in her eyes. I don't know, I just want to be around him, and since he forgot about that fate crap and I enjoy his company even more, Tenten explained. Ino and Sakura fawned. They finally got to crack her shell. I guess I owe Hinata a thank you, Tenten said as she reflected on Neji's match against Hinata. And then there is Hinata and Naruto. Who would have figured out that the supposed dead last loudmouth would have hooked up with the supposed shy girl who had a crush on him, Ino said. They hid their relationship from everyone, Sakura said. All that time he kept pestering me for dates was nothing more than lies, Sakura said, sighing. Don't tell me you are going for Naruto now? Ino asked in disbelief. No, I'm faithful to my Sasuke-kun, Sakura instantly said. Your Sasuke-kun? Ino asked with a tick mark. All right, girls, Tenten said before this could escalate, and they started bitch slapping each other in the middle of the street. But you got to admit, they make a cute couple, Tenten said. Hinata and Naruto made a very cute couple. Naruto was loud and Hinata was quiet. They were perfect for each other, like yin and yang. They do, Sakura said, agreeing with her friend. Senju Hinata doesn't have a bad ring to it, Sakura said, smirking. Senju Naruto, head of the Senju clan. No wonder Sasuke-kun never got along with him, Sakura said, laughing. He's the talk of the village, he even has a fan club now. I heard he took down the Kazekage and 200 Shinobi with a single jutsu, Tenten said, shocked that a genin could pull that off. He defeated that Sand Baijuo and then went to help Hokage-sama against Orochimaru, Tenten explained. She only met Naruto in the Chunin exams and he was the supposed dead last without any talent. I still don't believe that Naruto belongs to the most powerful clans in the world, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, Ino said, shaking her head. He's directly related to 3 of the 4 Hokages and now his grandmother was named the 5th Hokage, Ino explained. She still couldn't believe that Naruto belonged to the Senju clan. Looks like all that yelling about becoming Hokage ran in his blood after all. Grandmother? Tenten asked. You don't know? Ino asked and Tenten shook her head. He's the grandson of Senju Tsunade, Ino explained, and Tenten squealed like a fangirl. Really? Tenten asked with stars in her eyes. Yes. What's the big deal? Ino asked, not sure as to why Tenten would react in such way. Tenten scratched the back of head in shame of such reaction. She squealed like a fangirl. It's just, Tsunade-sama is my idol. I want to be strong like her, Tenten said, and Ino nodded. Maybe you can ask Naruto to introduce you to her, Sakura explained. I'll ask him when they get back, Tenten replied, happy that her role model and idol was coming to the village again, and to be the 5th Hokage nonetheless. How about we hit the hot springs? Ino asked. All they had team training in the morning and after a few hours of shopping a nice bath would relax them. I agree, let's go, Sakura said, and they all head towards the hot springs for a soothing bath. It was their luck that Jiraiya was out of town, not that he would peek on them. Konoha's north gate. 5 figures could be seen walking calmly through the wooded forest outside of Konoha. Well, 6 figures if you count the pig that was being carried in the arms of one of the figures. They were none other than Senju Tsunade, Kaito Shitsune, Jiraiya, Hyuga Hinata, Senju Naruto and of course the pig Tenten. They had the same clothes except that Naruto now proudly displayed his new necklace. Naruto now had an emerald necklace on top of his black Anbu chest plate. His necklace was glistening and reflecting the sun rays that escaped through the trees, making it shine. The necklace that once belonged to Senju Hashirama was now is Naruto's possession. It is said that it was worth 3 mountains of gold. Although the necklace had very high value, he wore it because it belonged to his clan and grandfather. It was a family heirloom, so to speak. They arrived at the gates and checked in with the gate's eternal guards Kotetsu and Izumo. Jiraiya, Senju Naruto and Hyuga Hinata returning from successful mission with Senju Tsunade and Kaito Shitsune, Jiraiya said, waking the guards from their slumber. Oink oink, and the pig Tenten, Jiraiya completed. It's good to see you again, Lady Tsunade, Kotetsu said. Tsunade hadn't been in the leaf in over 15 years. It's good to be back, I suppose, Tsunade replied, and they continued walking. I guess I'm heading towards the Hokage Tower, Tsunade said. Alright, see you later, Ba-chan, Naruto said, and started walking off when Tsunade called him back. Where are you going? Tsunade asked. Home, Naruto flatly replied. No, you are not, Tsunade said, crossing her arms. I'm not. Naruto asked, confused. No. You are coming to live with me in the Senju compound, Tsunade said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Wasn't half of the Senju compound destroyed when the Kyuubi attacked? Naruto asked, confused. My bad, Kurama said, and Naruto's sweat dropped at the casual response. Yes, but everything was rebuilt, someone answered. They all turned around to see Hiruzen walking towards them, smoking on his pipe. Tsunade-chan, it's good to see again, Hiruzen said, hugging her old student, not that he would tell her she was old. He hadn't seen her or heard from her since the last time she was in the village, which was over 15 years ago. You too sensate, Tsunade replied and stepped back, grabbing him by the collar. But you have a lot to explain, Tsunade said, almost growling. What are you talking about? Hiruzen asked, confused. She was being all nice and now she was glaring daggers at him. You sent a letter telling me that Naruto was dead, Tsunade said, fuming. No, I did not, Tsunade. You are mistaken, Hiruzen explained. How about we take this to the office, Jiraiya stressed as the conversation was starting to get loud. Fine, Tsunade said. Hokage's office, explained Tsunade-chan, Hiruzen said, trying to get to the end of this. I got a letter from you with your signature and stamp saying that Naruto didn't survive the attack, Tsunade explained, and Hiruzen sighed. I never sent you any letter. I tried to find you and even told Jiraiya to try and get a hold of you, Hiruzen explained, and Tsunade scoffed. Then how do you explain the letter? Tsunade asked. It was obviously fake. Do you still have it? Hiruzen asked, and Tsunade shook her head. Without it we will most likely never find the culprit, Hiruzen sighed. It doesn't matter anymore, Naruto said. I have her now and that's the only thing that matters, Naruto explained, and Hiruzen smiled. At least Naruto got some family back. By the way, Naru-chan, you didn't answer about living with me. Tsunade asked. One condition, Naruto said, and Tsunade nodded for him to go on. Hinata-chan gets to live with us, Naruto said. Of course, but no funny business until you are older, Tsunade stressed, and they both blushed. Besides, it will make it easier for me to teach her if she's living with us, Tsunade explained, and Naruto nodded. Well then, it's decided. I'm going to pack then, Naruto said, and was about to walk off with Hinata when he was interrupted again. Too bad you can't go, Naruto-kun. You are the clan head of the Senju, remember? Hiruzen asked, and Naruto nodded. I'm summoning the council and as such, you must attend, Hiruzen explained, and Naruto paled. He never thought of that, and being a clan head made it mandatory to attend every council meeting. Fine, let's get this over with, Naruto replied and turned to Hinata. How about you go home and get started and I'll join you when this is over? Naruto asked. Might as well, see you later, Hinata replied and pecked his cheek before leaving. Anbu, Hiruzen called out, and an Anbu dropped from the ceiling, kneeling in front of him. Summon the council, Hiruzen ordered, and the Anbu vanished. Council meeting. Half an hour later, everyone was gathered at the council meeting. All of the clan heads were there, including the new head of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke. We are gathered here today so I can formally present my successor, again, Hiruzen said. I name Senju Tsunade as my successor to the place of Godame Hokage, Hiruzen stated, and waited for the council's reaction. I, Aburam Shibi, head of the Aburam clan, support the decision, Shibi said, getting up from his position and addressing the Hokage. I, Hyuga Hayashi, head of the Hyuga clan, support the decision, Hayashi said. I, Nara Shikaku, head of the Nara clan, support the decision, Shikaku said. I, Yamanaka Inoichi, head of the Yamanaka clan, support the decision, Inoichi said. I, Akimichi Chiza, head of the Akimichi clan, support the decision, Chiza said. I, Uchiha Sasuke, head of the Uchiha clan, support the decision, Sasuke said. I, Senju Naruto, head of the Senju clan, support the decision, Naruto said, giving thumbs up at his grandmother. I, Mitokado Homura, personal advisor, support the decision, Homura said. I, Utatane Koharu, personal advisor, support the decision, Koharu said. I, Shimura Danza, personal advisor, reject the decision, Danza said, but one paid much attention to him. I, Hirano Mebuki, head of the civilian council, support the decision, Mebuki said. 1, then it's decided, the Hokage said, rising from his seat. Senju Tsunade, you are hereby appointed as Godame Hokage, Hiruzen said, handing her the hat. Thank you, Sensei, Tsunade said, placing the hat on her head. Keep it warm for me, Naruto said, and everyone, minus Sasuke, who was too cool for that, chuckled at the comment. I promise that from now on I'll protect this village from all enemies, foreign or domestic, for I am Senju Tsunade, Godame Hokage, Tsunade said, and everyone bowed to the new Hokage. Everyone left the room soon after Tsunade's proclamation, and Naruto turned to the pervert who had been listening to the meeting without anyone knowing except Naruto, who was a censor. Ero Sennin, Naruto said, and Jiraiya stepped out from the shadows. Are you busy? Naruto asked. I was planning on doing a bit of research, but what do you need? Jiraiya asked. I was planning on fixing Gaara's seal today, but I'll need your help since we will need to rebuild it completely, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. He decided it was better to fix the seal now since Shukaku might be unleashed and destroy the hot springs. Ba-chan, can we get a release form for the Sand siblings? Naruto asked, and Tsunade turned to Hiruzen so they could catch up on the events. After half an hour of explanations, Tsunade turned to Naruto. If you say they will behave, I see no harm, Tsunade explained and signed the necessary documents. Here, Tsunade said, and threw him 3 Konoha Hiteites. Where will they be staying? Naruto asked, and Tsunade pondered. How well do you know this Gaara kid? Tsunade asked. I consider him a brother. He went through the same things as I did, all the hate the villagers threw at him, Naruto sadly said. Well then, bring them to the Senju compound, there is more than enough space for them, Tsunade said. Awesome, see you later, Naruto said, and hugged Tsunade. Let's go then, Jiraiya said, and both left the Hokage Tower heading towards the I&T department. Have you decided on the seal? Jiraiya asked. I think I'll use the same one I have, the 8 trigram seal, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. His seal was one of the best around after all. I&T department. Jiraiya and Naruto quickly arrived at the I&T department and easily got in, flashing the papers to the Anbu guarding the doors. They walked down the stairs until they reached the lower levels where the cells were. They walked past a few of them until they reached the last one where Gaara and his siblings were. Hey Gaara, I'm back, Naruto said, waking up Tamarai and Kankuro from their sleep. Uzumaki, Naruto, Gaara said, looking at Naruto. It's Senju, Naruto. Now, I'm taking my family name, Naruto, and Tamarai's eyes popped out of her sockets. You are a Senju? Tamarai asked with her eyes wide as saucers. Yup, Naruto replied and mentioned the Anbu to unlock the cell. But you have the Sharingan, Tamarai refuted. I belong to both the Uchiha and Senju clan, but I chose the Senju name, Naruto explained, and the Anbu unshackled Gaara. Where's Baki? Naruto asked. He already was released and went back to Suna. We decided to stay with Gaara until he was released, Tamarai explained, and Naruto nodded. Let's go, Gaara, we are taking care of you, seal, Naruto said, and Gaara stared at him. What? Naruto rhetorically asked. I promised I would take care of the seal and I always keep my promises, Naruto explained, and Gaara slowly nodded. Where are we doing this? Jiraiya asked. At the Namikaze compound. My father has a room in the basement completely filled with seals that block everything. That is where I trained using the Kyuubi's chakra, otherwise the village would riot when they felt the chakra, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya nodded. Namikaze, don't tell me the Yondaime was your father. Kankuro asked, and Naruto nodded, confused. I guess you didn't hear the news. I tell you everything later, Naruto explained, tossing them the Hiteites. They quickly threw the Suna's ones away and placed the new ones. Congratulations, as of now you are all genin of the leaf, Naruto said, chuckling while Kankuro growled at being genin. Hash hash Namika's house hash hash. All of them arrived at front gates and Naruto swiped his finger to unlock the seals. They all entered the house to find Hinata running around with a few shadow clones packing the most important stuff. Hey Hinata-chan, want some clones to help? Naruto asked. Sure, Hinata replied, and Naruto made 10 shadow clones. Each clone grabbed one Hinata and kissed her before going to work. Jiraiya never saw so much action in the same place and started scribbling furiously in his notebook. This way, the original Naruto said, and led them all to the basement and into some room. They opened the door and all of them stepped inside. It was a large round room, at least 10 meters wide. The walls were littered with seals and in the middle of the floor was a kanji circle with the most complex seals around it anyone had ever seen. Stay here, and don't interfere, Naruto seriously said to Tamarai and Kankuro, who gulped and quickly nodded. Gaara, remove your shirt and lie down in the center of the circle, Naruto explained, and Gaara did as he was told. Do you want the new seal in any special place? Naruto asked and Gaara nodded. Can I have it in the stomach like you? Gaara asked and Naruto nodded. Ready, Geiki? Jiraiya asked and Naruto nodded. Naruto placed his hand on Gaara's stomach and channeled chakra, converting it to ink. The ink erupted from his hand and spread through Gaara's stomach. Hak no Fua in Shiki, 8 trigram seal, Naruto said, and all the kanji started slithering into a focus point. The ink started to spin around Naruto's hand and started forming a spiral. Soon after, the spiral was formed and remains of the ink formed scribblings around the spiral, finalizing the seal. The easy part is done, Naruto said as he completed the new seal. Now all they needed to do is crack the old seal and switch Shukaku into the new seal. You hold the old seal while I transfer Shukaku over to the new one, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. At the sidelines, Kankuro could only gulp when he heard Naruto saying he was going to switch Shukaku between seals. What if he escapes? Kankuro thought, scared out of his wits. Naruto already defeated once, he can do it again, I hope, Kankuro thought as Naruto was preparing for the final procedure. This might feel a little uncomfortable, Jiraiya said, and channeled a great amount of chakra into his 3-element seal, completely shattering it. Shukaku's chakra instantly started bubbling, but Jiraiya managed to keep it contained around Gaara's neck. Do it, Jiraiya said, and Naruto placed one hand on Gaara's neck and another on his stomach, and he began transferring the chakra to the new seal. Fua in, seal, Naruto said, and funneled all of Shukaku's chakra into the new seal. The procedure only took about 5 minutes since he only had to shift it and not remove it. Naruto finalized the chakra transfer by closing the seal and transferring the key over to Gaara while explaining the works of the new seal. It's done, Naruto said, and both Kankuro and Tamarai rushed towards Gaara, who was now sleeping peacefully. He's sleeping, Tamarai said. Of course he is, Naruto said, getting up. The seal he has is the same as mine and it was developed by my father, Naruto explained. He hasn't slept since he was born, Tamarai said, caressing her brother's face. He seemed so peaceful in his sleep. Thank you, Tamarai said, and hugged Naruto while Kankuro patted his back. You are welcome, Naruto said. Take him to the Senju compound. My grandmother said you guys are welcome to stay there with us, Naruto said, and they nodded. I'm off, Jiraiya said, and disappeared in a poof of smoke. Damn pervert, Naruto muttered under his breath, and lead everyone out of the house. He gave Tamarai and Kankuro directions towards the Senju compound since he now had another pervert to look for. "See you guys later," Naruto said, and activating his M's and swirling away. "Damn, that was awesome," Kankuro said. Memorial Stone. Kakashi was once drowning himself on regret at the Memorial Stone. Even after Naruto had told him that he should put the past where it belonged, it seemed that he still couldn't. Kakashi was lost on his thoughts when he noticed a small swirl appear next to him. He instantly knew who it was, as the swirl was very distinctive. "Yo Naruto," Kakashi said, greeting him. "You're still here," Naruto said as he stood in front of the Memorial Stone and did a quick prayer in honor of the deceased souls. "Yes, I am," Kakashi simply said and ended it there. "I know what happened since you told me, but is it really for the best to pity yourself so much? I know you regret not being there for them, but you have to let go," Naruto said, and Kakashi sighed. "Easier said than done," Kakashi said. "So what brings you here?" Kakashi said, trying to change the mood as he didn't particularly want to talk about them. "I have the seal for your Sharingan," Naruto said, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Kakashi asked, surprised, to which Naruto nodded. "So what do I need to do?" Kakashi asked. "Nothing, just sit down since you are taller than me," Naruto said, and Kakashi chuckled and sat down on the ground. "Don't you need Jiraiya's help?" Kakashi asked. "He's busy," Naruto replied as he thought of what the pervert was currently doing. "Shanero," a voice echoed through the whole village, but it seemed to originate at the hot springs. Naruto looked up at the sky and managed to see a mop of spiky white hair flying while crying anime tears. "He never learns," Naruto thought, sighing. "Close your eye while I draw the seal," Naruto said, and Kakashi did as he was told. He removed his Hitayat and kept his Sharingan eye closed. Naruto placed 2 fingers on his left temple and starting leaking the kanji. The seal twisted itself around his eyeball in a swirl pattern above his eyelid. "Fuin, seal," Naruto said, and the seal glowed momentarily before cutting all the chakra into his eye, transforming into a pitch black eye that coincidentally matched his other one. "How does it feel to see color with both eyes?" Naruto asked as Kakashi gently rubbed his eye to get rid of a small itch. "It works," Kakashi said in fascination. "The eye is no longer draining my chakra and I can see perfectly," Kakashi said, standing up. "Good, now let's try and activate the Sharingan. Channel chakra the seal on your left eyelid and he should activate," Naruto said. Kakashi channeled a small amount of chakra to the seal to deactivate it and the Sharingan flared to life. Naruto tried to punch Kakashi very fast and out of nowhere, but Kakashi managed to predict it. "Good, seems that Sharingan is working properly," Naruto said, and activated his own Sharingan to analyze the seal's interaction with Kakashi's chakra network. Naruto noticed that Kakashi's chakra coils behind his eyes were abnormally large. "Your eyes' chakra coils are extremely well developed. They come close to matching mine," Naruto said out loud. "It's no surprise, the Sharingan has been active for years," Kakashi said, shrugging his shoulders, but Naruto didn't think just that would affect it so much. "Rin sacrificed herself forcing me to kill her," Naruto remembered when he talked about Kakashi's teammates. "Kurama, do you think it's possible for a non-Uchiha to awaken the main Gekyu?" Naruto asked his partner. "It's a good question. The activation of the main Gekyu affects the body as a whole, and for someone who isn't an Uchiha is difficult to say," Kurama replied, and Naruto brought his hand to his chin. "Kakashi-sensei, can you do me a favor and channel more chakra into your eye?" Naruto asked, and Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and did just that. His Sharingan eye started glowing and spinning and seemed to want to start merging its commas. A bit more, Naruto said, and Kakashi channeled more chakra into his eyes. Slowly but surely the Sharingan started spinning and the commas started stretching and fusing together. Just as I thought, Naruto said, looking at Kakashi's Sharingan, who had turned into a Mangekyo. Is something wrong? Kakashi asked, slightly scared that he would lose the only thing that connected him to Obito. You have a Mangekyo, Naruto said, and Kakashi's jaw dropped. Kakashi calmed himself and noticed that his perception with the Sharingan had increased. He now could see further and with more detail. How is it possible? Kakashi asked, confused. Well, it's obviously a half-blood Mangekyo, but it's one nonetheless. I didn't think it was possible for a non-Uchiha to awaken it, Naruto explained, and they both headed towards a nearby lake so Kakashi could take a look at his new eye. Looks like you got a brand new tool, Naruto said, chuckling at Kakashi, who was gapping like a fish. What can it do? Kakashi suddenly asked. He seemed like a kid on a sugar rush. Each Mangekyo has its own abilities. I know how to use 3 of them and I can teach you them, but if you can use them depends on your eye, Naruto explained, and Kakashi nodded. Another thing, these techniques require much more chakra than the standard Sharingan, Naruto said, and Kakashi nodded. Also, and this is very important, Naruto said with a serious tone. I belonged to a half-blood, which means the more you use your Mangekyo the more your sight is affected. So you should leave it as a last resort, Naruto said, and Kakashi nodded, making a mental note on the implications of using his new eye. I can start teaching you now, or are you busy? Naruto asked, but Kakashi shook his head, getting ready to try his new eye. Let's begin with Kamui, Sundown Senju Compound, Naruto and Kakashi had spent the rest of the afternoon practicing their eyes. Naruto was using his Mangekyo and constantly spamming Amaterasu to further increase his power while reducing the cast time. All the while he was also teaching Kakashi how to use the powers. Of all the 3 powers that Naruto had, Kakashi only managed to learn Naruto's Kamui, and that was only partially. Kakashi could activate his Kamui to send objects to his own dimension but couldn't send his own body. Naruto quickly realized that he needed both eyes to be able to dematerialize his body. Naruto explained Kakashi that he used his left eye for long-range Kamuis while he used his right eye for making himself intangible and close-range Kamuis. Based on these facts, it looked like Kakashi had received the long-range eye. In the end it didn't matter. Kakashi had still received a very powerful gift, but this one was meant only for killing. Kakashi could transport objects into his dimension, but somehow he couldn't bring them back. Anything that was transported to his dimension would remain there for all eternity. 2. Naruto channeled the remains of his chakra and used his Kamui to go towards the Senju compound. When you spend half a day spamming Amaterasu, you tend to exhaust yourself. At least he got his control better using the black flames. Naruto arrived near the compound gate and stayed there, astonished at the sheer magnitude of the place. The damn compound seemed to go on forever. He never thought that the compounds were this big. Sure, he had seen them on the outside, but standing inside one really placed things in perspective. Oh, Naruto-kun, Shitsune said as she watched Naruto arrived and went to greet him. This place is huge, Naruto said, and Shitsune giggled at his childish reaction. Yes, it is. When the village was founded, the Senju clan was on his prime and had many members. Shitsune said this compound has almost 100 rooms, not including bathrooms, storage rooms and training grounds, Shitsune explained, and Naruto's eyes widened. 100 rooms, it's bigger than the Uchiha and Hyuga compound, Naruto thought, observing the buildings around them. Come on, Shitsune said, motioning him to follow her. We will be all staying in the main house that is large enough for all of us. I'll take you on a tour, Shitsune said, and Naruto followed. Naruto followed Shitsune and she did a quick tour around the main house. It was a simple traditional house made of wood. It had 2 floors and a basement. The main house had 10 rooms, 4 bathrooms and a very large library. Library, I'm checking it out, I'll meet you later, Naruto said, blurring away from Shitsune and heading into the library. Shitsune giggled at him as he watched him run towards the library. The library was very large and was filled with scrolls. Naruto was pretty much drooling at the prospect of being able to learn so many jutsus. Naru-kun, Hinata said, and Naruto turned around to see his beautiful girlfriend at the library's entrance. Can you believe how many jutsus are here? Naruto said to Hinata, who giggled at his reaction. He was always a sucker for learning new jutsu so he could blow stuff up. By the way, did you destroy the space bridge at the house? Naruto asked. His clones didn't know anything about it and Naruto was wondering if Hinata had destroyed the seal at his house that allowed him to walk into the Namikaze compound. I did, don't worry, Hinata replied. Space bridge, a new voice asked, and Naruto turned around to see Tsunade walking towards them. Yes, it's like a portal of some sorts that I created and that allows, once activated, to simply walk through the portal and end up at the destination. Naruto explained, in my case I created one that allowed me to go from my house to the Namikaze house and back simply by walking through the portal, Naruto said, and Tsunade hummed in thought. Can anyone use it? Tsunade asked. She was already thinking of the applications of such useful device. It was keyed to my and Hinata's blood, but it can be made for anyone. Why do you ask? Naruto asked. Because maybe you could place one that connected the Senju compound to the Hokage Tower so I didn't have to walk all the way there, Tsunade explained. I don't exactly have space-time techniques like you, Tsunade said, scoffing at the other blonde. Of course, Ba-chan, I'll do it tomorrow, Naruto said, and Tsunade left along with Hinata, leaving Naruto to drown himself on jutsu scrolls. 30 minutes later. Naruto had spent half an hour skimming through the scrolls trying to learn something new. After all that time he came of the library scowling the whole Senju clan and muttering profanities against them. In whole library he could only find jutsus related to earth and water jutsus. In almost 100 jutsus he didn't find any fire or lightning ones. He sighed and walked out of the library and went exploring the rest of the house. Naru-chan, Naruto heard Tsunade calling out, come to the kitchen for dinner. Naruto was happy, he never had anyone calling him for dinner except Hinata. Naruto ran through the halls with his Kamui phasing through the walls so he could reach it faster. Naruto arrived at the kitchen and saw everyone sighted and waiting for him. There was Shitsune, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hinata and of course the Sand siblings. He walked calmly towards the table and sat down to eat. He was finally home, with his family. Valley of the End. The Valley of the End. The place of the final showdown between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the place where Madara died and Hashirama emerged victorious. Or so everyone thinks. The valley remained pretty much untouched since the fight except for the addition of 2 gigantic statues. They represent the 2 fighters whose power could bring any country to its knees. They symbolize and honor those 2 legendary figures that left their mark in history. The statues of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, each one doing the battle seal as if until this day they were still battling each other. On top of Uchiha Madara's head we find someone sitting there. The wind carried his cloak, allowing everyone to see his clothes. He wore a black long-sleeve top that also covered his neck and chin, a pair of black gloves, and a pair of dark-colored pants. On his waist, He wore a thick black belt with armor-like metal plates attached to it. He also wore blue nail polish on his fingers and toes. But from all that, the most distinguishing feature he had was a strange mask he wore. The mask was strong orange in color and had a spiral pattern with a single hole for his right eye. The cloak itself was a high-colored black cloak with red clouds adorning it. The cloak pretty much said that this someone belonged to the mercenary group known as Akatsuki who, according to Jiraiya, were searching for the Baijua. The figure seemed to be deep in thought as anyone could see. He was gazing into the emptiness of the sky as if trying to find the meaning of life. Flashback, the same figure was seen walking through some cave in some unknown location. The figure stopped walking when he noticed two other figures approaching him. The first one had spiky orange hair with multiple metal piercings in his nose, ears and bottom lip, but what stood out were his eyes, silver eyes with concentric circles around the pupil. He was wearing the same black cloak with red clouds. The other figure was definitely female. She had blue hair, amber-colored eyes, lavender eyeshadow, and elaborate piercing. In her hair she had a paper flower strapped to it. She was also wearing the same cloak as the other figure. "We need to talk," Madara, the orange spiky-haired figure, said, watching very closely the figure with the orange mask. "Of course, Pain, Toby is a good boy," Toby said in a childish, almost high-pitched voice. "Enough with playing around," Pain said in a serious voice, making Toby instantly drop his childish ways and took a completely different stance. "We have some information that you forget to tell us," Pain explained. "And what is it?" Toby asked, but now his voice was more deep and serious. "Kai'Same and Itachi went to scout the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and heard the most interesting news," Pain cryptically said. "Don't play games with me and get to the point," Toby said. He didn't want to deal with Pain right now. "For starters, the Kyuubi claims to be Uchiha Madara's grandson," Pain said, and Toby's eyes widened. "Your grandson, to be exact," Pain said, looking at Toby directly in his eye, waiting for his answer. "And what proof does he have of that?" Toby asked, trying to gain some time while his mind was running a mile per second trying to figure just what was happening. "The fact that he is an uncounted Sharingan user seems to help," Pain said in a monotone voice. "How very interesting. If that brat has a Sharingan, that could only mean that it came from Minato, as Kushina's family is very well documented." Toby mused in thought. "That would explain how back then he knew I wasn't Madara," Toby concluded in complete shock. "Even during his fight 14 years ago he never felt or saw Minato's Sharingan. That means I'm responsible for killing his only son." Toby unconsciously gulped. He hoped that Madara wasn't very attached to Minato, otherwise he would draw the short end of the stick. "This will require some adjustments," Toby thought. "Care to explain?" Pain stressed out, leaking a bit of killing intent to further drive his point. "This doesn't concern you," Toby flatly replied. Madara, Pain stressed, he has a Mangekyo and nearly killed both Kai'Same and Itachi, but they managed to escape, Pain explained. Everything was going so well, Toby thought, sighing to himself, and the brat has a Mangekyo and was strong enough to drive Itachi away. Serves him right, Toby thought, chuckling to himself. "I see," Toby said, still thinking about everything. If Madara had told him about his grandson, he would be able to mold him into his weapon, even better as his grandson was the Jinchuriki of the strongest Baijua. "Anything else?" Toby asked. "Yes, he seems to have the same intangibility ability as you," Pain asked, and Toby was once again shocked. The brat was able to use Kamui. This would be a major setback, since any time an Akatsuki member appears he can warp away safely. "That will make him extremely difficult to capture," Toby said, shaking his head. "He should have stayed in bed like a good boy." I want answers, Madara Pain said with his voice slightly louder. I don't answer to you, you work for me, you would do well to remember, Toby said with a smirk and his Sharingan glowing. But I'll get to the end of this, Toby said and swirled away, leaving a fuming Pain and the woman stoic at the encounter. I don't like this, the woman said, breaking her stoic face with one of suspicion. What proof do we have that he's even Madara? The woman asked. Everything matches Kanon, his power, his knowledge, and his grandson bears the same Sharingan ability, Pain stated, but that didn't seem to ease Kanon's doubts and worries. Let's forget this for now, let's focus on our current task and the preparations for hunting down the Baijiu, Pain said, and both left the cave. End flashback. Toby was knocked out of his thoughts when he sensed someone approaching. Although he knew very well who was approaching, he didn't let his guard down. A popular saying came to mind: there is no honor among thieves. Just because the approaching figure was his subordinate and belonged to the Akatsuki group, it doesn't mean he should be trusted. The figure was a tall, tanned, muscular man. He wore a white hood and a black mask, with his eyes being the only visible part of his face. Underneath, his mouth was stitched together at the edges and he had long dark brown hair. His eyes had an unusual coloring, green irises, no pupils and red sclera. His clothing included the traditional Akatsuki cloak and the forehead protector of his home village with a scratch in the middle which symbolized that he was no longer loyal to it. He also wore dark red nail polish and his dark green Akatsuki ring with the kanji for North was placed on his left middle finger. His entire body was covered with various stitches and predominantly appeared to be sewn together. He was Kakuzu, an S-rank missing nin from Takegakure as displayed by his scratched hitayat. Is everything set? Do you have the sacrifices? Toby asked. Yes, they are ready for leader to perform the technique, Kakuzu explained, sitting down next to Toby in the cliff. How do you know he'll tag along for the mission? Kakuzu asked. You forget that Zetsu has spies everywhere, his spy network puts even Jiraiya's to shame, Toby explained with a smirk. Zetsu was a member of the Akatsuki, however he wasn't the fighting type and was more the intelligence-gathering one. Fair enough, Kakuzu said, agreeing with Toby. Do you remember your primary objective? Toby asked. Failure is not an option, he's crucial to my plans, Toby pointed out. I don't know why you need him, but who am I to question that? How hard can it be? Kakuzu rhetorically asked. But, how can you be sure he'll go along with it? Kakuzu asked. It's not as if his objective was hard to accomplish, but it was very tricky. There's a reason why pride is a sin. With the right incentive it makes people malleable, Toby cryptically said, watching the skies. What about the secondary objective? Kakuzu asked. The funds are always good for the Akatsuki and his chakra would also benefit our plans as a backup, Toby explained, meaning, don't fail either, Toby said, leaking out killing intent. I've never failed a mission, Kakuzu said in a strong and firm voice. I'll be watching, Toby said, swirling away. Let's get the show on the road, Kakuzu said, getting up and heading towards the midst of the fire country. Konoha, Senju Compound, 12 hours earlier. It was a beautiful day in Konoha, it was warm and sunny all over. The sun was coming up, shining upon Konoha as the merchants were opening their stores to start up a fresh new day. A few sun rays broke through the village's barrier and started waking up people inside the houses. This was the unfortunate event for Naruto. The room was dark and a few beams passed through the window and hit him right in the eyes, waking him up from his slumber. He released a small yawn and tried to shift in bed but realized that he couldn't move. He looked down and smiled at his princess snuggled next to him, resting her head in his shoulder. One of the things he enjoyed most was waking up with Hinata next to him. feeling her warmth against his body, caressing her soft hair. They hadn't had much time alone in the last 2 weeks with his pervert of a godfather hanging around. While he was caressing her hair, she started to stir and slightly opened her eyes. She noticed that Naruto was looking at her with a warm smile. She returned the smile just before she closed her eyes again and placed her head on his chest, releasing a sigh of bliss and happiness. They stayed there for a few minutes just enjoying the warmth of each other, both happy they had each other in their lives. "How do you like our new room?" Naruto softly asked, still running his hands through her hair. He noticed that even though her hair was a mess from sleeping, she still looked beautiful to him, perhaps even more. The room itself wasn't overly large, but it was sufficient for a couple. The bed was obviously for 2 persons, they had a nightstand on each side. A closet was embedded in the wooden wall with enough space for all their clothes. Their room also had a private bathroom and small room they decided to use for scrolls and weapons. "I guess it's okay, the pillow is still the same though," Hinata said, giggling, and Naruto chuckled. The pillow in this case would either be his chest or shoulder, since Hinata usually would wake up resting her head in one of them. "You know we have to get up," Naruto sadly said. "I don't want to." 5 more minutes, Hinata cutely pouted, drawing circles in his chest, trying to persuade him to sleep and cuddle a bit more. "How about I get a shadow clone to bring us breakfast to bed?" Naruto asked, and Hinata quickly nodded. She was about to reply when Naruto placed a finger in her soft lips. "Breakfast for a kiss," Naruto said, and Hinata quickly replied, giving him a passionate kiss. "That will do," Naruto said, chuckling, and made a shadow clone to prepare the breakfast so they could eat together. Not even 5 minutes later, Naruto's clone appeared in the room with a tray filled with juice, bread and some fruit. Naruto sat up and easily placed Hinata between his legs with her back to his chest. They happily ate their breakfast since they didn't have any major concerns. They didn't have anything scheduled for today, and as such they could enjoy the day or maybe get a mission. "So what do you want to do today?" Naruto asked while smearing some butter on bread and starting to eat it. "Don't really know. Do you want to get a mission or something?" Hinata asked while drinking some orange juice. Naruto pondered getting a mission, but then he remembered that they were both Chunins and, as such, their sensei Kyoinai would be no more. "We are both Chunins, so Kyoinai is no longer our sensei," Naruto explained, and Hinata realized that what Naruto said was true. Right after the Chunins exams and promotions, they both left on a mission, so they didn't realize that teammate was no more. "What now?" Hinata asked, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "How about we swing by BA-chan's office to find out?" Naruto said, and looked towards the clock in the nightstand. "It's past 10 o'clock, so BA-chan should already be in her office." "Damn, we really overslept," Naruto said, chuckling. They weren't used to sleeping in as they had team meetings before. "I didn't mind," Hinata innocently replied. "I bet you didn't," Naruto tried to say with a serious face but laughed nonetheless. They finished their breakfast and Naruto made another shadow clone to take the stuff to the kitchen, while all the way muttering something about Lucky Originals. "Let's get up," Naruto said, and was about to get up when Hinata shifted her weight and ended on top of him, pinning him to the bed. "We aren't going anywhere," Hinata said, giggling like a mad person that made poor Naruto shiver. "What are you going to do now?" Hinata teased. Naruto smirked before his eyes flashed to his M's and activated his Kamui. He phased right through the bed and reappeared in the middle of the room with a smirk. "That's not fair," Hinata said, throwing him a pillow that phased through him as well, making Hinata pout. "All is fair in love and war," Naruto wisely said, and Hinata stared at him. She sighed and got out of bed. They both got dressed and left the Senju compound heading towards the Hokage's office. They needed to find their status as of now. Hokage's office. Naruto and Hinata made their way towards the Hokage tower and up the stairs. They reached the office's entrance to see Shitsune by the desk. Shitsune-chan, you are BA-chan's secretary now? Naruto asked and she nodded. Going through paperwork for you, Naruto said, chuckling. Is BA-chan busy? Naruto asked. No. You can go ahead, Shitsune said, stamping another paper and placing it in a nearby stack. Naruto and Hinata walked up to the door and entered to see Tsunade buried in paperwork with Hiruzen nearby smoking his pipe without a care in the world. It looked like Hiruzen left the paperwork build up when he asked Jiraiya to go search for Tsunade. Hiruzen would have liked to read his Icha book, but it might prove dangerous with Tsunade nearby. Morning, BA-chan, old man, Naruto said, greeting his grandmother and the old Hokage. Tsunade looked up from all the paperwork. No notice Naruto and Hinata standing in front of her. Hey Naru-chan, Hinata, Tsunade said, and Naruto sighed. He couldn't get his grandmother from calling him that. On the other hand, Naruto called her BA-chan, meaning she would be old, which she didn't like, so it was an eye for an eye. What brings you to my nightmare? Tsunade asked, and Naruto pondered, telling her about shadow clones, but decided to hold it for later as a trump card. I'm evil, Naruto thought, chuckling darkly to himself. Actually, we are wondering what will happen to us since we are both Chunins and currently without a team, Naruto said, and Tsunade stopped her work. She brought her hand to her chin, deep in thought. For starters, Abraham Shino didn't get promoted to Chunin and, as such, he was placed on Team 10 with Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Chouji under Sarutobi Asuma, Tsunade explained before picking another paper regarding Team 7 under Hatake Kakashi. They will be on hold until we find a genin to complete the cell. In the meantime, Uchiha Sasuke will still be part of said team when not on Chunin's affairs, Tsunade said, and both nodded. Team 9, Guy's team, didn't get promoted, so they would continue on standard mission like the new Team 10. That means our old team is permanently disabled, Hinata said. What about Kuinai-sensei? Hinata asked. She will be returning to her normal life as Jounin until she decides to take another genin team, Tsunade explained, and Hinata nodded. Without a genin team, Kuinai would most likely be more time away from the village. What about us? Naruto asked. I was getting to that, Tsunade started. Both of you will most likely be paired with other Chunin or Jounin for missions until we find a stable team, if any, Tsunade explained, and both nodded. What about Gaara and his siblings? Naruto asked, and Tsunade got a tick mark from all the questions preventing her from doing her work and enjoying her sake. They are Team 11 under Mitarashi Anko since Tomorai relies on her fan and Kankuro on his puppet and poisons, Tsunade explained. I just hope she doesn't turn Gaara back to his crazy state. I kinda feel sorry for them. Perhaps killing them would have been more merciful, Naruto thought, shivering at his previous encounters with the crazy snake lady. Do you want to grab a mission while we are here? Naruto turned and asked Hinata. We don't have anything planned, might as well, Hinata replied, and Naruto agreed, pumping his fist into the air. Mission it is. BA-chan, do you have any mission for us? Naruto asked, and Tsunade shook her head in defeat. She was buried in paperwork and had yet to decide on the newer teams. I guess I will just pick up the new Chunins and place them together, Tsunade thought before shifting through the papers, pulling out the newer promotions. Shitsune, Tsunade called out. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shitsune asked, entering the office. Get Minato Shikamaru and Uchiha Sasuke, Tsunade said, and Shitsune left to summon both Shinobi to her office. What do you need those two for? Naruto asked, but he already had a suspicion. They will be your teammates for the next mission. Tsunade and Naruto sighed. Hiruzen cringed slightly because he knew the history behind those two. I hope Sasuke doesn't give much trouble, Naruto muttered under his breath. What was that? Tsunade asked as she didn't hear Naruto. It's just that Sasuke and me don't get along, Naruto simply said. Oh, my little Naru-chan is acting like a senju, he already hates the Uchihas, Tsunade said, wiping out a fake tear. Hiruzen and Hinata chuckled and Naruto shook his head at his grandmother's antics. By the way, you are both in the newest edition of the bingo book, Hiruzen said, throwing him the book. Really? Naruto rhetorically asked, opening the book. Let me guess, I won, Naruto said, and Hiruzen sadly nodded. Congratulations, you both have targets on your heads now, Tsunade said with sarcasm evident in her voice. Pages 112 and 113, Hiruzen said, and Naruto quickly found his record. Name, Senju Naruto. Age, 14. Alias, Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's Thunder God. Status, Elite Chunin Village. Affiliation, Konohigakyo no Sato, Hidden Leaf Village. Rank, S. Bloodline, Sharingan. Known elemental affinities, Wind, Fire, Lightning. Weapons, Uchiha Madara's Gunbai. It's a white fan with 3 blood-red tomos on each side. It has a long handle with bandages wrapped around the base. The main part of the weapon is light brown with the edges being black. Abilities, Taijutsu, Jounin /Kij level Ninjutsu, Kij level Fua Injutsu, Seal Master Genjutsu, Chunin /Jounin level Summoning Contract, Fox, Shinchu Uriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko. Other known abilities, Senju Naruto was seen performing both the Rasengan, A rank, and Hirashin no Jutsu, S rank, techniques created by Yondaime Hokage. Also has the ability to transform his chakra into golden chains strong enough to hold Shukaku in place. Physical description, stands at 5 feet 7 inches with long mid-back blonde spiky hair, which partially covers right eye, and deep blue eyes with 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Usually wears orange pants and dark blue combat sandals. He also wears skin-tight black shirt with Anbu chest plate over it. Known relationships, Uchiha Madara, paternal grandfather status, deceased Namikaze Minato, father status, deceased Senju Kushina, mother status, deceased Senju Tsunade, maternal grandmother status, Godaime Hokage Hyuga Hinata, rumored girlfriend status, Chunin. See next page. Bounties, Iwa, wanted alive 50 million Ryo. Suna and Oto, wanted dead or alive 10 million Ryo. Approach with extreme caution. Damn, they are well informed, Naruto said after reading his page. Although I like my alias. Konoha no Raijin has a nice ring to it, Naruto said, chuckling, and handed the book over to Hinata. You do realize you just made enemies from 3 villages, Tsunade said with a serious voice. I know, though I wonder why Iwa wants me alive, Naruto mused out loud. Probably so they can skin you, Hiruzen said, chuckling, making Naruto glare at the old man. What about you, Hina-chan? Naruto asked, and Hinata looked up from the book and showed it to him. Name, Hyuga Hinata. Age, 14. Alias, Shin no Megami, Death Goddess. Status, Chunin Village. Affiliation, Konohigakyo no Sato, Hidden Leaf Village. Rank, a bloodline, Bakugan. Known elemental affinities, Wind, Water. Weapons, Twin Trench Knives. Abilities, Taijutsu, Kij level, unknown technique that kills the enemy with a single touch. Ninjutsu, Jounin level, very skilled in water manipulation. Fua Injutsu, unknown. Genjutsu, unknown. Summoning Contract, unknown. Other known abilities, known to be able to disable Jinchu Uriki with some seal technique. Uses weapons coated with deadly poisons. Physical description, stands at 5 feet 4 inches with I'm-cut style dark blue hair and Bakugan eyes. She wears a cream-colored hooded jacket with fur around the cuffs and hem, with navy blue pants. Known relationships: Hyuuga Hana, mother status; deceased Hyuuga Hayashi, father status; Jounin, Hyuuga clan head Hyuuga Hanabi, younger sister status; academy student Senju Naruto, rumored boyfriend status; elite Chuunin, see previous page bounties; Suna and Doto, wanted dead or alive 5 million Ryo don't approach if below high Jounin level do not engage in taijutsu. I like my alias better, Hinata happily said, handing the book to Naruto. She no Megami Naruto said and hugged Hinata. I guess I can't call you princess anymore, Naruto whispered and kissed her. Cough Tsunade fake a cough and cleared her throat to separate the couple before this could escalate. Yes, you will have to be extra careful with bounty hunters as of now, Tsunade said. Even the lowest bounty of 5 million Ryo is enough to attract a lot of attention, Tsunade explained. Yes, but I'm ranked as a Kage level Shinobi and Hinata as an elite Jounin 1. We won't go down easy, Naruto said, and Tsunade shook her head. Idiot, don't let the fame get to your head, Tsunade said, and Naruto waved his hands in defeat, not wanting to be punched. Knock knock come in, Tsunade said, shifting her attention to the door. The door opened and in came the brooding Uchiha Sasuke and the lazy-ass Nara Shikamaru. They were both wearing the Chuunin flak jacket and Anbu black pants. You called Hokage-sama, Shikamaru said, yawning. It was supposed to be a peaceful day for Shikamaru, but the Hokage had different plans for him. Yes, I have a mission for the 4 of you, Tsunade said. It will be a B rank, maybe A rank depending on the opposition, Tsunade explained, and they all nodded. Naru-chan, you will be the team leader since you hold higher rank, Tsunade explained. Nuuu, don't call me that in public, Naruto pleaded, and even the almighty Sasuke snickered. You see, you even made the emo brooding king laugh, Naruto stated, glaring at his grandmother. You have a problem, Naru-chan, Sasuke said in a teasing tone. Shut up, Baker, Naruto said, and Sasuke scoffed. Moving on, Tsunade said, diffusing the situation before it escalated. Your mission is to protect and escort the daimyo's grandson to the fire temple, where he will link up with the daimyo. Since the 12 Shinobi Guardian are down to 4 members, they can't spare anyone from their side, so the task falls to us, Tsunade explained, and everyone nodded. Call him in and tell him that I have an escort team ready, Tsunade and Shitsune nodded. About 20 minutes later, a young teen walked in the Hokage's office. He looked like he was about 15, maybe 16 years old. He had light blue eyes, with short and straight black hair that ended just around his neck. He was wearing a white kimono with dark red edges. On the kimono were floral designs in a different shade of red. This is Kenshin-sama, the fire daimyo's grandson, Tsunade pointed out, and everyone from Naruto's team did a small bow in sign of respect. This is my escort, Kenshin asked in disbelief. A bunch of kids younger than me, Kenshin said, and Sasuke scoffed. I'm a member of the Uchiha clan. We are not weak, Sasuke stated with pride in his clan. I seriously doubt that. Wasn't the whole Uchiha clan massacred by one of their own and a 13-year-old at that, Kenshin explained, and Sasuke's anger was boiling. 1. Naruto decided to intervene before Sasuke shoved a Chidori through the person that they had to protect. I'm Naruto, leader of the team. I assure you we are more than capable of protecting you, Naruto said in a formal and courteous voice. You seem even weaker than the Uchiha, Kenshin stated, and Naruto sighed. What exactly was this kid's problem with us? He should know better than to underestimate Shinobi, as he should have plenty of interaction with the Guardian 12. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. I'll personally guarantee your safety during our mission, Hinata said in a formal and stoic voice. It seemed she still remembered all the harsh etiquette training she received from her clan. "Hello beautiful," Kenshin said, approaching Hinata. "How did I miss you?" Kenshin asked while bowing and kissing Hinata's hand. Naruto's eye was twitching and he was considering running a Chidori through Kenshin himself. "Hands off my girlfriend," Naruto growled, and Kenshin raised an eyebrow. "Be nice, Naru-kun," Hinata said, removing her hand from Kenshin's grasp. "You dare talk to me in such casual manner, peasant?" Kenshin asked with a smirk. Naruto by now was releasing killer intent on the annoying Kenshin. "Why would such a beauty associate with you?" Kenshin asked, further angering him. "That's it," Naruto said, and quickly placed a hand on Kenshin's shoulder and warped him away into his Kamui dimension. "Ah, much better," Naruto said, and everyone stared at him. He just sent the daimyo's fucking grandson somewhere. "Naruto, what did you do?" Tsunade asked while everyone else was still staring at the blonde who was acting like nothing had happened. "We are supposed to escort him, right?" Naruto asked, and Tsunade nodded. "What safer place than my personal pocket dimension? I'm the only who has access to it," Naruto explained, and Tsunade shook her head. "Get him back here," Tsunade said, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. He used his Kamui and brought him back to the real world. "Where did you send me to? It was so dark and quiet," Kenshin said as he arrived and immediately stumbled to the ground, keeping a safe distance from Naruto, and started sucking on his right thumb while rocking himself. "They will be your escort team. This is Naruto as you have met, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata and Shikamaru," Tsunade explained, and Kenshin nodded in defeat, embracing his fate. "Also Naruto, there is another thing you have to worry about," Tsunade said, and Naruto's team focused on her. "Kenshin-sama has a bounty on his head due to his bloodline, so be extra careful," Tsunade explained, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Bloodline, are you a shinobi?" Naruto asked. "I have no shinobi training. I just know how to use chakra so I can control my bloodline," Kenshin explained, and Naruto nodded. "Can you tell us about it?" Shikamaru asked. Every bit of information was valuable, even as irrelevant as it may seem. "It's called Maitan, Dark Release, and with it I can absorb, manipulate and release someone else's chakra," Kenshin said while showing everyone the palm of his hands. In his palm was a mark that looked like two diamonds overlapping each other. "2. Interesting," Hiruzen said. "That is a very useful bloodline," Hiruzen said, smoking on his pipe. "With the proper training and skill, this bloodline would render any ninjutsu attacks against the user harmless. Although sometimes I can't absorb elemental attacks, I don't really understand why," Kenshin said, sighing, and everyone nodded. "You have your mission, get going," Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded and turned to address his team. "You heard the Hokage, pack for 2 weeks as we will be traveling at civilian pace. Meet at the North Gate in 1 hour," Naruto said, and everyone left the Hokage's office to pack and start their new mission. "Looks like Naru-chan really did grow up into a good person," Tsunade softly said. "Hinata really did wonders for him while his was growing up," Hiruzen said. "And the brat is already stronger than me," Tsunade said, scoffing. "Can you imagine how strong he will be when he reaches his prime?" Tsunade rhetorically asked, and Hiruzen shivered. Naruto was a Kage-level shinobi at 14 years old. What level would he be when he reached his prime in around 3 to 4 years? Konoha's North Gate. There were 5 people near the North Gates of Konoha. They were Senju Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, Shikamaru and their client Kenshin. Kenshin was the Fire Daimyo's grandson, and Konoha was tasked to escort him to the Fire Temple where he would rendezvous with the Guardian 12. Alright, now that we are all here, let's take this from the top, Naruto said, looking at his team supply check. Naruto ordered 100 shurikens, 10 Fuuma shurikens, 100 kunais, 20 explosive tags, 1 medical kit, 1 sleeping bag, 10 food bars, 10 food pills and 10 soldier pills, Sasuke said, and Naruto nodded, turning to Shikamaru. Troublesome, 50 shurikens, 50 kunais, 10 explosive tags, 5 smoke bombs, 1 medical kit, 1 sleeping bag, 10 food bars, 10 food pills and 10 soldier pills, Shikamaru said, and Naruto nodded. I have 100 shurikens, 100 senbons, 100 kunais, 1 advanced medical kit, 1 sleeping bag, food bars, food pills and soldier pills, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded, turning to Kenshin. What? Kenshin asked. What do you mean, what? Naruto rhetorically asked. Don't you at least have a bag for sleeping and some food? Naruto asked, and Kenshin shrugged his shoulders. It's your job to escort me, so I assumed that I was taken care of, Kenshin stated, and Naruto sighed. Hold here, I'll go home get some more supplies, Naruto said. You are going home now, what are we supposed to do in the meantime? Kenshin asked. Relax, I'll be back in a flash, Naruto said, and ironically disappeared in a yellow flash. 5 minutes later he returned with another supply kit. Damn Shinobi, the world would be better off without them, Kenshin thought to himself. We will be traveling in a loose diamond formation. Shikamaru on the back for support, me and Sasuke to the sides. Hinata, you take the lead, Naruto ordered, and everyone nodded. Hinata, 500 meters sweep every 2 minutes, Naruto said, and she nodded. Kotetsu, Naruto called out towards one of the gatekeepers. Sign us out, Naruto said, and handed him the mission form with the permit to leave the village. You are clear to go, Naruto, good luck, Kotetsu said. Let's move out, Naruto said, and they started walking out of the Konoha towards the fire temple. It would take a few days for them to arrive at the fire temple, traveling by civilian pace. 2 days into the mission, middle of fire country. Naruto's team and their client were traveling peacefully, and in just 2 days they were already at about half the distance. Kenshin didn't know how to properly use chakra, neither had the stamina of a shinobi, so they had to stop every couple of hours so he could rest. They had offered him to be carried, but he refused. Naruto even offered him to stay and rest inside Naruto's dimension while they traveled at shinobi speed, but he refused as well. According to Kenshin, Naruto's dimension was scary, dark, cold and lonely. It felt as if he was in a horror movie, too scared to even move. Hinata started gathering the attention towards her. What's life like to the daimyo's grandson? Hinata asked, and everyone raised an eyebrow at the question. They had been traveling mostly in silence the whole travel. Sasuke was brooding, thinking about his brother, Itachi. Shikamaru was watching the clouds. Hinata was busy sweeping the area, and Naruto and Kenshin didn't really seem to get along. Finally deciding to leave the peasant and come with me, Kenshin asked with sultry voice, and Hinata got a tick mark. Why do you insist on calling me peasant? Naruto asked, shaking his head and ignoring his comment towards Hinata. Because you are, Kenshin simply replied. Everyone on your team is from a clan, the Uchiha clan, founders of Konoha, the Nara clan and the ever-honored Hyuga clan, Kenshin stated. There were a few wrong things with that train of thought. After all, neither Hinata belonged to the Hyuga clan and neither was Naruto clanless. Have you ever thought of was asking me my full name? Naruto rhetorically asked. What is full name then? Kenshin asked in a superior and arrogant tone. Naruto, Senju Naruto, Naruto said, and Kenshin stopped walking and stared at the blonde. That will put the prick in his place, Naruto thought, nodding to himself. SSE Senju? Kenshin asked, stuttering, and Naruto nodded. But I thought Tsunade-sama was the last. Why didn't you say anything when I called peasant back then? Kenshin asked, shocked. The Senju were considered royalty in Konoha. There was a reason why Tsunade was called the Slug Princess. I don't care about titles, Naruto simply answered. I think respect must be earned and not given just because of the name you carry, Naruto explained, and Kenshin stared at him. Looks like even today the Senju remain honorable and modest, Kenshin thought to himself with a smile. Maybe he'll do a different job than them, Kenshin sadly thought. I suppose I owe you an apology, Kenshin said, but Naruto waved him off. Just stop hitting on my girlfriend and we are good, Naruto said, and Kenshin nodded. So Hinata started. You didn't answer about your life, Hinata said, and Kenshin sighed before starting. My life is pretty boring now. Since my father died 6 years ago when I was 10, it became even worse, Kenshin sadly said. My father was supposed to succeed Grandpa as the new Fire Daimyo, but he was killed. Ever since then, the title fell to me and now I'm constantly taught in the ways of the Daimyo. I have to learn extensive geography and history, negotiations, politics and economy. It sucks, Kenshin said, and Naruto chuckled. Naruto's days at the academy were pretty boring with Iruka as a teacher. That man was a very good practical teacher, but he couldn't, for the love of God, talk for more than 10 minutes without starting to sound boring. And the lessons tended to last hours, sometimes going on 3 hours on a row. My instructor at the academy was also boring, Naruto replied, and Shikamaru snorted. Shikamaru would always sleep during Iruka's highly detailed and constructive lessons. I have a question, Sasuke, and everyone turned to stare at him. Who would have thought that the brooding Uchiha would actively participate in the conversation? Why weren't you trained in the way of the shinobi due to your bloodline? Sasuke asked. I mean, it's not powerful as the Sharingan, good old Sasuke, Naruto thought, chuckling. But it still seems like a powerful bloodline to be able to negate any ninjutsu, Sasuke explained. I never knew I had a bloodline until the day my father died. My mother died when she gave birth to me, and she also was a civilian, so I never knew, Kenshin replied, looking down. When I was 10 years old, me and my father were traveling and being escorted by a Konoha team much like this, Kenshin started. We were ambushed by a team of Nyukanin and my father ended up being killed during the battle. The Konoha team managed to hold on until the 12 Shinobi Guardians arrived, but it was too late. During the battle, one fire attack managed to slip by the Konoha Shinobi and was heading towards me, Kenshin said. Then it happened. I instinctively closed my eyes and placed my arms in front of me to shield myself from the fireball. The moment the fireball was about to hit me, I felt a sharp pain in my hands and opened my eyes. I saw that the fireball was being sucked into my arm like a vacuum, Kenshin explained. I didn't know what was happening or how to control it. The fireball was sucked in completely, and just moments later, from the same arm, came the fireball that I had just sucked in. It completely surprised the enemy and I ended up killing one of them, giving Konoha enough time for backup to arrive, Kenshin said, remembering his first kill and how he threw up afterwards. After the whole ordeal was over, I was taught how to use chakra and control it by the 12 Shinobi Guardians. My bloodline was very dangerous if I didn't know how to use it. According to them, I could accidentally kill any civilian when I shook his. Kenshin said. Makes sense. Civilians don't have active chakra networks, but they need it nonetheless. You could absorb all of their chakra almost instantly and they would never knew of it as they weren't trained, Naruto concluded. Don't worry, you have 4 Chunins guarding you, Naruto said. That didn't help much the last time. You ninja train every day and yet when the time comes you are all worthless, Kenshin flatly replied. You know what? Naruto rhetorically asked. I'm going to tell something I told a friend I have back in the wave. Stop bitching about it and do something, Naruto simple said, and everyone raised an eyebrow at the bluntness at which he said that to the daimyo's grandson. After all, Naruto was never one to give any proper respect and honorifics to anyone. You are blaming Konoha Shinobi on the death of your father and I can accept that, but not all Shinobi are worthless as you say. You don't want that to happen again, then get training in the Shinobi way. Master your bloodline and train, bleed and fight for those you care for, Naruto explained, and Kenshin turned away, not looking at Naruto, thinking about what he said. I'm going to tell you something the Sun Dame Hokage once said to me when I was a kid, Naruto said, and everyone focused on him in this society. True power is not attained from mastering all the world's techniques. This is something I have already taught you. When there is something important to protect, that's when a shinobi's true power emerges, Naruto quoted. Power, true power comes from those who have the determination to protect. The true power of a shinobi emerges when he fights to protect those that are precious to him, Naruto explained. So if you want to protect those that you love, don't rely solely on others. Find your own strength and fight for them. That is how I unlocked the final Tomo of my Sharingan, when Hinata-chan was being kidnapped. I unlocked the next level, the Mangekyo Sharingan, when Hinata-chan was about to die and I needed to save her, Naruto explained and looked at Kenshin, who was deep in thought. Easier said than done, Kenshin muttered out loud. I never said it would be easy. But would you rather have someone you cared for die just because you thought that training was tiresome and hard? Naruto rhetorically asked, but Kenshin didn't reply. I guess not, Kenshin replied before he gathered his thoughts and made a promise to himself. I will do it. I won't rely on others and I will defend my family with everything I have, Kenshin stated with a small smile. Naruto-kun, Hinata thought, looking at Naruto smiling. Naruto always had a way with words. Troublesome, I guess he will make a fine Hokage one day, Shikamaru thought to himself. HN Sasuke replied, not really paying attention to what Naruto had said. So Kenshin started. Can you train me? Kenshin asked and Naruto chuckled. Hold your horses. We will only be escorting you to the fire temple. Once there, we will leave. Although, if you ask the 12 Shinobi Guardians, I'm sure they would be happy to help you, Naruto said, and Kenshin nodded. Enemy inbound, both sides, Hinata said, and Kenshin froze. Relax, Naruto said, placing a hand on his shoulder to calm his nerves. I take care of my team and clients. No one is dying today, except them, Naruto said and turned to Hinata. Can I get a head count? Naruto asked and Hinata focused on her Bakugan. At this time the whole team stopped and took defensive stances around Kenshin. I count 12 people, Hinata said, and focused more on each individual based on chakra level. I estimate 9 around Genin level, 2 Chunins and 1 Jounin, Hinata explained. The Genins don't seem to have any experience or carry themselves as someone with training, so are most likely thugs who can use chakra, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded. They were probably taught by the Jounin and Chunins, Naruto concluded and activated his own Sharingan and started scanning the surroundings. I thought you were a Senju, Kenshin said, confused when he noticed Naruto's eyes. It was the fabled Sharingan. I am Senju on my mother's side and Uchiha on my father's, Naruto said. I'm in the bingo book, go look there, it has my family tree, Naruto explained. Incoming attack, Hinata said, and kunais came flying from all sides, making impossible to escape. Doton, Doryuaheki, Earth Wall, Naruto said and slammed his hands on the ground. All around the group, 4 earth walls rose from the ground to trap everyone inside. The kunais and shuriken hit the wall and got stuck. The earth wall blocked around 100 kunais and shurikens. You know the plan? Naruto asked and they all nodded. Naruto made a shadow clone of himself and used his Kamui to sink underground. Naruto's clone dropped the wall and everyone was standing there in front of them. All 12 of the attackers were standing there trying to intimidate the Konoha's shinobi. Like Hinata had said, the thugs didn't have anything in particular related to shinobi, they had normal clothes and no armor or hidden pockets. They didn't even a hitayat unlike the others. The Chunins and Jounin had a scratched hitayat that belonged to the Hidden Grass village, meaning they were Nukanin. How about you, kids, gives us the bloodline noble and we will let you go on your way, the Jounin said. It appeared as if he was the leader of this small group. We do not abandon our clients and we never surrender. It's the way of the leaf, Naruto said with his Sharingan spinning. An Uchiha, you might be worth something in another village, the Jounin mused. Let's take him as well along with the Hyuga girl, the Jounin said with a twisted smile. Get them, the Jounin said, and all of thugs rushed the target. Futon, Fundwind, the original, Naruto said, hidden in the trees. He picked his fan and, channeling chakra through it, he swinged it, creating a very strong gust of wind. The gust collided with the thugs and all of them went flying and crashed into the ground and trees. It was clear that they weren't going to get up as they had cracked bones all over and some were even dead. You were saying? Naruto asked as the clone dispelled and the original approached his group. It was nothing more than a distraction so the enemy would think they were all there guarding the client. They didn't expect a surprise attack and, as such, Naruto was able to eliminate more than half of the group. Even if it were the weaker ones. Meh, they are just cannon fodder, the Jounin said, and Naruto shook his head. There was no honor among thieves. They were willing to sacrifice them as pawns and nothing more. The Jounin wanted to kill them quickly and took out a sword that looked like a normal katana. The Jounin dashed towards Naruto's group and raised his katana and tried to do a downward slash to kill them. However, Naruto was faster than him. Naruto blurred from his position, heading straight towards the incoming Jounin. Naruto closed the distance and gave no time for the Jounin to react. Naruto ducked under the swing and rose, placing himself in the middle of the Jounin's arms. Naruto quickly headbutted him, making the Jounin stumble backwards. Naruto kicked the Jounin's right hand and made the sword fly into the air. While the sword was still in the air, Naruto gave the Jounin a kick to his chest, making him fly away and collide with a tree. Naruto caught the falling sword and immediately threw it at the Jounin, piercing his clothes and snaring him to the tree. The Jounin and Chunins gulped when they saw that display of skill and speed. The Jounin was already sweating as the blonde kid could have killed right away if he wanted. Who wants a piece of action? Naruto asked, and Hinata and Sasuke raised their hands, making Naruto chuckle. Hinata, you take the Jounin, Sasuke the left Chunin, Naruto said. Why does Hinata get to take the Jounin? Sasuke yelled, frustrated with the fact that Naruto would think that Hinata was stronger than him or that Sasuke wasn't strong enough to take the Jounin. Shut up and do what I say, Naruto ordered, and Sasuke scowled. Releasing a bit of ki to further his order, Sasuke eventually caved and Naruto turned to Shikamaru. Troublesome, I'll take the other one, Shikamaru said, sighing and stepping forward, leaving Naruto to protect Kenshin. They all immediately dashed towards the enemy, who braced themselves to fight the incoming Konoha shinobi. Aren't you going to help your girlfriend? Kenshin asked, surprised how calm Naruto was. He didn't seem any bit worried to see his girlfriend or the rest of the team fight for their lives. Don't worry, all of them are very strong. Do you know the ninja ranking system? Naruto asked and Kenshin nodded. It was one of many subjects he had to learn. After all, the Fire Daimyo was the supreme ruler of the Fire Country and, as such, indirect leader of the Leaf Village. The Fire Daimyo was more turned to economy while the Hokage was the military leader. Even though we are all Chunin, I'm ranked as a Kage level Shinobi, Hinata-chan is an elite Jounin, Sasuke is around low Jounin and Shikamaru is a solid Chunin, Naruto explained and Kenshin had his eyes widened. You don't really think Tsunade-chan would give you an escort with 4 ordinary and fresh Chunins, were you? Naruto rhetorically asked, but Kenshin said nothing. Tsunade-chan. Kenshin muttered out loud and Naruto nodded. Oh shit, I called him peasant in front of her, I'm so lucky to be alive, Kenshin thought to himself, shivering. Everyone in the world knew exactly why Tsunade was famous, and it was because of her short temper and monstrous strength. If anything goes south, I'll intervene, Naruto stated and turned to watch the battles. Hush hush, Hinata versus Jounin. Hush hush, oh goody, the blonde kid sent the lamb to the slaughter, the Jounin said, licking his lips in anticipation. Are you in the bingo book? Hinata asked in a monotone voice. No, why do you ask? The Jounin asked, confused. Shame, that means there is no reward in killing you, Hinata said, and the Jounin scoffed. We will see, the Jounin said and took out a couple of kunais. Suiton, Tepodama, water bullet, Hinata said and sent a couple of water bullets towards the Jounin. He jumped to the side to avoid them and threw a kunai to Hinata wrapped with explosive tag. Hinata dodged the kunai and the tag exploded, creating a cloud of dust. Using the cloud as coverage, Hinata created a shadow clone and activated her Bakugan. Using her eyes, she easily bypassed the dust cloud and located the Jounin, who was observing intently the cloud for any signs of Hinata. Hinata took out a couple of poisonous senbon and easily threw them towards the Jounin using the dust as cover-up. The Jounin was fairly close to the dust cloud and, even though he was a Jounin, he didn't have reflexes quick enough to completely dodge the senbon as they were small and difficult to see. The senbon scratched the Jounin and introduced the poison into him. Due to his quick reflexes, he managed to avoid any critical strike from the senbon, but he still got infected by the poison, although he didn't know that yet. Bitch, the Jounin said before flashing through hand seals Doton, Damu, Earth Spear, and chunk of earth rose from the ground and formed a spear that the Jounin grabbed and threw blindly into the dust cloud. He heard a piercing sound and smirked, thinking he got her. The dust cloud finally lifted and the Jounin smiled at the sight of Hinata being pinned to the ground with an earth spear through her left shoulder. The Jounin approached her and kicked her. Serves you right, bitch, the Jounin said, laughing until Hinata disappeared in a cloud of smoke to reveal a small log. Kawarimi, substitution, shit, the Jounin thought as the log started sizzling. He took a closer look and saw that the log had an explosive tag attached to it. The tag detonated and the Jounin was thrown backwards but managed to flip midair and land on the ground, barely hurt. He scanned his surroundings trying to find her. The Jounin knew he was at a disadvantage as he was fighting a Hyuga. His enemy had the Bakugan and was a safe bet that she knew exactly where he was, unlike him who had to rely on his senses to find her. Futon, Renkyuden, Wind Bullet, Hinata whispered before taking a deep breath and firing multiple wind bullets towards the unsuspecting Jounin. The Jounin felt the chakra usage and immediately performed a Kawarimi to avoid the death zone. Hinata saw him mold the chakra with her Bakugan and adjusted her trajectory with the last bullets. The Jounin performed the Kawarimi and avoided the bullets safely, or so he thought. He started doing hand seals for another jutsu when he felt pain through his legs. He buckled over in pain and noticed that he was bleeding from both legs who had holes in them. He tried to get up until he felt a sharp pain in the middle of his chest and then nothing more than darkness. Hinata had quickly approached the Jounin and delivered a Juoken strike to his heart, killing him instantly. There was no point in letting him suffer in pain, so Hinata took him out his misery. Shikamaru vs Chunin. Damn that Naruto, giving me all the work while I could be resting by the client watching the clouds, Shikamaru muttered, sighing and stopping right in front of the Chunin. Shikamaru was already making plans and more plans to defeat his enemy and end this battle quickly. After all, the clouds don't watch themselves. If you want I can leave, the Chunin said in a sarcastic tone. That would be great, see ya, Shikamaru said and turned to walk away from the enemy who had a WTF face. I'm joking, you bastard, you aren't going anywhere, the Chunin yelled and charged towards Shikamaru. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered and braced himself to fight that troublesome shinobi. Shikamaru crouched and placed his hands rat hand seal. The shadow beneath Shikamaru started shimmering and suddenly a thin line raced towards the incoming Chunin. Anura. The Chunin thought as he stopped running towards Shikamaru and started evasive maneuvers. If he got caught in the shadow it would be the end of him. Even though the shadow bloodline from the Nara clan is very powerful, their techniques have several weaknesses. For instance, the most basic technique, which Shikamaru is performing, the user must be rooted in place, keeping the constant hand seal, making him vulnerable to an attack. Another weakness is that, if the enemy's chakra is powerful enough, they can break the shadow bind, placing the Nara user in a tough spot. Seeing this, the Chunin jumped high in the air and took out a couple of shurikens and sent them towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru was forced to stop his technique and jumped to the side to avoid the shurikens. Shikamaru took out a couple of smoke bombs and threw them into the middle of road, clouding the Chunin's view of his enemy. The Chunin knew he couldn't stay in the smoke cloud and, as such, he jumped into the nearby forest and latched himself into a tree, channeling chakra into his feet. Let's see, the Chunin thought, considering what to do against the shadow user. Kaiten, Gukeikyuan no Jutsu, great fireball technique, the Chunin said and sent a big fireball towards Shikamaru, who was still on the road watching the cloud of smoke disperse. Shikamaru noticed the fireball and pinpointed the enemy's location from the jutsu. Using the fireball's shadow and the natural shadows created by the trees in the forest, Shikamaru did a quick kawarimi with a nearby log and immediately crouched. His shadow blurred from his position and quickly passed underneath the fireball and up the tree, snaring the Chunin into position. How? The Chunin asked. He never noticed the shadow crept on him. He looked towards to where the fireball crashed and noticed a burned log, meaning Shikamaru had switched with it. Very simple, I used the fireball's shadow along with the shadows from the trees. The smoke bomb's original purpose was to lure you into the forest, Shikamaru explained and performed another set of hand seals. Shadow neck binding, Shikamaru said, and the shadow under the Chunin's feet started crawling up his legs and taking the form of hands. These shadow hands easily reached the Chunin's neck and proceeded to strangle him to death. The Chunin fell to the ground and Shikamaru left to group up with Naruto so he could finally watch some clouds. Sasuke vs Chunin. You should give up. Only an Uchiha can defeat an Uchiha, Sasuke taunted, or most likely bragged, but in the end didn't matter. Like most shinobi, when you taunt them they fall for it and charge head on. Shut up, you bastard, the Chunin said and blurred towards Sasuke, who smirked and easily saw him approaching with his Sharingan. Usually the one that advances first is the first to make a mistake. They both arrived near each other and started exchanging blows with Sasuke coming on top. The Chunin threw a sloppy punch and Sasuke capitalized on it. Sasuke swatted his fist aside and grabbed his wrist. Sasuke flicked him and slammed him into the ground. The Chunin got up and Sasuke took his chance and gave him a roundhouse kick and the Chunin was sent flying into a nearby tree. Pathetic, Sasuke said, smirking. As expected. No one can match the power of an Uchiha, Sasuke bragged. Kaiten, Hosenkan no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique, Sasuke said and sent multiple small fireballs towards the Chunin. He had just got up and couched a bit of blood when he saw the incoming fire attack. The Chunin decided to perform a fast Kawarimi with a nearby log since it would be difficult to dodge all of the fireballs. The Chunin came into his senses when he noticed Sasuke appear next to him. Sasuke sent him a kick and Chunin managed to block with his right leg. Sasuke twisted his body and gave him a right hook. The Chunin blocked it once again with his hands, but Sasuke continued his twist and used his other leg and slammed it into the Chunin's face, sending him flying once again. Sasuke quickly repapered next to the Chunin, before he could even land, and gave him a kick that sent him flying into the air. Sasuke blurred from his position and appeared behind the Chunin in midair. Sasuke grabbed the Chunin, trapped the Chunin's legs with his hands and wrapped his legs around the Chunin's chest and plummeted towards earth. Sasuke slammed the Chunin's head hard into the ground, hard enough to bury him and snap his neck. Sasuke got up and smirked, and his handiwork, all that training was paying off. Back with Naruto and Kenshin. You see, Naruto said, pointing towards the incoming members of his team. Nothing to worry about, Naruto stated. That's good, but I can't stop shaking, Kenshin said, trembling. It's the adrenaline, Hinata started. You aren't used to see this type of combat and you were obviously nervous. It will wear off, give it a couple of minutes, Hinata explained, and he nodded. We will set camp here tonight, Naruto said, as the day was already beginning to darken and they had just battled a couple of Nyukanin. Sasuke, go collect wood for a fire, Shikamaru, water, Naruto said, and they both left. Hinata-chan, stay close to Kenshin, I'll bury the bodies, Naruto said, and left to go collect the bodies of the enemy and bury them. A couple of minutes later everyone returned with their respective things and Naruto started a small fire with a Kaiten jutsu. They ate quietly and peacefully and Naruto formed a small earth dome so that they could sleep with some coverage. For 3 hours shift each one. Who wants the first? Naruto asked and Shikamaru stepped forward. Troublesome, I'll take the first one, Shikamaru said, yawning. No cloud watching, Naruto said, grinning, and Shikamaru waved him off. Little does he know it's a clear sky, so I'll be watching the stars, Shikamaru thought evilly. 3 days later, Fire Temple. The rest of the travel went without any sort of troubles as they weren't ambushed again. During the travel, Naruto eventually caved and decided to show Kenshin the leaf sticking exercise for chakra control, as it could be done while traveling. Kenshin had a really hard time doing it because he was already old and such his chakra network was a bit atrophied. They were reaching the Fire Temple and stopped at the supposed entrance to it. There were stairs as far as the eye could see and there weren't even intervals between them. It was step after step in what seemed to be a long walk. 234 steps, Kenshin said, and Naruto's eye twitched. Keep those comments to you, Naruto said, and they all started walking up the stairs that didn't seem to end. After 234 steps they finally reached the real entrance to the Fire Temple. The temple itself seemed to be surrounded by high and sturdy stone walls, with the entrance being a big golden gate with 2 statues near them, as if guarding the gates. They approached the gates and stopped in front of them. Naruto tried to push the gate to open it, but it wouldn't budge. It won't open, am I supposed to blow it to pieces? Naruto asked, turning to Kenshin, who paled at the thought of Naruto blowing up the gates. Hold on, Naruto said, and his eyes flashed to his Mangekyou and, touching every members of his team and using his Kamui, he simply walked through the gates. Kenshin got chills down his spine when traveling through the gate. Just what type of shinobi was this Naruto? He just passed through a gate like a ghost. Once inside, the temple itself looked very modest. It wasn't an overly large construction or fancy for that matter. It seemed to be a monastery built primarily of wood with some empty grounds around. If Naruto had to guess, these empty grounds were mostly training ones. Hold! Someone yelled and forced Naruto's team into defensive stances around Kenshin. Identify yourselves, the person ordered. They relaxed their stance but kept on edge. After all, appearances can be deceiving. Konoha team escorting Kenshin Sama, Naruto stated, and that someone stepped from the shadows to reveal a monk. The person was a bald man with dark eyes, and very thick eyebrows. He wore the standard attire of the ninja monk along with the sash worn by members of the 12 Guardian Ninja group, and went barefoot. I'm Chiraku, the head monk in the fire temple, Chiraku said, greeting the Konoha team, and motioned to another person to step out from the shadows, but Naruto's team had already knowledge of his existence. The other person looked like he was around 14. He had shoulder-length, dull bluish-gray hair in an asymmetrical style with a single lock falling into his face, and brown eyes. He wore sandals and the standard monk uniform with a long right sleeve. This is Sora, my apprentice, Chiraku explained, and Sora bowed to the Konoha team. Pleasure to meet you, Naruto said, greeting the mime Senju Naruto, leader of team. This is Nara Shikamaru, Naruto said, pointing to the yawning Nara. This is Hyuga Hinata, Naruto said, pointing towards Hinata, who slightly bowed. And this is Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto said, and Sasuke did his traditional cocky smirk. Nice to meet you all, Chiraku started. We weren't expecting you for at least a couple more days, Chiraku stated, impressed with the speed at which they got to the fire temple. We made good time and we didn't have much trouble, Naruto explained, and Chiraku motioned them to follow him inside. As we weren't expecting you on such short notice, the fire daimyo has yet to arrive, and, as such, there aren't any 12 shinobi guardians here, Chiraku explained. It shouldn't be a problem. Our mission is to escort and protect Kenshin Sama until he can rendezvous with the 12 shinobi guardian. As such, we shall wait here with him until they arrive. I will send a message to Tsunade-chan to report our progress and explain our situation, Naruto explained, and Chiraku nodded. They approached the monastery and saw that some monks were practicing taijutsu in one of the training grounds. They weren't sparring like shinobi do. When shinobi spar, they aren't afraid to hit their comrade, while the monks would stop if the attack would hit the opponent. Seeing the curious face of the Konoha team, Chiraku decided to explain. We aren't the traditional monks, Chiraku started, and everyone focused on him. We are ninja monks. We usually don't take the traditional path the shinobi seem to take. Like, for instance, we don't train much in anything other than taijutsu and elemental ninjutsu, Chiraku explained. All of the ninja monks are around what you might call Chunin level. More skilled monks are usually assigned to the 12 shinobi guardians along with a select few from Konoha. Chiraku stated, and Shikamaru remembered something when he saw Chiraku's scarf. You were a member of the 12 shinobi guardian, Shikamaru stated, and Chiraku raised an eyebrow. I was. Why do you ask? Chiraku asked, curious as to why he would ask such question. Because Asuma-sensei has the same scarf as you and was also one of the 12, Shikamaru said. Sarutobi Asuma? Chiraku asked, surprised to hear the name of his long-away friend. Hi, Shikamaru said. Oh, Asuma-kun, we were partners in the 12 back in the day. How's that bastard doing? Chihiraku asked. Shikamaru blinked at the way he phrased the question. Was a monk allowed to curse? He's fine and a good sensei. He always took us out to eat after a successful mission, Shikamaru said, and Chihiraku nodded. It was good to find that his friend was good and he got a genin team to teach. And if this young man's flak jacket was proof, Asuma was doing a good job teaching them. This way, Chihiraku said, and guided them to the rooms where they will staying for the next couple of days until the fire daimyo arrives. After a couple minutes of walking they reached the rooms and each member took one. Naruto assigned the same shifts to watch over Kenshin. They were deep inside the fire temple and they shouldn't have much trouble, but Naruto didn't want to take any chances. He himself is a master at infiltration, but that is partially due his Kamui ability, but nonetheless there are a lot of skilled shinobi out there and Naruto wanted to make sure Kenshin was safe at all times. Next day, Fire Temple. Outside deep within the forest just outside of Fire Temple were two cloaked figures. A small light bypassed the branches and showed them. They were Tobi and Kakuzu and they were talking to one another. You know what to do? Tobi asked and Kakuzu nodded. Good. Don't underestimate the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Iwa classified him as an S-rank shinobi and we know for a fact that he can control at least 4 tails, Tobi said. After all, if Kakuzu got himself killed before he could even finish his mission, that wouldn't please Tobi at all. Just make sure you do your part, Kakuzu said and dashed out of the forest going towards the Fire Temple's gate. Kakuzu approached the golden gates and formed a ram seal. His hands started to darken as they seemed to turn into something stronger than stone itself. Doton, Damu, Earth Spear, Kakuzu said, forming a fist with his right hand and slamming it against the golden gates. The gates were obliterated and blasted backwards, crashing into the middle of the training grounds. Subtle, Tobi thought as he warped away to get into position. Inside Fire Temple, Naruto and Comp. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, Shikamaru were guarding Kenshin while Chihiraku and Sora were taking them on a tour around the Fire Temple. Regarding Sora, Naruto felt that was something off about the kid. Naruto noticed the glares the other monks seemed to give Sora, and these types of glares reminded him of his life back in the old days. Chihiraku-san, Naruto said, gathering his attention, do you mind if I ask a personal question? Naruto asked and Chihiraku raised an eyebrow. I'll do my best to answer it truthfully, Chihiraku replied, and Naruto nodded, thinking how to put his questions the right way. Truthfully, you say, Naruto thought before activating his Sharingan and hiding it with a small genjutsu. Hinata sensed the genjutsu and activated her Bakugan as well. All of this and Chihiraku never realized it. After all, would you expect a Sharingan user belonging to the Senju clan? I noticed some strange looks that the other monks seemed to give Sora-san, Naruto said, and Chihiraku remained impassive, but Hinata saw a small rise in his heartbeat and Naruto noticed a small increase in his blood pressure due to a small bulge in his neck. Sora just frowned as he too wondered why he received those glares. Sore subject, both Naruto and Hinata thought. Chihiraku looked over to Sora, who was silent and watching him intently to see if Chihiraku was going to tell him. I know those types of glares, and if he is what I think he is, then you should have let the Hokage know about this, Naruto explained, looking directly at Chihiraku and letting his genjutsu drop to reveal his Sharingan. I don't think you are equipped or trained if something should happen, Naruto said, and Chihiraku flinched. Something did happen, Naruto stated. What are you talking about? Sora asked. You said you didn't know why they treated me like this, Sora sadly said, looking intently at him. Tell me, Sora yelled, but this time towards Naruto. You are what people call a Jinchuriki, a human sacrifice. Naruto started. Jinchuriki are human beings that have a Baijua sealed inside of them, Naruto said, and Sora's eyes widened at the implications. Which one does he have? Naruto asked Chihiraku. Kyuubi, Chihiraku sadly replied, sighing. What /what? Naruto /Hinata /Kurama Shikamaru yelled. Kurama, what is he talking about? Naruto asked his partner, who was dumbfounded at the monk's statement. I don't have a clue, I don't sense anything coming off of him, Kurama replied. That is impossible, Chihiraku-san, Naruto said to Chihiraku. What makes you say that? Chihiraku asked, confused. Because I'm the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Naruto said. Sasuke's eye widened along with Sora's and Chihiraku's. But, when it happened, I felt the chakra and it was definitely the Kyuubi's, Chihiraku explained, and Naruto stayed silent. That Dobi seems to have everything. The Kyuubi should belong to me, with it I easily could defeat Itachi. After all, the Sharingan is capable of controlling the Kyuubi, Sasuke thought to himself. Did I do something? Sora asked carefully, as nothing was making much sense as of now. Chihiraku sighed and decided it was time to explain everything, but he never wanted him to find out this way. A couple years ago, when you were younger, you somehow unleashed that chakra that was sealed inside of you and proceeded to go on a rampage around our temple, destroying good part of it and injuring many monks. Thank Kami no one died, but the damage was severe and they started looking at you with hate and fear. Chihiraku said, it was that day I realized that you had the Kyuubi's chakra sealed inside of you. I don't know who or how it happened, but it doesn't matter at this point. After that whole incident, everyone became aware of you and started giving those looks, Chihiraku said, placing a hand on Sora's shoulder. So, I'm nothing more than a monster, Sora said, looking down. No, you aren't a monster, Naruto said. How do you know? Sora yelled at him, almost sobbing. Because I'm not one either, Naruto replied, and Sora's eyes widened. Since you have the Kyuubi's chakra and since the Kyuubi's soul is inside me, when you use the Kyuubi's chakra, if you can't control it, it runs rampart. If you don't manage to control the chakra, it runs wildly and you won't be able to distinguish friend from foe and you will destroy everything in your path, Naruto explained. What am I supposed to do then? Sora asked. You're in luck, Naruto said, and Sora got confused. Me and the Kyuubi are going to help you control it so this doesn't happen again, Naruto said, and Sora was shocked. The Kyuubi is going to help me? Sora asked fearfully. Yes. The Kyuubi is both a dear friend and a trusted partner. He will help us, don't worry, Naruto said. Trust Naruto to call a Baijua his friend. Troublesome, Shikamaru thought. When you are ready we can begin, Naruto said, and Sora nodded. Thank you, Naruto-san, Chihiraku said. Maybe Sora would be able to make a couple of friends his age and Naruto would be the best as he was also a Jinchuriki. Boom, what was that? Naruto asked as everyone recoiled from the explosion they heard coming from outside of Fire Temple. After a couple of seconds a monk came running inside. Chihiraku-san, we are under attack from a shinobi, the monk said between breaths, placing his hands on his knees. He destroyed the gate and is destroying and killing everyone in sight. Sasuke, the moment that he heard this, blurred away from Naruto's position heading towards the gates. Sasuke intended to kill this threat quickly so he could go back to training. Sasuke! Naruto yelled as Sasuke was running away from him. That idiot is going to get himself killed, Naruto said out loud and turned to Chihiraku, who was discussing plans with the monk that came to warn them. Chihiraku-san, Naruto said, gathering his attention, Kenshin-sama takes priority. Once we have him transferred into a secure location, I can provide assistance. Naruto and Chihiraku nodded. Let's hope your teammate can last, Chihiraku said, and motioned them to follow him so they could take Kenshin to a secure room inside the fire temple. After a couple of minutes of running, they finally came across what seemed to be a panic room. The room had large metal doors. Fua in Tepiki, Kai, sealed iron door, release, Chihiraku said, going through hand seals. The massive iron doors glowed momentarily before unlocking and allowing Kenshin, Sora, Hinata and Shikamaru entrance to the room. The room itself was very large and it was completely surrounded by iron or other metal. The room itself was mostly empty except with a table and couple of chairs. Hinata-chan, Shikamaru, you stay and protect Kenshin. I'm going outside to help, Naruto said, and everyone nodded. Naruto was about to leave when Hinata grabbed him and gave him a small kiss. Be careful, Hinata softly said. I always am, Naruto replied and dashed away with Chihiraku besides him. Hush hush with Sasuke, hush hush. Sasuke was running through the monastery inside the fire temple. After a couple minutes of running, he finally found the monastery's exit and ran outside to find this shinobi and terminate his existence. Sasuke came outside and there was destruction everywhere. Monks laid everywhere on the ground and most likely dead by their appearance. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and scanned his surroundings. Sasuke felt a presence behind him and jumped away just moments before the shinobi came punching the ground. The ground exploded from the power of the punch and sent debris everywhere. After a couple of seconds, the dust cloud settled and Sasuke saw a shinobi standing there looking at Sasuke impassively. The shinobi standing in front of Sasuke was very tall and seemed muscular. He was wearing a high-collared black cloak with red clouds on it. In his head he wore a white hood and a black mask, with his eyes being the only visible part of his face. His eyes were the strangest thing. The pupil was a very deep forest green while the rest of the eye was blood red. He's making my job easier coming after me, Kakuzu thought looking at Sasuke. He still didn't understand why that Toby person wanted Sasuke for, but it didn't matter to him. As long as he got paid he wouldn't ask any questions. Who are you and what do you want? Sasuke asked, glaring at the man in front of him. I'm Kakuzu, and as to why I'm here, I don't think that concerns you, Kakuzu stoically said. I guess I'll have to beat it out of you, Sasuke said, smirking, and dashed towards Kakuzu. Naive, Kakuzu thought and braced himself to put the brat in his place. Sasuke closed the distance between Kakuzu and himself in no time and jumped in the air trying a spin kick. Kakuzu, bringing his left arm up, blocked it. Kakuzu grabbed Sasuke by his legs and smashed him into the floor, making him cough. Kakuzu used his Doton technique and tried to punch Sasuke, who was on the ground, but Sasuke managed to Kawarimi out. Kaiten, Gukeikyuan no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Sasuke said and sent a fireball towards Kakuzu, who flashed through a couple of hand seals that Sasuke wasn't able to see. Suiten, Suijin Heki, water wall, Kakuzu said and started expelling water from his mouth, forming a sphere around his body. The fireball crashed into the water wall and disappeared in steam, leaving Kakuzu unharmed. TSK Sasuke scoffed at the sight of a mere shinobi defending himself so easily against him. Sasuke was so focused on Kakuzu that he didn't notice something grab his foot by the ankle. A hand emerged from the ground and caught Sasuke's ankle with a very firm grip, not allowing any kawarimi of any sort. The strange part was that the hand was only the hand, there was no arm unless a bunch of black threads attached to the hand. The hand rose from the ground and into the air, dragging Sajuk along and sending him crashing into a building nearby. Cough cough Sajuk coughed and got up, cleaning a bit of blood from the side of his lip and stretching his arms. Sajuk dashed again towards Kakuzu with a frontal assault. Once next to Kakuzu, Sajuk sent a punch to Kakuzu's face, who didn't even try to block it. Instead, Kakuzu used his earth technique to strengthen his fist and smashed it into Sajuk, who poofed in smoke. A clone. Kakuzu wondered when he looked to his right and saw multiple small fireballs coming hot towards him. Kakuzu easily dodged all of the fireballs with small and consecutive jumps. This time it was Kakuzu who ran towards Sajuk and engaged him in a heated taijutsu battle. Sajuk quickly realized that Kakuzu is much faster and much stronger than him, and by a large margin. Sajuk's Sharingan could barely keep track of Kakuzu and his speed. Kakuzu tried to punch Sajuk, who tilted back to avoid hit. Kakuzu tried another punch and Sajuk ducked, going for a leg sweep. Kakuzu jumped up and tried a downward kick that Sajuk blocked by bringing his arm up in a cross formation. Even though Sajuk blocked the kick, he was being pushed down by the sheer strength of his adversary. Sajuk removed his arms and rolled to the side to avoid his kick as it smashed into the ground. Sajuk tried to jump away, but Kakuzu's hand split from his body and caught him by the ankle again and proceeded to smash Sajuk against the ground and nearby buildings multiple times until it finally released him by throwing him into the ground. Weak, pathetic, Kakuzu said as he watched Sajuk trying to push himself to stand but having difficulties. His body hurt all over and Sajuk was pretty sure that his ankle might be dislodged from place. Why Itakai didn't kill you is beyond me, Kakuzu said, and Sajuk saw red. Itakai? What do you know of Itakai? Sajuk yelled towards Kakuzu, who remained undisturbed against that pathetic killing intent. Tell me, Sajuk ordered. You are in no position to order me around, boy, Kakuzu said, and Sajuk gritted his teeth. Itakai belongs to our group. Anyone who wears this cloak, Kakuzu said, pointing towards his black cloak with red clouds, belongs to the Akatsuki group, Kakuzu explained. Where is he? Sajuk yelled again, asking Kakuzu where his brother was. His hate was dulling Sajuk's pain as he was standing, even though his ankle was in very bad shape. Now that would be telling, Kakuzu said, chuckling and making Sajuk scowl at him, flashing through hand seals. A Chidori popped to life in Sajuk's hands, who proceeded to blur towards Kakuzu, who remained in place. Chidori, Sajuk said, and tried to pierce Kakuzu, who simply grabbed Sajuk's wrist and disrupted his Chidori with ease. With a small twist of motion, Kakuzu broke Sajuk's wrist, making him scream in pain. I guess Itakai left you alive as an act of mercy. You are worthless, Kakuzu, and delivered a strong kick to Sajuk's chest, and he was sent flying into the ground. Where did all that training go? Sajuk wondered in thought as he got demolished by this shinobi. Damn it, I'm too weak. At this rate I'll never avenge my clan, Sajuk thought as he crashed into the ground, forming a small crater. Sajuk at this point couldn't even feel half of his body and was barely conscious. Primary objective completed, Kakuzu thought to himself. Reikiri, a voice was heard, and the only thing Kakuzu felt is a very sharp pain from his chest. He looked down and saw a hand coated in lightning sticking out of his chest. How did you get behind me? Kakuzu said just before Naruto pulled his arm out and Kakuzu fell to the ground dead. Naruto's Reikiri pierced cleanly through his heart and no one could survive such attack. I guess I won't be needed, Chihiraku said as he watched Naruto kill the enemy with a single jutsu. Both of them then proceeded to run towards Sajuk and got him out of the ground. They were lifting Sasuke when Naruto felt a chakra spike behind them. Naruto turned just in time to see Kakuzu finish his hand seals and say Futon, Atsugai, pressurized wind bomb, and sent a big chakra compressed vacuum ball towards Naruto and Chiraku. Naruto dropped Sasuke into Chiraku's back and, picking up his fan from his back, he swatted the wind bomb away into nothingness. The ball collided with the fan, but the only result was a loud sound as Naruto's fan neutralized the attack. "Will you be alright alone?" Chiraku asked. The enemy had just decimated Uchiha Sasuke, who was a Chunin and Naruto's teammate. "I can take care of myself, take Sasuke to get healed," Naruto said, and Chiraku jumped away. "How are you still alive?" Naruto asked, surprised to see his enemy still standing. "I know for certain that I got your half," Naruto stated, looking at his enemy and noticed his cloak. "So you are after me again?" Naruto asked, looking carefully at him, Sharingan blazing, taking into account that I sent Itakai and Kaizen with their tails between their legs. "I suppose they sent someone stronger?" Naruto asked, but Kakuzu remained impassive. "And, why do I feel 4 different chakra signatures coming off you?" Naruto wondered as he focused more on his enemy, trying to find anything else. "He's already close to figuring it out, he's not to be underestimated," Kakuzu thought. "I'm not here for you, Kyuubi, but I suppose I can take you as well," Kakuzu said, and Naruto laughed. "You can't take me that easily, I believe I will put up a fight at least," Naruto said. "Ready?" Kakuzu asked. "Yes," Naruto said, and both of them dashed towards each other at high speeds. They met halfway and their fist collided with a shockwave. They were evenly matched in Taijutsu, with Naruto being faster and Kakuzu being stronger, far stronger than anyone should be. Naruto noticed that his skin was dark, almost black. Using his Sharingan, he decided to analyze as best he could why his skin would be so. "He's using Earth Chakra to strengthen his skin and increase his strength," Naruto concluded from the analyses. Naruto jumped back into the air to gain some distance, and he was surprised when Kakuzu's hands detached themselves from him. The hands were going fast towards his ankles and Naruto had to do something. Naruto focused his chakra and golden chains erupted from his hands. Naruto sent the chains into the ground and used them to outmaneuver Kakuzu's hands midair and land on the ground. Naruto channeled chakra into his wrist storage seal and took out his Chokuto and began channeling Raten Shaka through it. Naruto dashed forward and sliced the black threads connecting the hands to Kakuzu. The hands fell limply to the ground. Naruto was a bit sick to see another set of black threads pop out of the ground and reattach themselves at the hands, pulling them back to their owner. "What are you?" Naruto asked, confused with his enemy. "First I pierced his heart and he gets up like nothing, and now he detach body parts." Naruto thought, shaking his head. Why couldn't he have normal adversaries? First was Orochimaru vomiting himself and now this one. "Raten, Ryuuden, Lightning Dragon, 1, Naruto said, blurring through hand seals, and slammed his hands together. Lightning could be heard sparkling around his hands, and suddenly a large blue dragon with yellow eyes erupted from his hands. The dragon roared his way towards to Kakuzu, who had his eyes widened. "Futon, Data Pa, great breakthrough," Kakuzu said, and sent a gust of wind towards the incoming dragon, intending to disrupt the jutsu. However, his wind jutsu was far too weak when compared to Naruto's and did little to nothing to even slow it down. Kakuzu had no choice but to run away. The moment the dragon was about to crash into him, Kakuzu sidestepped it and jumped as far away as he could. Even though Kakuzu dodged the attack, his left arm was spasming a bit from the electricity. Surprise, Naruto said as he reappeared next to Kakuzu's position with his hand crackling with electricity. Raikiri, Naruto said and slammed his hand into Kakuzu. Kakuzu was able to slightly dodge the attack but ended up being stabbed through the right shoulder. Naruto jumped back to gain some distance and once again Kakuzu fell to the ground lifeless. Naruto was no fool. This time he was ready and he could still feel 3 chakra signatures coming from Kakuzu. Kakuzu started jerking around in the ground and suddenly he exploded in black threads. His Akatsuki cloak was ripped to shreds. The whole mess of black threads started to form 2 separate globs away from Kakuzu's body. In each of these globs of black threads was a white mask with different color and design. The masks were light blue and looked like a bird and the other one was red and looked like a dragon. Kakuzu's body rose from the ground and he still looked the same. Even though he just had those masks taken from his body, he didn't change much. What is happening? Naruto asked himself. I already killed him twice and yet he still stands, Naruto thought until he looked around and noticed the other 2 masks on the ground. As expected from the Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's thunder god, Kakuzu thought to himself. That lightning dragon was exceptionally powerful and not even his wind technique managed to dispel it. The other masks were cracked and destroyed but he could still see that they were brown and the other one was dark blue. Do the masks have anything to do with his lives? Maybe I need to kill him 3 more times to make it permanent, Naruto thought, deciding on his approach. He looked towards Kakuzu and noticed that the masks were missing until he heard a swirling noise to his right. Futon, Atsugai, Pressurized Wind Bomb, Kaiten, Zukokyu, Cranium Carver, Kakuzu said as both masks were staying side by side preparing to launch the jutsus. In the light blue mask the wind started swirling, the same as fire in the red mask. Both masks launched their jutsu simultaneously, combining the 2 elements to power up the jutsu. A shining ball of fire, like the sun, was flying towards Naruto at high speeds. Kamui, Naruto said and activated his main Gekyu. The ball was about to collide with Naruto when the space in front of him started swirling. True enough, the incoming fireball started to be absorbed into Naruto's right eye. It only took fractions of seconds until the shining fireball of destruction disappeared right in front of his eyes, literally. Kamui, Naruto said, and using his left eye he focused on the location of Kakuzu's original body. The space around Kakuzu started distorting and from it came the shining ball of fire that the masks had previously unlashed upon Naruto. Kakuzu had no time to dodge as the fireball suddenly appeared right next to him. The ball collided with Kakuzu and his whole body erupted in a tornado of flames. Naruto had to block his view from the tornado due to the intense light and heat being generated. The tornado died down and Naruto, still aware of the other masks, looked to Kakuzu's body, who seemed to be nothing more than ashes on the ground. Naruto couldn't find the mask and assumed that it was vaporized with his attack. Suddenly the red mask flew towards the pile of ash and dived inside of it. Slowly but surely, Kakuzu seemed to be rising from the ashes untouched. Seconds later Kakuzu was standing like nothing had ever happened. The brat really is dangerous, Kakuzu thought as Naruto had already destroyed 3 of his 5 hearths. Even if my power is limited, I have a feeling that he's not serious either, Kakuzu thought, looking at Naruto who was staring at him impassively. The brat did really look like Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu, being very old, had obviously met up with Uchiha Madara back in the old days. Although Kakuzu never fought him, he knew very well that Madara was an enemy not to underestimate it and was said that only Senju Hashirama could match his power. And both of them were on a level that was so far out of reach of ordinary shinobi, that they were considered gods among humans. And now, Kakuzu had the man's grandson standing in front of him looking, staring at him impassively and without a flinch. There was no doubt about Naruto's heritage, his battle fan, his hairstyle, and the power behind those eyes was far too great to be discarded as nothing more than bull. You give a whole new meaning to rise from the ashes, Naruto said, and jumped to the side to avoid a wind blade sent from the light blue mask. 2 masks to go, Naruto said, smirking, and Kakuzu's eyes widened. So you figured it out, Kakuzu asked, and Naruto nodded. Yes. You seem to be linked deeply to each of the masks you carry. Judging from the number of critical hits I landed, you should be dead 3 times already, and yet you aren't. However, each time I killed you, in fact I destroyed one of your masks. Logic states that once they are all gone, you die, Naruto explained, and Kakuzu nodded. Impressive observation. It's very true, I steal the hearts of powerful shinobi I defeat in combat. By doing so, I can extend my natural lifespan. I'm more than 100 years old, and I once fought the Shudame Hokage, Kakuzu explained, and Naruto was shocked. Kakuzu was over 100 years old, that means he still fought in the clan wars before the village system was set up. Naruto guessed that Kakuzu had eventually joined Taki during his life, only to later defect. If Kakuzu had indeed fought against his great-grandfather, it means that fighting Kakuzu was a family business, so to speak. And now, Naruto was going to finish his gramps' work. This is it, Naruto said before slapping his hands together as if praying. Kakuzu sent the light blue mask to interrupt him, but Naruto easily dodged the attacks, still with his hands in the same position. Senpu, Naruto started, and green marks started appearing on his face. The marks formed a loop around his eyes going into his cheeks, and they had 2 concentric circles on his forehead. Naruto's Sharingan eyes seemed to start glowing even more than usual, his eyes felt like they were radiating power. Is he going to? Kakuzu was thinking but didn't manage to finish, as Naruto's next words made him forget everything. Mokuten Haijutsu, Naruto said as he did the snake hand seal, and the ground started shaking. Naruto looked towards Kakuzu, who was panicking and running through hand seals as well. Kaiten, Zukokyu, Cranium Carver, Kakuzu said, and fired a torrent of fire towards Naruto of had just finished his jutsu. Jukaikaten, Nativity of World Trees, Naruto shouted and flexed his arms forward, making trees burst from the ground. Hundreds upon hundreds of trees suddenly popped from the ground and started heading towards Kakuzu, destroying everything in their path. The torrent of fire clashed with his wood barrage but did nothing, as the trees easily dissipated the fire. The trees didn't stop or waver at their obstacles and easily reached Kakuzu, who had started evasive maneuvers. The light blue mask was firing wind blades and bombs trying to destroy the onslaught of Naruto's wood attack, but nothing seemed to work. If they destroyed 1 tree, 2 more would grow from the ground. Kakuzu jumped in the air to avoid the major attack and started maneuvering to avoid being caught, but it was only a matter of time. 1 tree came from behind and wrapped itself around his left ankle, flinging him into another set of trees. In the end, Kakuzu was trapped with trees wrapped around their legs and other ones wrapped around his arms. Kakuzu felt pain. This pain was coming from his chest. He looked down only to see a chunk of wood piercing his chest right through his heart. He gave short, shallow breath as he looked one final time into Naruto's eyes, who seemed to pulse and start spinning. Once the spinning stopped, Kakuzu looked down, and instead of a piece of wood it was nothing more than Naruto's sword. Kakuzu looked around, and everywhere the trees started to shimmer and simply fade away as if it was nothing more than a dream. He looked over to his other mask and saw it snared to the ground with Naruto's golden chains. The light blue mask had his mouth pointed into the air, so any jutsu it fired, it would miss. Kakuzu saw everything disappearing and was confused. What is this? Kakuzu asked to Naruto, who was behind him with his hands grasping his sword. You are over 100 years old and yet you forgot one simple detail, Naruto said, and made his around Kakuzu standing in front of him. Naruto locked eyes with him and simply said, never look into the eyes of an Uchiha. Kakuzu's eyes widened in realization. Everything that had happened since the time Naruto started to gather chakra in that strange hand seal was a genjutsu. Naruto had played with Kakuzu's experience in battling the Shudame to make him believe that Naruto possessed the Mokuton. Naruto had used that as a distraction to permanently end the battle. Amaterasu, Naruto said, and the light blue mask erupted in black flames and completely disintegrated it. Naruto turned to Kakuzu, who, by the looks of it, had just a few more seconds to live. This brat will be trouble in the future, Kakuzu thought just before Naruto removed his sword from his back and Kakuzu fell to the ground, face first, limp. With all of the 5 masks destroyed, Kakuzu had run out of hearts and was finally in the afterlife. Even though Naruto had won a long battle, he felt something strange with it. All of the Akatsuki members were supposed to be really powerful and yet this one fell for a simple genjutsu. His battle had been pretty straightforward. Naruto wasn't saying he wasn't powerful, but he felt that Akatsuki standards seemed to be higher. True to Naruto's thoughts, the body at Naruto's feet started to spasm. Naruto jumped away thinking it might be some end-of-the-line suicidal jutsu. Once the body stopped shaking, Naruto approached it cautiously. He would never know just what kind of tricks they may have under their belts, or cloaks for that matter. Naruto looked closely at the body and his appearance was completely different from Kakuzu. This someone standing dead in front of him was definitely not Kakuzu. This person was about Kakuzu's height but seemed like a regular Joe. He had brown hair and his eyes were completely white. He seems to be nothing more than a sacrifice like the others, Naruto thought as he realized something. If he's nothing more than a sacrifice, he was a diversion. Shit, Naruto realized as he focused on Hinata's Hirashin marker and vanished away in a yellow flash. # with Kenshin, Hinata and Shikamaru # Kenshin, Hinata, Sora and Shikamaru were inside the sealed iron walls. According to Chiraku, it was the safest place in all of the Fire Temple. Only someone who knew the correct hand seal sequence and had the right chakra signature could unlock the doors that led into this area of the temple. Do you think Naruto will be alright? Kenshin asked, slightly afraid for Naruto. He had started to grow fond of the fellow shinobi. Kenshin knew that Naruto was strong, but there were many shinobi around the world and there was bound to be someone more powerful. He will be alright, don't worry, Hinata replied, but that didn't seem to ease Kenshin's worries. What makes you so sure? Kenshin asked, surprised to see so much faith placed on Naruto. Because he never gives up and he never surrenders. It's his Nindo, his shinobi way, Hinata softly replied. If that doesn't put at ease, maybe this will, Hinata said and threw Kenshin a copy of the updated bingo book. Page 112, Hinata said, and Kenshin quickly flipped to it. Konoha no Raijin, S rank, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato. Kenshin had his eyes widened at what he found about Naruto. He was related to the most powerful shinobi to ever live and, if his rank was anything to measure by, he was indeed very powerful. Suddenly they heard the sealed door unlock and everyone took fighting stances in front of Kenshin. It might be an enemy or it might not be, but it was best to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. The door opened and Chiraku entered the room with a heavily injured Sasuke on his back, barely conscious. What happened? Kenshin asked. He had never seen a Shinobi in such bad shape, and he had already seen the 12 Shinobi Guardians in bad shape. He was defeated, but me and Naruto arrived in time to rescue him, Chiriku explained and gently placed Sasuke on the ground. Naruto mentioned you were a medic, Chiriku said towards Hinata. I'm training to be one, let's see what I can do, Hinata said and activated her Bakugan. Sasuke's injuries were extensive, I can patch him up, but he will need to rest a couple of days, Hinata said and started the mystical palm technique to reset the ribs in place and heal other wounds. Hinata walked towards Sasuke's legs and picked his ankle. With a sickening twist, she reset the ankle to its proper place and used the mystical palm once again. It's done. He will need to rest his body for a couple of days now, Hinata explained and Chiriku nodded. They all started a bit at ease when Hinata, Shikamaru, Chiriku and Sora felt a presence enter the room. They turned around to see someone standing in the middle of the room. He had a black cloak with red clouds, but the most interesting fact was that he was wearing an orange mask with a swirl pattern. Everyone took defensive stances in front of Kenshin as they didn't know what was this Shinobi's target. Hinata took a peek into his chakra levels and they massive, they were on par with Naruto's levels, and that was saying something. Be careful, his chakra levels are on par with lower level Baiju's, Hinata said, and everyone gulped at the new enemy. Looks like Kakuzu already completed his primary objective, Toby thought, looking at the injured form of Sasuke who was on the ground unconscious. Who are you and what do you want? Hinata asked, not for once looking away from this new enemy. Toby. I'm Toby, so you can call me Toby, Toby said in a childish voice, but Hinata could clearly see the chakra build up in his throat, meaning that this wasn't his real voice. You aren't fooling anyone with that voice, Hinata stated, and Toby's posture changed. You know. Toby started. Your eyes aren't half bad, Toby said, chuckling. What do you want? Hinata stressed out, ignoring his eyes comment. You can say that I'm just looking for a piece of the puzzle, Toby cryptically said. Meaning? Hinata continued, but Toby stayed silent. Hand over the pseudo Jinchuriki and I'll take my leave, Toby said, pointing towards Sora. I see, Hinata started. You can't come for Naruto-kun as he's too powerful for you, so you come after the weaker version, Hinata deduced, and Toby chuckled. Don't kid yourself, girl. Your boyfriend may be strong, but he's no match against someone like me. And by weaker version, he's just a backup, Toby said, laughing. What makes you so sure? Hinata asked, still with her Bakugan blazing. Toby activated his Sharingan for Hinata to see, who had her eyes widened. He's an Uchiha, Hinata said, and everyone gasped. There was only supposed to be 3 Uchihas alive, and those were Naruto, Sasuke and Itachi. Who are you? Hinata asked suspiciously. Madara, Uchiha Madara, Toby said with his Sharingan spinning. Everyone was shocked to see that the legendary Uchiha warrior was still alive, well, everyone but Hinata. Bullshit, Hinata said, and Toby looked carefully at her. Naruto told me that his grandfather was dead, so you are not him, Hinata explained. What makes you so sure? Toby asked, flooding the room with ki. Kenshin was on the floor while the rest of the Shinobi were breathing heavily, with only Hinata and Chiriku being able to match it. No matter, I'm taking what I want, Toby said, and dashed towards Sora to capture it. Shikamaru-san, Sora-kun, take care of yourselves and protect Kenshin-sama. We will take care of him, Chiriku said, and both he and Hinata took defensive stances against the incoming Akatsuki nin. Hinata was in her standard Juoken stance and Chiriku had his right hand lowered with the palm pointing to the ground while his left one was in front of his chest. Reigo, Senjutsu, welcoming approach, 1,000 armed murder, Chiriku said, and his forehead seemed to constrict. Suddenly, semi-transparent arms seemed to form midair and start going towards Toby. Hinata, using her Bakugan, saw Toby mold chakra in a way that she remembered it from somewhere. As the arms were about to connect with Toby, they simply phased through them. Hinata's eyes widened in realization of the technique Toby was using. She took a closer look at Toby's eyes, and they weren't the standard Sharingan but a complete different form. Toby's eyes had shifted into a Mangekyo Sharingan and he seemed to using Naruto's Kamui technique. Toby's Mangekyo was blood red with what seemed to be two triple wheeled patterns overlapping each other. How is he doing this? Chihiraku asked, shocked that his attacks were ineffective. He had never seen such technique. His technique was passing right through the enemy without any obstruction. Toby was nothing more than a ghost at this point. It's a special technique he uses with his Mangekyo Sharingan called Kamui. He's able to dematerialize his body and thus allow any attacks to simply pass through him as if he was a ghost or an illusion. Hinata explained and Toby nodded. That was the simplest description he could came up with. How do you know that? Chihiraku asked, not losing focus as he kept his punching barrage. Because Naruto-kun can use it as well, Hinata said and went on to thinking mode. Is he really Madara? He can use the same technique as Naruto-kun, Hinata thought, wondering if Naruto was mistaken regarding his grandfather. So what do we do? Chihiraku asked. There is nothing we can do. He cannot remain intangible indefinitely as there is a time limit at which he can maintain the technique active. However, neither of us are fast enough to capitalize at the moment in which he materializes, Hinata explained, frowning. Naruto had explained her how his technique worked and there weren't many flaws. Kamui was almost a perfect technique and a very powerful one at that. So what can we do? Chihiraku asked as he dropped his attack. The concentration necessary to maintain the attack was too great and he could only do it for a couple of minutes at maximum stall until Naruto-kun arrives, Hinata simply said and turned to Shikamaru. Use your shadow to help us, Hinata said and Shikamaru nodded, crouching on the ground. Shikamaru started to expand his shadow to try and capture Toby. Of course Toby wouldn't be caught in such weak technique, but it provided Hinata and Chihiraku a much needed help in distracting the enemy. Toby arrived near Hinata and Chihiraku and they all engaged in Taijutsu. Hinata kept a very close eye in Toby's chakra network so she could try and hit him when he became tangible. Hinata backflipped away and looked towards the Taijutsu battle between Chihiraku and Toby. Chihiraku dashed forward and tried to punch in the chest only to slip by him and stumble forward. Now Hinata thought as Toby was about to punch Chihiraku in his back. Haku Shao, air palm, Hinata said and sent a wave of compressed air filled with chakra towards Toby. The wave arrived near him and passed right through him and nearly hitting Chihiraku, who was on the other side. This is going to be hard, Hinata thought as she rushed Toby to give time for Chihiraku to recover. Hinata went for a Juoken strike to his chest and phased through him. Toby turned around only to see Hinata start to spin. Kaiten, Hinata said and was enveloped in a blue dome of chakra. Toby noticed it and used his Kamui to avoid the Kaiten and jumped back. As Toby was about to land, he noticed Shikamaru's shadow was closing in at a very fast pace. Toby simply warped away completely and reappeared on the other side of the room. Hinata and Chihiraku recovered and dashed once again towards Toby, who remained in place seeing them coming. Toby took advantage that they were on the other side of the room and quickly warped away and reappeared next to Shikamaru. Shikamaru disabled his shadow technique and engaged him in Taijutsu. Even he knew that this was a lost battle. Toby phased through a sloppy punch and, once behind Shikamaru, he delivered a quick chop to his neck and kicked him in the back, sending him flying into a nearby wall unconscious. Toby was going to approach Sora when Hinata and Chiriku managed to arrive near them and engage him in taijutsu. Toby used his Kamui and easily outmaneuvered all of them and sent them into the ground with well-located kicks and punches. Kamui was such a useful technique that all he needed was that and taijutsu, and we was able to deal with even the most difficult adversary. Mokyuten, Sashiki no Jutsu, cutting technique, Toby said, and from the solid concrete floor sprouted several pieces of wood in the shape of spears. Toby grabbed all of them and sent them towards Hinata and Chiriku, who were getting up. Chiriku got grazed by one spear in his shoulder before Hinata could set up a kaiten. Since Hinata and Chiriku were busy blocking the wooden projectiles, Toby calmly walked towards Sora and Kenshin, who were scared. To Sora, this enemy shinobi was decimating his sensei, who was the most powerful monk in the whole fire temple. To Kenshin, he was scared because he never saw such a powerful shinobi who could take on 4 enemies at once and defeat them like nothing. But then again, if he really was Uchiha Madara, then there was nothing they could do. Let's just do this here, Toby thought as he arrived near Sora and Kenshin. Look at me, Toby said, grabbing Sora by his clothes and forcing him to make eye contact. Sora's pupil dilated and he gave a shallow breath before his head fell down. Once Sora raised his head, his eyes were no blood red with vertical black slits. His right hand became beastly in appearance as it was completely red with large claws. Toby dropped Sora to the ground and looked towards Kenshin, who was on the verge of heart attack. Toby noticed something off with his hands. He raised Kenshin by his collar and looked at his hands to notice that, in his palms, there were 2 diamonds marks overlapping each other. The Mitan bloodline, excellent. This will speed things up, Toby thought before he focused on Kenshin. Toby's eyes glowed momentarily before he looked directly into Kenshin's eyes. After a couple of seconds, Kenshin's eyes widened and his face became one of emotionless with nothing but a blank look and dead eyes. You know what to do, Toby said, and Kenshin simply walked towards Sora like a zombie. Toby turned towards Hinata and Chiriku, who were running towards him at full speed, trying to stop whatever Toby was forcing Kenshin to do. Mokyuten, underground roots, Toby said, and wooden roots bursted from the ground, pinning Sora. Sora was unleashing more and more Kyuubi's chakra, but the wood technique seemed to be able to keep Sora in place. Toby threw a scroll at Kenshin, who caught it and kneeled next to Sora. Kenshin placed his right hand on Sora and his left hand on the scroll. Mitan, Kyuketsuko, dark release, inhaling more, Kenshin said, and started absorbing the Kyuubi's chakra from Sora and funneling it into a scroll. What did you do to them? Hinata asked, panting and sweating. They were trying their best, but nothing seemed to work. And now, with Shikamaru unconscious, there wasn't nothing they could do but to see what Toby had planned. Nothing you need to be concerned about, Toby said, walking towards them, who were trapped with wooden roots. Hinata had tried to release wind blades from her chakra points, but the wood was too strong for such small attack. With one large roar, Sora unleashed the rest of the Kyuubi's chakra and was left on the ground unconscious and with his skin blood red. Unleashing all of the chakra he had inside of him burned most of his outer skin. Kenshin finalized the technique and fell to the ground also unconscious. Toby approached them and picked the scroll and warping it into his dimension. And finally, to deal with the witnesses, Toby said, and turned to Hinata and Chiriku, who knew what was coming. Toby took out a kunai and walked towards them. Toby was about to kill them both when he was almost blinded by a bright yellow flash. Naruto appeared in a yellow flash with a Raikiri already sparkling in his hand. Naruto tried to stab Tobi only to slip through him. This is my Kamui technique. Naruto thought with his eyes widened. Naruto had completely slipped by him when Tobi turned around to stab Naruto in the back only to also slip through Naruto. They both jumped away from each other staring at one another. Naruto quickly took multiple shurikens and, infusing them with Raten Chakra, threw them into the wooden roots, freeing Hinata and Chiraku, who took their side. Sharingan and Mokyuten, Naruto said with his eyes widened. Who are you? Naruto asked with his mangekyou blazing. What is it with people asking masked men who they are? Tobi rhetorically asked, sighing. He says he's Uchiha Madara, Hinata said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. Naruto placed his hands in the ram seal, making Tobi wonder what he was doing. Naruto focused on Tobi and started sensing chakra. You're not Gramps, Naruto said, chuckling, but Kurama had a much different expression when his host sensed Tobi's chakra. What makes you say that? Tobi asked, surprised by yet again someone stating that he isn't Uchiha Madara. Your chakra is nowhere like mine, Naruto simply said. You are half Senju, Tobi replied. True, Naruto agreed, however look at me. I have blonde hair and blue eyes, which means my father's genes are dominant. Which would mean that my chakra is similar to that of my father and grandfather for that matter, Naruto explained, and Tobi scoffed to himself. This whole persona of him being Uchiha Madara was going down the drain. So Naruto started, who exactly are you? Naruto asked. I sense Senju chakra in you, but you are clearly an Uchiha, Naruto stated, observing him carefully. Naruto, Kurama called out, and Naruto focused on his partner. He's the one. He was the one who removed me from your mother and controlled me into attacking Konoha, Kurama explained, and Naruto's chakra spiked. The man in front of him was the reason why he had a crappy life and why his parents were dead. Killing intent flooded the whole room. Even though the Ki wasn't directed towards Hinata and Chiraku, they were both gasping for air. That's some power you have there, Tobi said as a bead of sweat rolled down his face, not that Naruto could see it. You were the one responsible for my parents' death, Naruto yelled, powering his Ki with the Kyuubi's chakra. I'm going to kill you, Naruto shouted and powered his Chidori Nagashi and dashed towards Tobi with swirling chakra in his right hand. Naruto appeared next to Tobi and immediately flashed behind his back and tried slamming a Rasengan through Tobi, only to phase trough him and use it on the ground, making a large crater. He's fast, Tobi thought, and nearly got me. I've got stop underestimating the brat. Tobi instantly pulled two kunais and threw them as hard as he could towards the unconscious forms of Kenshin and Sora. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw it. The kunais were moving at high speeds and would most likely kill them both. Naruto wouldn't be able to get there in time, and neither Hinata or Chiraku were fast enough. I have to do something, Naruto thought, and considered using his long-range Kamui, but the kunais were going too fast and he wouldn't be able to teleport them, and they were just out of reach of his Hirashin markers. Naruto's eyes glowed and his chakra spiked. The strangest thing happened, time seemed to freeze. Naruto looked around and everything had stopped. Tobi still had his arms in the throwing motion and his kunais were still midair but frozen in the same place, as if there was no gravity. He looked towards Hinata and Chiraku, who had running motions and concerned expressions on their faces. Kuronoju, time god, Naruto subconsciously said, and his eyes pulsed just before they started spinning in counterclockwise. Naruto was watching as everything was playing itself backwards in slow motion. The kunais were flying backwards into Tobi's hands, Hinata and Chiraku were running backwards, and even Naruto himself felt being pulled back, even against his own actions. After everything rolled back, Naruto was on top of Tobi's body with his Rasengan in his hand about to slam it into Tobi again. Naruto's eyes pulsed once again and everything resumed. Naruto phased right through Tobi and smashed his Rasengan into the ground. Naruto didn't know what happened, but he wasn't going to take any chances and immediately threw Hirashin kunais at the exact same time as Tobi did, intercepting them. How did he know I was going to do that? Tobi wondered in thought. Tobi jumped back to gain some distance and started observing Naruto, who had shock splashed across his face. Kurama, what the hell happened? Naruto asked his partner, who was speechless. I think you rolled back time, Kurama replied, and Naruto's jaw dropped. Just what kind of power his eyes had. Although, it did made sense as Naruto was able to see what would happen and then it happened exactly as it was supposed to happen, so Naruto either rolled back time or he took a peek into the future. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Hinata asked, snapping Naruto out of his thoughts. I think I might have unlocked another Mangekyou ability, Naruto said, still in disbelief of what he had done. He had done something that was unheard of. Naruto didn't travel back in time, no, he forced time to roll itself back. Really? Hinata asked, surprised, and Naruto slowly nodded. What does it do? Hinata asked. I'll tell you later. Now we have a worm to deal with, Naruto said, locking eyes with Tobi. Amaterasu is useless, as is the Tsukuyomi, and this new power I don't how to control it, Naruto thought. I'm at an disadvantage and I already have what I wanted, Tobi thought to himself and turned to Naruto. Until we meet again, Tobi said, and warped away, leaving no trace of him. He's gone, Naruto said, and sat down thinking about everything that happened. How is everyone? Naruto asked. Shikamaru, Kenshin and Sora are unconscious. Me and Chihiro are just tired with a couple of bruises. About Sasuke, I did reset his bones to their proper locations, but he still needs to rest, Hinata explained, and Naruto nodded. Good, Naruto said, happy that everyone was alive. Let's clean this mess up, Naruto said, but Hinata interrupted him. You should know that Sora no longer has the Kyuubi's chakra in him, Hinata said, and Naruto was surprised. What happened? Naruto asked, and Hinata informed him of what happened. How this Tobi character had controlled Kenshin into removing the Kyuubi's chakra from Sora and sealing it into a scroll that Tobi took. I guess in the end everything worked out for the best, Naruto said, and everyone went to collect their friend to take them to the infirmary to heal up. 2 days later. In the last 2 days everyone had recovered from their injuries, including Sasuke, who, somehow, seemed to brood even more and throw himself into training even harder than usual. Chihiro and the rest of the monks had finished the cleanup and had already reconstructed the destroyed gates. During these 2 days the Fire Daimyo and his protection had arrived, and he was shocked to know of what had happened. He thanked Naruto and his team for helping defend the Fire Temple and keeping his grandson safe. The Fire Daimyo had even asked Naruto if he would like to join the 12 Shinobi Guardians. Naruto had politely refused, saying that he had a group of criminals after the Kyuubi and that it would place the Fire Daimyo in even more danger than he already was. Everyone from Naruto's team was gathered up at the gate ready to leave. Give my regards to Asuma, Chihiro said, and Shikamaru nodded. Next time we meet I want to spar with you, Kenshin said towards Naruto, who chuckled and nodded in acceptance. You are a new man, Sora, Naruto said towards the overjoyed Sora, who was happy that this malefic chakra was gone. I know, Sora replied and shook Naruto's hand. See you all, Naruto said, and they all left the Fire Temple heading back to Konoha. Naruto looked to Sasuke, who was scowling at something. You are all right, Sasuke? Naruto asked. Mind your own business, Senju Sasuke replied, and Naruto flinched at his tone but left him alone. How can I be so weak? He destroyed me in minutes and Naruto was able to defeat him, Sasuke thought, seething. He had to gain power and fast. I don't feel like walking, Naruto said, and without warning anyone he pulled them all into a hug and he rashined back to Konoha. Hokage's office. Tsunade was having a normal day. She had a pen in one hand, a bottle of sake on the other and a stack of papers in front. Just another normal day for the busty Hokage. Tsunade was signing a piece of paper when she saw a bright yellow flash. She placed that paper back on the desk and saw Naruto standing there smiling at her while the rest of the team was on the ground seeing stars. Mission accomplished, Baa-chan, Naruto said, and Tsunade motioned for him to report. She was shocked to find what had happened in the fire temple. Akatsuki is getting bolder to unleash a direct attack at the fire temple, Tsunade mused out loud, and even worse that Tobi followed, Tsunade said. According to the Kyuubi, Tobi was the one responsible for the attack 14 years ago. I will look into this when Jiraiya is back in town, Tsunade said and turned to his team. Good job. You are dismissed, Tsunade said, and everyone left the office and headed into their homes. Want to eat something? Hinata said, grabbing Naruto by his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. Why not? Naruto said, shrugging. Ishiraku's ramen, here we go, Naruto yelled, and Hinata giggled. Tsunagakyo no Sato was bursting with activity. Their pain of losing so many shinobi to the Leaf Village had dulled a little bit, but that wasn't why they were all cheering and celebrating. Today marked the day that the Godame Kazekage would take his position as the leader of Suna and hopefully make better decisions than the last one. Every single person was gathered around the Kazekage Tower in the middle of Suna. The Kazekage Tower was the biggest building in all of Suna and was the workplace of the Kazekage, his assistant and all the other personnel. On top of the tower a lone figure was seen approaching. He had long white robes with a green hat. On the hat was the kanji for Godame Kazekage. The Kazekage removed his hat to show a man with two very distinctive red marks on the right side of his face, the only visible part of his head, with the rest being covered by his turban-like headgear and by a sheet hanging from it on the left side of his face. The man was Baki, the former sensei of Gaara, Tumrai and Kankuro, and now the new Kazekage of the Sand Village. Baki raised his hands high into the air and signaled the population to calm down so he could begin his speech. People of Tsunagakyo, I come to talk to you with a heavy heart. I know it's still fresh, the wounds and pain of those who lost loved ones on a foolish attempt orchestrated by my predecessor. Baki started and most of the people lowered their heads. But Baki yelled, let's us not dwell in the past and let's look into a brighter future. As of now we are allied to Iwagakure since their Sushikage has agreed. We shall repay the leaf in kind, Baki said under dark tone, but for now we shall focus on rebuilding and bringing our village back to its peak. I promise that from now on, I'll lead this village to the best of my capabilities as the Godame Kazekage, Baki yelled, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Godaime! Godaime! The crowd cheered for the newly appointed leader. Konoha Naruto and Hinata were walking home after Naruto had gobbled up almost 10 bowls of ramen. To this day Hinata still wondered where the hell all of that went. It wasn't physically possible for someone to eat so much. It is known that the stomach stretches to accommodate the food, but 10 bowls is ridiculous. Being Naruto an expert in space-time techniques, Hinata wondered if his stomach had some seal that would store and release his ramen at a constant rate. All kidding aside, it's well known that shinobi have a much faster metabolism than ordinary people. This is due to their work and their active chakra networks. To a normal human digestion takes about 3 hours while, to Shinobi, it takes a mere hour. Naruto was a Jinchuriki which causes his metabolism to go into hyperdrive. That was the reason Naruto could eat so much. By the time he reached his third/fourth bowl, the first one he ate would already been digested and so on. That hit the spot, Naruto said, rubbing his belly with Hinata giggling and clinging to his right arm. Don't you get tired of ramen? Hinata asked, shaking her head. You eat almost 30 bowls a week, how could you? Naruto asked in a mock hurt. Ramen is the food of the gods, Naruto said with anime tears. I know, Hinata replied, still laughing. Are you making fun of me? Naruto asked in a teasing voice. What if I am? Hinata replied, deciding to play along. Then I have to punish you, Naruto said, and swooped Hinata off her feet and placed her on his shoulder, holding her by her legs. Naruto secured her and proceeded to dash mad speed to their home. Yoslow, down, Hinata yelled, but Naruto didn't hear and proceeded and deactivate his gravity seals for an extra speed boost. You're home, Naruto said gently, placing Hinata on the ground, who was still seeing stars from Naruto's bumpy ride. Senju compound. Naruto and Hinata walked inside the compound and into the living room to find the Sand siblings there. Gaara was reading, much surprised there. Tumrai was cleaning up her fan and Kankuro was doing something to his puppets. By the looks of it, Kankuro was either testing or assembling some new puppet, since Naruto only had seen his Karasu. And the last time he saw his puppet he kinda drove a Rasengan through it. Yo, Naruto said, walking into the room and making everyone turn to him, greeting him. Man, I'm spent. All that I want now is a warm bath and a bed, Naruto said, plopping into a nearby couch. Welcome, Naruto, Gaara said, looking up from his book and proceeding to flip a page. By the way, Kankuro started, I heard you made it to the bingo book. Congrats, Kankuro said, and Tumrai scolded him, saying that having a bullseye on the back of his head isn't exactly good news. Congratulations, Hinata-chan. You also made it to the bingo book. Tumrai happily congratulated Hinata and got confused looks from Kankuro and Naruto. Is she bipolar? Naruto whispered to Kankuro, who shrugged his shoulders. How should I know? Kankuro replied, and Naruto got deadpanned. She's your sister Morin, Naruto simply replied. I avoid my sister because she tends to be a bit aggressive with that fan, Kankuro replied, shivering. Between his sister's fan and his brother's sand, he really didn't know what to pick. Let's show them that Kunoichi are as good as man, Tumrai stated, swinging her fan and creating a small gust of wind. By the way, Naruto started, how is training with Anko? Naruto asked, and everyone froze at his question. I don't like it. Mother is afraid of her, Gaara said, shaking, while Kankuro wasn't faring much better either. I like it, Tumrai in a happy voice, too happy if you ask me. It's awesome. A couple days ago she even let us interrogate a prisoner and use all of her tools, Tumrai said with stars in her eyes. She's so cool, I want to be just like her, Tumrai said, and both Naruto and Hinata slowly nodded, knowing that if that happened, it wouldn't be safe to live in the Senju compound anymore. Maybe she will let me sign the snake contract, Tumrai suddenly said, and all the males paled at the thought of Tumrai summoning snakes to discipline everyone. Poor Shika, Naruto whispered to Kankuro, who chuckled. Hey Gaara, how is the new seal holding up? Naruto asked. He had yet to ask Gaara about his new seal since he was out for nearly 2 days when he applied it. It's very good, Gaara said, I can sleep peacefully, which I really like, besides that Shukaku is being friendlier. Shukaku? Naruto asked, and Gaara nodded, friendlier. Naruto confirmed and Gaara nodded again, never looking up from his book. Are you high? Naruto asked and Gaara got confused. No. I'm at the same altitude as you, Gaara replied, and Naruto's sweat dropped. Forget it, explain me the whole Shukaku. Being friendlier, Naruto asked. Well, according to him, all of the seals used to seal him up were defective. He was in such poor conditions that were driving him mad, Gaara explained. He said, do you know what it's like to be stuck in cage and being unable to sleep? Gaara said, and Naruto pondered. I didn't really study much of your seal, only that it wasn't meant for holding Baijuas, Naruto stated, and Gaara nodded. Yes, Shukaku said that I wasn't able to sleep because he wasn't either. And he couldn't sleep because of the seal was poorly constructed, and that was making him insane. It was like having an itch and never being able to scratch it, Gaara explained. Good, Naruto replied. One less lunatic to deal with, Naruto thought. Suddenly the door opened of the living room opened, and Tsunade, Shitsune, and Jiraiya walked in. Hey Ba-chan, Ero Sennin, Shitsune-chan, Naruto said, greeting his grandmother, his sister figure, and his godfather, who got a tick mark on his forehead. Don't call me that, Jiraiya yelled, crying Anime Tez. But you are a pervert and always peeking around the hot springs, Naruto simply stated. Actually, I haven't peeked in almost a week, Jiraiya proudly said, and Naruto's eyes widened. Blasphemy, Naruto yelled, throwing holy water to Jiraiya. What brought this on? Naruto asked. I'll tell you later, Jiraiya said, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Oh, and Naruto, Jiraiya bringing his attention back to him. Me and Tsunade, I need to talk to all of you later, Jiraiya explained, and they all nodded. They all went to the kitchen to have dinner minus Naruto, who decided to take a shower while they all ate. In fact, both Naruto and Hinata had already eaten back at Ishiraku's and weren't hungry, so they just waited for them to finish so they could have the conversation that Jiraiya had mentioned. An hour later, everyone had already eaten and they were all seated in the living room. They didn't know what Jiraiya wanted with them, but the serious look on his face told everyone that this wasn't some chit-chat. They were even more convinced when Naruto placed a sound and visual seal around the room. So what do you want to talk to us about? Naruto asked, while everyone was wondering pretty much the same thing. Akatsuki and this fellow, Toby, Jiraiya said, and Naruto instantly knew this had something to do with his latest mission. Wait, Naruto called out, if it's about Toby we should include Kurama in this, Naruto said, and everyone raised an eyebrow. Kurama? Tsunade asked, confused. Kurama is the Kyuubi's real name. He trusted me with his name and I'm doing the same with you, Naruto said, and they all nodded. Naruto proceeded to make a shadow clone and having Kurama switch with him. I'm here. You can start, pervert, Kurama said, and Naruto bit back a laugh. Naruto, Hinata, Jiraiya said, focusing on both of them. I need to know everything about him from your mouths. I know what Tsunade told me, but explain everything, even if it might seem irrelevant, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts before beginning. For starters, he said that he's Uchiha Madara, my grandfather, but that is false. Naruto started. When he said that, I took a reading at his chakra and it had nothing to do with mine. Of course it had similarities as we are both Uchihas, but he was too different from mine, Naruto said. But you also a Senju, don't forget that, Gaara commented. I'll tell you what I told him. If you saw me with short hair and without whiskers, I could pass for my father, right? Naruto asked, and they all nodded. That means that my father's genes are dominant, meaning that my chakra signature is more related to that of my father and, of course, grandfather than to that of my mother, Naruto explained, and they all nodded. And he also has the Mokuton, Naruto said, still no believing in what he saw. With that Mokuton stunt he pulled back with Kakuzu, he would believe that Toby was using Genjutsu as well. I wonder about that, Tsunade said, rubbing her chin. So far no one had ever awakened the Mokutan bloodline since my father and all Senju clan members were accounted for. Unless some member had a one-night stand with someone we didn't know about, Tsunade said, trying to explain just who the hell Toby was. Another thing I noticed about him, Naruto said and looked straight at Tsunade, besides him having the Mokutan, is that he had Senju chakra, but it felt irregular, Naruto said. What do you mean by irregular? Tsunade asked. I don't know how to explain it properly. It's like that Senju chakra was different from his Uchiha one, they were vibrating at different frequencies, so to speak. Another way to put it is, it's as if he had both Senju chakra and Uchiha chakra but separately in his body, and yet one single chakra signature, Naruto explained, or tried for that matter. When he sensed his chakra he wasn't looking for anything in particular other than confirming if he was Madara or not. I see, Tsunade said, digesting the information. What can you tell us about his chakra? Tsunade asked, turning to Hinata. Unfortunately I can't tell you anything else. My Bakugan doesn't differentiate chakra signatures, so all chakra looks the same to us with the exception of Baijua chakra, of course, Hinata explained, and Tsunade sighed. Ba-chan, Naruto said, making her focus on her. Do you think it's possible he somehow injected Senju DNA into his body? Naruto asked, and Tsunade unfortunately nodded. It's possible but very risky, Tsunade said before she walked out of the living room and activated her space bridge to go to her office and picked up a file. This is a file on one of our Anbu operatives, Tenzu, Tsunade said, passing the file by everyone in the room. When he was young, Tenzu was kidnapped by Orochimaru and experimented on, Tsunade said, sighing at the shocked faces of Naruto and Hinata. He was one of 60 children that Orochimaru tried to inject Senju DNA to give them the Mokutan bloodline. Of all the 60 children, he was the only one who survived. But, even though he survived, he became capable of using the wood release, however a much weaker version than that of my father, Tsunade explained. So, it's possible that this Toby has injected Gramps' DNA to increase his body prowess and to use his Mokutan bloodline. Naruto asked, and Tsunade nodded. Then Jinchuriki have a major problem in their hands, Naruto said. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked. Two things, he has both a Sharingan and the Mokutan bloodline. He will be able to subjugate every Baijua out there, Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened as they didn't think of that. Hashirama on his prime was able to subject all of the 9 Baijua, simultaneously if need be. And this Toby also had the Sharingan, increasing his potential. And then there is his Mangekyou, Naruto said. You said that it had the same ability as yours, right? Tsunade asked, and Naruto nodded. Not only he has the Kamui, but we don't even know what other powers it may have, Naruto started. I get the feeling that the Sharingan's potential is limitless, Naruto said, and everyone raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that? Jiraiya asked. I unlocked another power during our mission, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya motioned him to continue. You aren't going to believe it, but this new power allows me to turn back time a couple of seconds with only the user being aware of what occurred, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya's jaw dropped. See, can you run that by me again? Tsunade asked, wondering if the sake she drank was a bit too much. I can turn back time, Naruto said. No, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. It's not possible, Jiraiya said. Nothing is impossible in the Shinobi world, and I can prove it, Naruto said, and wondered just how the hell he was going to do that. I want you to think of a word and memorize it, Naruto said to Jiraiya, who agreed and chose his word. Now you're going to tell it to me, and I'm going to turn back time to the point where you didn't tell it to me yet, Naruto explained, and everyone nodded. Jiraiya said his word to Naruto and he activated his Mangekyou and focused. He still couldn't control this new technique very well. He still couldn't control the amount of time he turned back, as it was a random amount of seconds. Sometimes it was 5 seconds, other time it was 7, and the most he managed was 12 seconds. Kuronoju, time god, Naruto said. His Mangekyou pulsed before starting to spin counterclockwise. Stop! Naruto yelled to Jiraiya, who was about to speak the word. I already know the word, and turned back time. The word you chose was boobs, Naruto said, and Tsunade got a tick mark, getting ready to bury Jiraiya into the ground. Is that enough proof? Naruto asked, but they were still a little dubious about it. I mean, turning back time. WTF, I can vouch for him, since I'm inside of him. I witnessed the whole thing, Kurama said, and eventually everyone caved. So what are we going to do about this Toby person? Naruto asked, looking at everyone. He was the reason Kurama attacked the leaf. He's the reason my parents are dead, Naruto explained, unintentionally giving off Ki. You aren't going for revenge, I hope? Jiraiya asked. He knew of many shinobi who had embraced revenge, and it didn't end up well for anyone. I won't give in to revenge, Naruto said, and everyone sighed in relief. But Naruto continued, and everyone tensed. When we meet in combat, and we eventually will, I'm going to kill him, Naruto said with his Sharingan spinning. And I'll be there. Jiraiya said. The bastard is going to pay for killing my student, Jiraiya said. And my daughter, Tsunade said, and everyone nodded. It seemed that everyone wanted a piece of Toby. Now it brings us to the main point of this conversation, and the reason why I wanted Gaara and his siblings in here as well. Jiraiya started. I heard from my spies that the Akatsuki is going on a down low for 3 years before they start hunting for the Jinchuriki, Jiraiya explained. That's why I want to take Naruto and Gaara on a 3-year training trip, Jiraiya said, and everyone was shocked. You want to take Naruto away for 3 years? Hinata asked in a sad voice. Cheer up, I'm Naruto said, hugging her. You forget I have 2 space-time techniques at my disposal. I'll come see you every day, Naruto said, and Hinata instantly perked up, kissing him. I know you are strong enough to hold your own against them, but when 3 years are up, I want you to be able to take the whole organization on and come out the winner, Jiraiya said, poofing his chest, and Naruto just stared at him. Sure, Naruto was strong, but taking on 10s rank shinobi at the same time. Jiraiya was crazy. 10s rank shinobi are enough to take down whole countries and armies. You are kidding, right? Naruto asked, but Jiraiya shook his head. Think it this way, Jiraiya started. You are an S-rank shinobi at 14 years old. What rank do you think you will be when you reach your prime in a couple of years? Jiraiya rhetorically asked, and Kankuro paled. Naruto had taken his sensei, him, his sister and his brother on and came out the winner, and he wasn't on his prime. I suppose, Naruto said. So what will we be doing during the trip? Naruto asked, wanting to know the details. We will be ironing out any flaws in your taijutsu, merge your Rasengan with elemental affinity, get some field experience, let your body mature to unleash its full power. You will have enough time to complete any technique you are developing, and you can train your eyes further, Jiraiya explained. Naruto nodded. It seemed like a solid plan. For you, Gaara, I can teach you a proper taijutsu style along with elemental affinities and how to properly control Shukaku. The sand, I'll leave it to you since it's your bloodline, Jiraiya explained, and Gaara nodded in appreciation. If you will train for 3 years, then so will I, Hinata said. Yosh, Tsunade yelled, when I'm finished with you, you will be giving a run for their money to anyone in the village, Zwandi said, laughing evilly, making Hinata pale. Medical training was supposed to be indoors and calm, right? I'm definitely asking Anko for the summoning contract, Tamrai said, and even Jiraiya paled. He didn't want another pretty thing like Tamrai to turn into a Anko. She was one crazy bitch. May Kami have mercy on her husband's soul, Jiraiya thought. Somewhere in the Nara compound a certain pineapple-haired teen sneezed. Troublesome, he said before yawning and going back to sleep. This is all I wanted to say to you, Jiraiya said, and everyone left to their rooms. Hash hash, middle of night, Senju compound, Naruto and Hinata's room. Hash hash, it was around midnight in the Senju compound and everything was quiet since everyone was sleeping. A scream echoed through the whole compound, making Naruto jump from his bed. He looked around with his Sharingan spinning, checking his surroundings for any enemy. Harder, Naruto heard and thought what exactly was the meaning of that. Faster, he heard and blushed. He now had a pretty good idea of what was going on and who was having fun. Naruto turned around to go to bed when he saw Hinata with her Bakugan active and a small bit of blood on her nose. Naruto waved her hand in front of Hinata but nothing happened. Is she a pervert? Naruto thought, amused. She had burned every icha she could find, but maybe she was just a closet perv. A fine choice in mate, Kurama said before going back to sleep. Mutsunade yelled once again. This is going to be a long night, Naruto muttered before he pulled the passed out Hinata to the bed and tried to sleep. Hash hash, Shitsune's room. Hash hash, Shitsune woke up rather harshly, much like Naruto. She jumped off the bed, focusing her eyes on any potential enemies and with Senbon in both hands. When she heard the exact nature of the screams, she proceeded to blush and pull a couple of earplugs so she could sleep peacefully. Hash hash, Gaara's room. Hash hash, Gaara was laying perfectly still in bed. It was kinda disturbing the position in which he was sleeping. Gaara was laying on his back with his hands folded over his chest, perfectly still. Who dares disturb my sleep? Gaara asked as he opened both his eyes simultaneously but remained in the same position. He heard the noises and simply made a cocoon of sand around him and went back to sleep. Hash hash, Kankuro's room. Hash hash, Kankuro woke up with the screams and immediately proceeded to break up in a fit of giggles, flying into a nearby wall and passing out with a massive nosebleed. He was one of the few who wasn't going to have any trouble sleeping tonight. Hash hash, Tamrai's room. Hash hash, Tamrai heard the screams but she didn't wake up. Snakes, Tamrai muttered in her sleep, shifting her position when she heard the scream and proceeded to sleep it off. Hash hash, next morning, kitchen. Hash hash, Shitsune, Gaara, Tamrai, Kankuro, Hinata and Naruto were all gathered in the kitchen. Everyone seemed mostly fine with the exception that Hinata was now supporting a pretty decent blush and Naruto had eyes of someone who didn't sleep. They heard a noise and turned around to see Tsunade and Jiraiya approaching. Tsunade was smiling and had the traditional afterglow of having sex. And if you consider the fact that she didn't have any in almost 20 years, I would be surprised that Jiraiya could even walk at this point. Now we see Jiraiya with the biggest shit-eating grin Naruto had ever seen. Now I understand why he didn't peek in over a week, Naruto thought, looking at Jiraiya who was sitting down at the table. Naruto walked towards him, placing a blank paper in front of him and started drawing kanji. You know what that is? Naruto asked. It's a silent seal, Jiraiya replied, confused, and Naruto smiled. Then learn how to use it, Naruto snapped loud enough for everyone to understand what he meant. Maybe his lack of sleep had affected him a bit. Tsunade was blushing and looking away while drinking her coffee. Kankuro had already passed out again. Tamrai was oblivious while Gaara was emotionless. Jiraiya started but Naruto interrupted him. I just want some peace of mind, especially at night, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded weakly. Good, Naruto replied. Now let's talk terms, Naruto said, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. If you hurt her, I will place on my Tsukuyomi and force you to read the Ichi Guy's Flames of Youth limited edition, Naruto said, and Jiraiya paled and quickly nodded. Later that day Sasuke was sitting high up in a tree in the middle of Konoha. He was contemplating on his choices, and all the training he had done went down the drain. He didn't understand why he wasn't strong enough. He trained every day to the brink of exhaustion, and yet he was utterly defeated and humiliated by his enemy Kakuzu. And above all, Naruto was able to defeat him. Sasuke didn't understand what made Naruto so special. He even decided to follow Naruto's advice and got closer to his team. Well, as far as he could without breaking up his training schedule or endangering his quest for avenging his fallen clan. Naruto said that true power came from protecting people, and yet Sasuke remained weak, powerless at the face of stronger enemies. Kakuzu said that Itachi belonged to the Akatsuki organization, and, if he was a member as well and Naruto defeated him so easily, then Sasuke would stand no chance against his brother. Sasuke would need an ace up his sleeve. What do you want? Sasuke asked as he felt four presences nearby watching him from afar, but not far enough for Sasuke not to notice them. Four figures dropped in front of him, staring at him impassively. I won't ask again, Sasuke said in a dangerous voice with his Sharingan glowing. I don't know what Orochimaru-sama wants with this loser, one of the figures said. He had dark grey hair with long bangs that covered his right eye. He wore a green shade of lipstick, and had dark markings around their eyes, giving them an androgynous appearance. He also wore brown tunics with long black skin-tight shorts, and purple ropes tied around their waists. He was Sakan, one of the Sound Four, the elite bodyguards of Orochimaru. We aren't here to ask questions, shithead, another replied. She had red hair and wore a black hat with bandaged sides. She wore a tan tunic, much like the other members of Sound Four, with black shorts and standard black shinobi sandals. She was Teiya, another member of the Sound Four. Let's get this over with, another member said. He was a large and imposing young man, towering over the rest of his teammates. He had orange eyes, and 3 tufts of orange hair on his head, a mohawk of sorts that ran down the middle, and 2 similar styled tufts of hair at the side. He wore a sleeveless tunic with the symbol of the Sound Four on the hem, along with black arm warmers, a pair of black 3/4 length pants that stopped just below his knees. Along with this, he wore sandals with leg warmers, covered by bandages, a purple robe belt around his waist, and a necklace that comprised of circular pieces, separate long, metallic pieces. He was Jirobo, one of the Sound Four. Orochimaru-sama has a proposal to you, the last member of the Sound Four said. He was a dark-skinned shinobi with black, shaggy hair, and black eyes. Uniquely, he also had 6 arms and wore a black, sleeveless top and shorts, over which he wore a tunic that bore the symbol of the Sound Four, and a purple rope belt around his waist. He also wore the forehead protector of his village along with arm warmers, shinobi sandals and bandages around his legs. He was Kidomaru, the last member of his team. He, along with Teiya, Jirobo and Sakan, were the Sound Four, elite bodyguards of Orochimaru. Let's hear it, Sasuke said, not once looking away from the enemy. Sasuke may be a lot of things, but he wasn't a fool. If you come to him, he will give you all the power you will ever need, Teiya said, and Sasuke stayed silent. Konoha was doing him nothing regarding his vengeance on his brother. In fact, since Naruto public stated he was a Sharingan user, Sasuke's leverage dropped significantly. What makes Orochimaru that powerful? He got his ass handed to him by Naruto and he's 14 like me, Sasuke questioned. It's your choice, Kitamru started. You can stay here and keep playing ninja with your friends, Kitamru said, showing one of his hands, or Kitamru said, showing the other hand. You come with us and Orochimaru-sama will give you all the power you will ever need, Kitamru finished. There is nothing to think about, Sasuke said, getting up and dusting himself off. When do we leave? Sasuke asked, and Teiya smirked. At least this loser knew what was good for him. Don't you need to take anything? Sakan asked, and Sasuke pondered before nodding. Then meets us at the edge of the north gate in 1 hour. Don't be later or we will leave without you, Sakan said, and all of the Sound 4 disappeared in a blur, leaving Sasuke to go home and pack. 30 minutes later, middle of Konoha. It was dark in Konoha as the sun was already gone. The only light available was of that provided by the moon or the nearby public lamps. Sasuke was walking calmly and quietly, trying not to raise any type of suspicions. He knew that, if Konoha knew he left, they would hunt him down with the threat of the Sharingan ending up in another village. Sasuke looked ahead and saw Sakura looking at him. What are you doing here in the middle of the night, Sakura? Sasuke asked, stopping in front of her. You are leaving the village, aren't you? Sakura asked, but Sasuke didn't answer and just started walking again, passing by her without wasting a glance. Go home, Sakura, go to sleep, Sasuke said, and kept on walking while Sakura remained there in place. Silent tears started to fall from her face. Is that all you have to say? Sakura asked, shedding silent tears, not once raising her voice. After all the good times we had together as a team, and with me, Sakura said, shaking. You are just going to walk away, Sakura said. I told that you don't understand, Sasuke said, stopping but not turning to face her. You don't know what it's like to lose your whole family and the person responsible being your brother. You don't know the pain I felt, the pain I feel, Sasuke said. I'm an Avenger and I won't stop until I have killed my brother. I can't be delayed by some silly crush, Sasuke said coldly. The only thing I need is power, and I won't get that here, Sasuke explained. So you are just leaving everything behind? Sakura rhetorically asked. We had good times, Sakura started. Flashback. Team 7 with their sensei had just got back from one mission. They were all eating at the barbecue restaurant. Between Kiba's loud and annoying voice and Sakura's giggling, everyone was enjoying themselves. Even the brooding Uchiha managed a couple of smirks. End flashback. Flashback. It was another training day for Team 7 with their scarecrow of a sensei. They were all practicing taijutsu katas. Move your right arm slightly apart, Sasuke said towards Sakura, who quickly nodded, blushing. Back in the trees, Kakashi chuckled to himself. His team was doing just fine. End flashback. Flashback. Team 7 had just engaged in a couple of bandits and Sasuke had saved Sakura. The enemy was about to kill her when Sasuke body blocked the strike, taking him the hit in a less critical area. Why? Sakura asked, sobbing. I don't know, my body moved on its own, Sasuke explained, removing the kunai from his shoulder. Thank you, Sakura said and gently kissed his cheek. What was that for? Sasuke yelled, rubbing his cheek. Oh, shut up, you liked it, Sakura chirped while Sasuke scoffed but managed a small smile. Cough whipped cough Kiba stated, making Sasuke glare at him. End flashback. Flashback. It was another simple mission that would last a couple of days. It was night and the weather was warm, so everyone in the team decided to sleep out in the open. Sasuke had yet to fall asleep and was watching the starry sky deep in thought. Sasuke was so deep in thought he didn't notice a certain pink-haired girl roll over in her sleep. Sasuke tried to move but found it difficult. He looked down to see Sakura cuddling with him. She had intertwined her legs with his and was sleeping peacefully on his chest. Troublesome, Sasuke muttered to himself while slightly blushing, but did nothing to separate her from him. End flashback. Like I thought, Sasuke started. I am nothing like any of you. I won't stop at nothing in my quest, Sasuke coldly said before disappearing in a blur and reappearing right behind Sakura. Sakura, I'm sorry, Sasuke said as he picked up a kunai and quickly slit her throat. Sakura tried to say something, but only a blooded gurgle was heard. Sakura fell to her knees and dropped to the ground, lifeless. Sasuke was still standing in the same place, frozen. Sasuke felt something watery in his face. He swiped his cheek with his hands and noticed that they were tears. He was crying. Sasuke's chakra spiked and his Sharingan flared to life. It had 2 tomos. A big chunk of chakra was funneled towards his eyes and Sasuke's Sharingan started spinning. It quickly became a 3-tomoed Sharingan but continued to spin and started to shift its form. His eyes stopped spinning and the whole pattern was different. His eyes were black in the background with 3 blood-red intersecting ellipses. Sasuke's eyes had changed into the all-powerful Mangekyou Sharingan. Now that I have eyes like you, Sasuke started, I'll hunt you down, Onii-san, older brother, middle of fire country, the Sound 4 were dashing through the fire country at top speed carrying a very large barrel. Sasuke was trapped inside the barrel as he was advancing his curse seal to the next level. Pushing the curse seal into progressing to level 2 puts a lot of strain into the user's body, so Sasuke was inside the barrel, which slows down the seal progression. By slowing it down, it allows the seal to advance safely. We are being tracked by a team of 5 Konoha Shinobi, Kidamuru said as a small spider stood calmly in his hand as if talking to him. Can we outrun them? Jirobo asked. No. We are carrying the barrel and they are gaining on us. I estimate 1 hour until they catch up, Kidamuru explained. Why don't we just stop and kill the bastards? Teiya yelled, but Kidamuru shook his head. We stand no chance. Among them is Senju Naruto, the Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's Thunder God, an S-rank shinobi. He's the blonde brat from the invasion, the one who broke into the barrier and crippled Orochimaru-sama. And then there is Hyuga Hinata, the Shino Megami, Death Goddess, an A-rank shinobi, Kidamuru stated as they all cursed their luck. They might be strong, but even they weren't a match for Orochimaru, much less one who can go toe-to-toe against him and come out the winner. And to top it all off, there is an elite Jounin among them. Just great, Teiya sarcastically said. How the fuck do you even know all that? Teiya asked. If you read the bingo book you would know, Kidamuru stated. After all, we placed them there, so what do we now, shithead? Teiya asked. Language, Teiya-san said, shaking his head. They are going to catch up to us. We need backup if we are going to complete our mission. I'm sending word to Orochimaru-sama, Kidamuru said, and sent one of his spiders who sank underground. In the meantime, set up traps to slow them down, Kidamuru said, and they all nodded. If Sasuke would just awake from his coma they could easily outrun them, but carrying the heavy barrel was slowing them down. Few hours earlier, Konoha, 5 a.m. It was a bright new day in Konoha and, be the warm feeling already radiating in the air, it was going to be another beautiful day. The sun was coming up, shining upon Konoha, the wind was rustling, birds were chirping, and we already could see a few people walking around the streets. It was the beginning of a fresh new day in the Leaf Village. Ever since the Uchiha clan massacre, the patrols of Konoha fell to the Anbu jurisdiction. The usual setup for an patrol team was a Inuzuka and Hyuga for tracking, and usually there would be a member from the Nara clan and, to top it all off, a powerhouse in ninjutsu. This setup allowed for the team to track and detect any problems and, if need be, restrain or kill the enemy. Currently we find a fresh new team doing their morning patrol. They were jumping from rooftop to rooftop keeping a discreet profile. The Inuzuka member signaled their team to stop when he noticed a weird smell. "Something wrong, Bo?" the snake masked Anbu asked. "I have picked up an odd smell. It smells highly of carbon," the boar masked Anbu replied, and the snake Anbu made signal for their team to follow the Inuzuka to the location of said smell. In less than a minute the Anbu team reached the origin of the smell. They all jumped down from the roofs and landed on the ground. They followed Boar and they came across a bunch of ashes. The Inuzuka sniffed the ashes and his eyes widened. "These are not ordinary ashes, this was someone," Boar said. "It's obvious that it was some kind of cover-up. We must report this to the Hokage," Snake said, and they disappeared in a blur, leaving a member to guard the site. Senju compound. For the first time since last night the Senju compound was peaceful. Naruto was sleeping next to his princess. Tsunade and Jiraiya were quiet this night, as far as Naruto knew. But like everything else, there is always an end. "Naruto," Hinata, a loud and cranky voice echoed through the whole compound. Naruto jolted out of bed with Hinata on tow. He turned to look around, adjusting to the new light, and noticed Tsunade by the door. "Get your asses out of bed and meet me at my office in 5 minutes," Tsunade yelled, and Naruto grumbled at Tsunade not getting enough last night. "She gave us couple days off and yanks us out of bed at 10 in the morning," Naruto muttered, since he didn't get much sleep the previous night, due to Tsunade's activities. "Be nice, Naru-kun. If she called it must be important," Hinata said, pecking his cheek and going into the bathroom. Naruto just sighed and sent Shadow Clone to prepare them a quick breakfast while they got dressed. Not even 5 minutes later both Naruto and Hinata were ready to leave. Naruto placed an arm around Hinata, pulling her closer, much to her delight, and swirled away toward the Hokage's office. They had been wondering what all the fuss was about, but, if they knew what expected them, they would have stayed in bed. Hokage's office, what the hell is that?" Kiba blurted out towards the incoming Hokage. Tsunade had activated her space bridge in her office so she could wake up Naruto and Hinata. Tsunade had literally walked through a wall. "Just something Naru-chan set up so I didn't have to walk all the way to the Senju compound and back," Tsunade explained, and took a seat. Next to her was Hiruzen. In front of her were almost all of the rookies. The Sand siblings were away on a mission, as was Team 9 with Guy, so in front of her were Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Kiba. Both Sakura and Sasuke were nowhere to be found. "Naru-chan?" Kiba asked, laughing. "Where is little Naru-chan?" Kiba asked, laughing, while the others snickered. "You have a problem with my little Naru-chan?" Tsunade asked in a dangerous tone. "No, Hokage-sama," Kiba quickly replied, bowing. Around 5 minutes later Naruto and Hinata appeared in a swirl in the middle of the office. Tsunade was already used to it, but the others still found it surprising to see Naruto use this type of techniques. Space-time techniques was a field so unexplored that it was extremely rare to see one, with the exception of the summoning technique, of course. So Naruto started. "What's the all fuss about?" Naruto asked to his fellow rookies. "We don't know either," Kiba replied. "Naru-chan," Kiba said in a mocking voice. Naruto turned to glare at his grandmother, who shrugged him off. "Listen up," Tsunade said, gathering the attention of the rookies. Every one of the rookies was summoned except for Sasuke, who wasn't at his compound and couldn't be found. Tsunade started. "I have some bad news. Sakura is dead," Tsunade said, and everything went silent. No one of the rookies said anything as they were just staring at their Hokage and processing what they heard. What? Kiba asked in a weak voice. Apparently Kiba was the first to break from the trance. I'm sorry but it's true, Sakura was murdered last night, Tsunade said, and everyone was shocked that one of his classmates had died, and was assassinated in the first place. Ino said, sobbing, that can't be true, who would hurt her? Ino asked, crying, tears flowing from her eyes as she clutched to someone nearby who happened to be Hinata. We don't know, Tsunade started. This might be difficult to hear, but she was found as nothing more than ashes. We compared the remaining DNA material across the hospital database and it came positive to Hirano Sakura. I'm sorry, Tsunade said sadly. Sakura had been working hard at the hospital and she was showing promise as a good medic nin, but it seemed that her life had been cut short. The reactions were varied, but everyone was sad to see a classmate dead. Kiba frowned. Akamaru was whining, but only Ino was openly crying. It wasn't much of shocker, after all, Sakura was Ino's best friend. They had known each other for years and have been best friends and rivals since they were little girls. Who did it? Kiba asked with his anger surfacing. The one that killed Sakura would pay dearly. We don't know, Tsunade said, turning to Naruto, who raised an eyebrow. That's why I called you Naruto. Can you turn it back to yesterday and do something about it? Tsunade asked. Sorry, but the max I ever did was 12 seconds, not even close to half a day, Naruto said, shaking his head. Then there is no choice, Tsunade said, and picked a small vial and threw at Naruto. What is this? Naruto asked while looking carefully at the vial. It was a small blood sample. Is this for? Naruto asked, and Tsunade only nodded. Naruto looked back to his friends and to Ino, who was almost catatonic. Do you think they can handle it? Naruto asked. We have no choice. Do it, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. Everyone stand back, Naruto said, and pulled a large scroll before starting to write kanji in it. What are you doing? Kiba asked, confused. What had blood to do with Sakura's murder in the first place? He's going to bring her back temporarily so she can tell us who killed her, Hinata explained, and everyone's jaw dropped while Ino was little bit happy she could say goodbye. Just how powerful are you? Kiba thought, looking at Naruto concentrating on writing the kanji perfectly. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said, and formed a single clone who went and got seated in a circle in the middle of the scroll. Naruto dropped a few drops of Sakura's blood to the scroll and started going through hand seals. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon, and clapped his hands. Kukios, Edo Tensei, impure world resurrection, Naruto said, and around the clone leaves started to crawl up in his body, engulfing him completely. Slowly Naruto's clone started taking the form of Sakura. Her long pink dress formed, then Naruto's blonde hair turned into pink, his deep blue eyes became green ones. In just a couple of seconds Hirano Sakura was back from the pure world and into this world. Where am I? Sakura groggily asked before she reminded of the events that lead to her death. Sasuke, Sakura yelled, and everyone had their eyes widened. I guess that answered the question, Naruto sadly said. Sakura, Tsunade said, making her focus on her. Tell us what happened, Tsunade, and Sakura nodded slowly. Aye, sure, Sakura said, and gathered her thoughts. I was walking through the village last night and was already dark, so everything was quiet. I was going home when Sasuke and I crossed paths. He had a backpack on his back and he was going towards the gates. He was leaving the village, Sakura said, and everyone was surprised minus Naruto, who had always thought that it would end up with that. I tried to convince him to stay but he didn't listen, Sakura replied, sobbing. He suddenly appeared behind me and slit my throat, Sakura explained, and they all gasped at the brutality. I don't know why he did it. We were starting to get close, Sakura explained, and Ino quickly ran towards her and hugged her. It would be the last time they would all be together. Could it be? Naruto thought before he turned to Kiba. Kiba, were Sasuke and Sakura close? Naruto asked. What has that got to do with this? Kiba asked, confused. Answer the damn question, Naruto demanded, and Kiba quickly nodded. I noticed a few things. Kiba started. He would help her with her training. He answered some questions instead of replying HN and a couple other small things, Kiba explained, and Naruto frowned. Shit, Naruto said, rubbing his temples. I told you that this would happen, Naruto said, turning to the Sundame, who sighed. Why, you know why he did it? Sakura asked, and Naruto nodded. He killed you so he could advance his eyes to the next level, Naruto explained, but got confused faces from almost everyone. What you know about the Sharingan is very scarce. You all think that the last level is the 3-toe mode one, but that's a lie, Naruto started. There is another level above the normal Sharingan. It's called Mangekyou Sharingan, and it provides the user with fearsome abilities both in Genjutsu and Ninjutsu. Look at mine, Naruto said, and showed everyone his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. They were dumbfounded. They never knew that there was another stage to the Sharingan. Now, to simplify things, picture it this way. There are two sides to the Uchiha clan. From the Uchiha's main line, like me, this level is achieved by hard work, training, or life and death situations. However, for the branch line of the Uchihas, like Sasuke, they have to kill someone they care about to unlock it, Naruto explained, and once again everyone was shell-shocked. Sasuke needed to kill someone close to his heart to achieve the next level. When they feel the pain and regret of killing that special someone, it triggers a reaction that unlocks their eyes, Naruto explained, and everyone frowned, but not like the old Hokage. Naruto had warned him that something like this could happen, and happen it did. Sasuke killed me just for his eyes, Sakura said, sobbing. She loved that bastard. They were getting closer, but perhaps all that was just a rouse so Sasuke could unlock his eyes. He did care for you, Sakura, Naruto said, looking at her with compassion. Otherwise it wouldn't work for him, Naruto explained, and Sakura nodded. What now? Naruto asked, turning to Tsunade. We hunt his ass down and kill him in the spot, Kiba barked out, and everyone seemed to be agreement. Sakura, Tsunade said, gathering her attention. What time was it when it happened? Tsunade asked, trying to ascertain the distance at which he could be by now. It was around 11, Sakura replied. She had calmed down but still couldn't believe that Sasuke would just kill her for power. I guess she was naive about him and his lust for power. But I don't understand why he would leave the village. Sakura said. Power, Naruto simply said, but decided to explain it further. You know that his older brother Uchiha Itachi killed his clan a couple of years ago, right? Naruto asked, and they all nodded. He wants power so he can avenge his family by killing his brother. He has grown up with this fixation, and it's the very reason of his being, it's the reason why he breathes. Killing his brother has become his life goal, and he must have felt too weak here, Naruto explained. During the second stage of the Chunin's exams, Orochimaru the Snake Sannin came into contact with him and offered him power. If he felt that Konoha was hindering his growth, he would jump at the chance of power without question, Naruto concluded, and Sakura frowned. I'm issuing all of you minus Ino and S-rank mission, Tsunade said in a strong voice, rising from her chair. You are to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke so he can face trial. If the retrieval proves impossible, you are to execute him at the spot. Bring his head and destroy his body, Tsunade ordered, and everyone nodded. That bastard would pay for killing one of their classmates in cold blood. He seems to around 20 miles to the north, Naruto said as he had one hand in the tiger seal. How do you know that? Tsunade asked, surprised. You weren't Hokage yet, but during the second phase of the Chunin's exams Orochimaru branded Sasuke with a cursed seal. I eventually placed a restraining seal on it, but, along with it, I added the Shiki seal for my Hirashin just in case, Naruto explained, and Hiruzen was surprised that Naruto would thought of doing that. Then just go get him and we will wait right here, Tsunade said, but Naruto shook his head. Something is interfering with his cursed seal. I can barely feel my marker and it's becoming weaker and weaker by the second. At this point I can't jump to him, Naruto explained, frowned, but Tsunade nodded anyways. Can't you use your Sharingan's space-time technique? Tsunade asked, but Naruto sadly nodded. For me to travel using my Kamui I need to warp into my dimension. The problem is that, once I'm there, I can't feel my marker, so I don't know where to exit, Naruto explained, and Tsunade frowned. It's better than nothing. Naruto, you are in charge, you got his position, get going, Tsunade ordered, and they all nodded. Gear up and meet at the north gate in 1 hour, Naruto ordered. Sakura, Naruto said, turning to her, you are here temporarily until my clones lasts. However, I can't guarantee that I can hold it in battle. Use the time you have to say goodbye, Naruto sadly said. Thank you, Naruto, Sakura said, and hugged everyone goodbye as they all left to hunt the traitor. Konoha North Gates. 1 hour later. 1 hour later, everyone was gathered at the gate so they could hunt down their traitoress of a classmate. Their mission was simple: retrieve Uchiha Sasuke for trial or kill him and dispose of the body so that other villages couldn't learn the secrets of the Uchiha. Not that with only a couple of them alive would do them any good. Senju Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Akimichi Choji, Narashimekaru, Inuzuka Kiba were the members chosen to this mission. All of them were at the gate ready to leave, all battle ready. Naruto-san, someone slowly said, and Naruto turned back to see Hirano Mebuki, Sakura's mother. I know that I'm in no position to ask this, not after everything I did, but, can you please bring that bastard back so he can pay for what he did to my daughter, Mebuki asked. /N, kinda ironic, Sakura's mother asking this. I already told everyone that I hold no grudge against any of you, Naruto started. I promise that I will do my best to retrieve him so he can face trial and pay for what he did, Naruto said, and Mebuki thanked him. We have an Uchiha to hunt, move out, Naruto said, and everyone in his team dashed out of the gates. Middle of Fire Country. Naruto and his team were running at full speed towards Uchiha Sasuke. For some reason Sasuke seemed to be still, as if he wasn't moving at all. Naruto didn't know why he would do such a risky move while still inside the Fire Country, but he didn't judge. It was better for them if Sasuke stopped, it gave them time to catch up. Kiba, do you have Sasuke's scent? Naruto asked, and Kiba nodded. Good. My marker has gone dark, it's up to you now, Naruto said, and he nodded, taking point. However, I smell 4's other scents in the same direction as Sasuke, Kiba explained, and Naruto brought a hand to his chin. It's possible that Sasuke had help, Naruto stated. What does it smell like? Naruto asked, and Kiba sniffed the air. Snakes, Kiba said. Looks like Orochimaru sent help, Naruto reasoned. We are closing in at his position, Kiba stated, and Naruto took point. All right team, Naruto said as they all stopped, we will be approaching them stealthy. We don't know what kind of backup Orochimaru sent, so let's be careful. I'll leave a few shadow clone behind in case we are ambushed. Hinata, use your Bakugan to search for traps, Naruto explained, and everyone nodded. They all walked very stealthily towards the origin of Sasuke's smell. Hinata had already spotted a couple of traps and they were able to easily disable them. They arrived near the position and Hinata looked around, spotting them. The Sound 4 was resting in a nearby clearing with a large barrel. They bear the musical note as the headband symbol, so they must belong to Otogakure, Hinata said. Makes sense, it appears that Orochimaru sent help to retrieve him, Naruto said, and activated his Sharingan to have a better look at them. They were a bit far away, but using his Sharingan he easily identified them. They are the Sound 4, Naruto said, but got confused faces from his team. They are Orochimaru's elite bodyguards and they are the ones who set the barrier during the invasion, Naruto explained, and they all nodded. If they are elite, do you think we can take them all on? Kiba asked, but Naruto nodded nonetheless. I felt their chakra, they are ordinary Chunin. They are no match against me or Hinata, Naruto explained. Get in position, Naruto ordered, and they all nodded. Naruto swirled away and appeared a few meters on top of them. He was standing in a tree overlooking them. The rest of his team all took positions flanking the Sound 4s from all positions. The last one to get in position was Chaoji, who was silently asking to his position. Crunch! Chaoji inadvertently stepped on a small twig and, being Chaoji rather on the heavy side, the twig snapped loud enough to even Naruto to hear. There goes our stealthy approach, Naruto muttered under his breath as the Sound 4 instantly jumped into action at the noise, taking defensive actions. Kuronoju, Naruto said, and everything turned back to the point Chaoji had yet to step on the twig. Naruto quickly flashed near Chaoji, as he had tagged every member of his team before the fight. Naruto pointed to the twig on the ground and Chaoji rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Naruto swirled away to his previous location and they all waited for the go-ahead of Naruto. Naruto made a hand movement and hundreds of shurikens rained on the Sound 4, coming for all sides including above, leaving them no chance for evasion. Doton, Doryua Heki, Earth Wall, a voice cried out of the Sound 4. An earth dome rose from the ground and shielded everyone inside, making the shurikens useless. We knew you were coming a while ago, Kidomaru said, and the earth dome crumbled into the ground to show the Sound 4 with smirks on their faces. Naruto's team all regrouped since their attack failed and Naruto dropped from the tree and landed in between his team facing the Sound 4. Hinata, Naruto started his Sasuke in the barrel. Naruto asked as he didn't see Sasuke anywhere, but Kiba said he was around, so it didn't take a genius to figure it out. Yes, Hinata said, analyzing the barrel with her Bakugan, although something is happening to him. It looks like the cursed seal is covering his whole body and his heart rate is very low. It seems like he's in some kind of induced coma, but his chakra network is extremely active, Hinata explained. That's why my marker failed. They did something to the curse seal, Naruto concluded in thought, as it was the most logical outcome. Our mission is the retrieval of Uchiha Sasuke for murder of a Konoha shinobi. If you stand aside we will allow you to leave unharmed, Naruto said stoically with his Sharingan blazing and glowing. You say that after you attacked us. You aren't leaving this place alive. Besides, Orochimaru-sama would kill us if we didn't deliver his vessel, Kidomaru said. Vessel? Naruto asked, confused. Orochimaru-sama switches his mind from body to body anytime he pleases. By doing so he remains alive. Orochimaru-sama is an immortal, Kidomaru explained and smirked at the disgusted faces of Konoha shinobi. So that's why he wants Sasuke. He wants the Sharingan, Naruto thought to himself before looking directly at the supposed leader of the group. What is your choice then? Naruto asked, but his smirk told him everything. It looked like they weren't going to get Sasuke back without a fight. Gunbai Fund Wind, Naruto said as his chakra spiked. He placed his right hand on his fan's handle and, with a mighty swing, he unleashed a very powerful gust of wind. Everything in front of him was blasted away, trees were ripped out from the ground and the Sound Four were blasted away. Everything in front of Naruto, in the shape of a cone, was decimated. He's pissed, Hinata thought looking at Naruto. He never did really channel so much chakra into his attacks because they tend to be very destructive. Damn, Kiba said, whistling at the destruction in front of him. Incoming, Hinata said, and everyone took defensive stances. Against them were coming strange golden projectiles. Hinata jumped in front of her team and performed a Kaiten, destroying all projectiles. Suddenly they all felt themselves unable to move. A small tune echoed through the clearing. It was a beautiful tune. Naruto and Hinata easily saw the chakra being transmitted through the sound waves, meaning it was a genjutsu. They easily broke it themselves and freed their teammates. They looked around and all of the Sound Four dropped in front of them. Naruto channeled chakra to his storage seal and out came his Chokuto. He immediately channeled through it and the sword started sparkling with a light blue aura. Naruto dashed towards the Sound Four alone. Naruto arrived near them and began his onslaught of the Sound Shinobi. He sidestepped a punch from Sakan and used the opportunity to duck and sweep the legs of Teiya. Teiya jumped to avoid the leg sweep but was unable to block his kick that came from nowhere. Teiya placed her arms to block but was thrown backwards nonetheless. Naruto quickly rose up and performed an horizontal swing with his sword. Sakan tilted his head to the side and the sword grazed his ear, leaving a few strings floating in the air. Naruto jumped up just a kick from Jirobo was about to connect to his body. Naruto placed a hand on his knee for leverage and twisted mid-air, bringing his sword against Kidomaru and quickly chopped one of his arms off. Kidomaru grunted in pain and jumped back to heal himself while Sakan and Jirobo distracted him, with Teiya giving her support to her team. Kidomaru only had time to form a small plate of his golden material as a Juoken strike connected with his chest. He coughed and jumped away again. Hinata looked at him curiously with her Bakugan and noticed small barriers that formed just above his skin. The skin was thick enough that her chakra-laced attack didn't penetrate deep enough to kill him. Why is it that every enemy that I fight has a way to render my Juoken useless? Hinata thought as he remembered her fight with Yujito back at the Chunin's exams and now this one. Back to Naruto, he was kicking the crap of the Sound Four. Teiya's genjutsu was useless against him, Jirobo's was simply too slow to even come close to hit him and Sakan just didn't have the necessary skills to face him in a taijutsu brawl. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid a club that came from a doki controlled by Teiya. Naruto was mid-air when his Sharingan spotted some chakra molding to his right side. He sent a golden chain to the ground and so he could maneuver himself while mid-air. He touched the ground to see multiple spider webs coming towards him. He raised an eyebrow towards Kidomaru who was spitting out silk. Naruto brought his sword and simply cleaved the web in two, making it fall to the ground. Oddly enough, Naruto was being overrun as he simply couldn't move himself fast enough to cleave all the webs coming towards him. Kaiten, Ryuken no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Technique, Naruto said and sent a torrent of fire towards Kidomaru. The fire obliterated any incoming web and crashed into Kidomaru, making him jump away if he didn't want to become extra crispy. Gatsuaga, Fang over Fang, / Nikuden Sensha, Human Bullet Tank, Kiba and Chaoji both yelled as them and Kiba's partner, Akamaru, started spinning and going towards one of Teiya's doki. Their attack connected and completely destroyed it, leaving nothing but chunks on the ground. Teiya cursed her luck and began to focus again. Naruto was engaging Sakan and Yukon in combat. He was about to cleave Sakan's head off when another arm came out from his body and blocked it. After it, the whole arm became a body and stepped out from Sakan's original body as if he had duplicated. Naruto had to jump away if he didn't want to get crushed by another swing from the Dokis. Time to get rid of these annoying Doki, Naruto thought to himself as he channeled chakra into his eyes. Amaterasu, Naruto said, and the remaining two Dokis erupted in black flames. They squirmed around the field, smashing and destroying things randomly until they were nothing more than ashes on the ground. We need level 2 now, Teiya yelled to her teammates as black markings started spreading themselves around each one of the Sound 4. The black markings easily covered the whole body, changing their color skin to an unnatural brown. Teiya gained horns and Kidomaru gained an extra eye in the middle of his forehead. What is this? Naruto wondered in thought. Naruto had clearly seen the black marks spreading through their bodies, meaning it was the curse seal, but this version seemed far more powerful than the one he knew. Is it another version? Naruto thought to himself. Naruto dodged a punch from Jirobo, who crashed into the ground and made a pretty decent crater. It's like Baa-chan's punches. Naruto shivered at the thought of getting hit by one of those. Naruto looked to his right and noticed that Kidomaru had some type of golden arrow pointed directly at him and getting ready to fire it. Kidomaru fired the arrow and it was coming in hot to Naruto. Naruto blurred from his position and arrived near Jirobo. Naruto channeled lightning chakra into his knee and delivered it to Jirobo's gut. Jirobo buckled in pain and let out a gasp. Naruto picked up Jirobo and threw him towards the incoming arrow. Jirobo couldn't dodge midair and, as such, got pierced through his right shoulder, making his right arm useless. Jirobo fell to the ground spitting out blood and with labored breaths. Shit, Kidomaru thought to himself as he had missed his target and ended up hitting a teammate. Yukon appeared next to Naruto and tried to merge with him, only to phase right through him. The moment Yukon had phased through him, Naruto quickly turned around and blocked Yukon's elbow with both arms. Naruto extended Yukon's arm and easily broke it at his elbow junction. Yukon screamed in pain but was quickly muffled as he was absorbed into Naruto's dimension, leaving a panicking Sakan behind. This is not going well, Teiya thought to herself as he took notice to her teammate's status. Kidomaru had a missing arm, Jirobo had his right arm disabled and was bleeding from his right shoulder, Sakan just lost his counterpart and herself had lost her Dokis. She decided to help her teammates and rushed Naruto to engage him in a Taijutsu battle. In level 2 her speed and strength was greatly increased. Naruto turned around to see Teiya running towards him and smirked. He activated his Kamui and sank underground, leaving Teiya furiously looking for him. "Come out, you bastard," Teiya yelled. Naruto suddenly emerged right in front of her and gave her an uppercut. Teiya was thrown upwards and Naruto delivered a kick to her stomach, sending her flying. Not having enough, Naruto summoned one of his chains and attached it to Teiya's ankle. He spun around and threw Teiya into Sakan, who didn't see her coming. "Die," Kidomaru said as he fired another golden arrow. Naruto smirked as he used his Kamui and placed Yukon right in front of the arrow, trapping him in a choke hold. The arrow pierced Yukon's heart cleanly and phased through Naruto, leaving Yukon's body without even slowing down. Yukon fell to the ground dead and was easily burned into ashes as Naruto used a fire attack to light him up. "No!" Sakan yelled as he watched his counterpart being killed. "What are you doing, Kidomaru?" Sakon yelled at his partner as he had just killed a piece of him. The bastard has more tricks than I know, Kidomaru replied, but that was the wrong move. Naruto took advantage at his distraction and blurred his way towards him and locked eyes with him. Kidomaru let out a small gasp as he looked into the Sharingan. A small shadow crept behind him and trapped him at the spot. Not even 1 second later, Hinata appeared next to him and, using her daggers with wind chakra, she cleaved Kidomaru's head clean off. His head rolled into the ground as the curse mark retracted and his skin regained the normal color. Shit, they got Kidomaru, Teiya cursed as she watched the leader of the Sound 4 die. These odds weren't looking good and only 2 of the Konoha shinobi were actively battling them. Even if they were in level 2 they stood no chance against Naruto and Hinata. Suiten, Swishauha, exploding water wave, Hinata said and pumped her lungs full of chakra. Raiten, Raryuden, lightning dragon, Naruto said and sent his own lightning dragon crashing into Hinata's water attack. Naruto's lightning spread across the ocean that Hinata created and washed up against the remaining of the Sound 4 who were too weak to even dodge. They all washed up in a nearby tree, twitching and spasming on the ground. They are finished, Naruto said as he looked towards the remaining of Sound 4 who were barely conscious at that point. Get Sasuke out of the barrel and let's take him back home, Naruto ordered as he made his way towards the Sound 4 to kill them. QQQQ, splendid, a new voice echoed through the clearing. Everyone jumped at the sudden voice and regrouped. How nice of you to join us, Orochimaru, Naruto sarcastically said as they all took defensive stances in front of the barrel that contained Sasuke. How dare you speak to Orochimaru-sama with such language? Another person that was close to Orochimaru yelled. That someone pointed his finger at Naruto and fired something from them. Naruto easily tracked them with his Sharingan and dodged all of them, catching one with his fingers. Did he just throw a bone at me? Naruto asked to Hinata, who nodded. Do I look like a dog? Naruto asked him and threw the bones at Akamaru, who proceeded to eat them, making Kimimro's eye twitch. Naruto looked at the person that attacked him and he had pale skin, vivid green eyes, masculine facial features, 2 scarlet dots on his forehead and shoulder-length white hair, which he wore divided down the middle on his head with 2 separate partings on either side of his face. He wore a specialized version of the traditional Otonin ensemble, consisting of a light lavender, loose-fitting, long-sleeved, zip-up shirt, black pants cut off around mid-calf, bandages wrapped around his ankles, traditional shinobi sandals, and a purple, rope-like belt tied in an inverted bow around his waist. He also wore 2 red, tube-like hair ornaments, one on either side of his head, securing 2 locks of his silvery white hair. He did not wear a sound headband, despite his extreme loyalty to Orochimaru. His cursed seal of earth is applied at the base of his throat, where it is a circular pattern of 3 curved lines. It looks like he fired his fingertips, but he already has more ready. He seems to be able to control his bones, Hinata explained, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Bones. Naruto pondered until it clicked. You are a Kaguya, aren't you? Naruto asked, and the man simply nodded. I thought you were all killed when you guys attacked Kiri a few years ago, Naruto stated. I'm Kaguya Kimimro, the last of the Kaguya clan, faithful servant of Orochimaru-sama, Kimimro stoically said. Bright as always, Naruto-kun. Naruto heard someone say and turned to see a figure approaching behind Orochimaru. Kabuto. Naruto asked, shocked to see Kabuto standing there. He clearly killed him. Naruto looked closely at him until he noticed that his eyes were black and his skin had cracks. Yorinado Tensei, Naruto stated, and Kabuto chuckled. I'm too valuable to simply be discarded by Orochimaru-sama. Although you forced Orochimaru-sama to take an early vessel, Kabuto stated, pushing his glasses up. So you came for your next vessel? Naruto asked, looking at the barrel that contained Sasuke. It's unfortunate that I can't have you, so I'll just take the backup, Orochimaru said, chuckling. You think we will just let you take him away? Naruto asked, smirking. This doesn't look good. A battle between me and Orochimaru will be very destructive, and I can't protect those three while I'm fighting, even more with that Kimimaro and Kabuto in the mix, Naruto thought, considering what to do. I can do hand seals now, Naruto-kun, and I'll be taking Sasuke-kun with me, either you let it or not, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Kabuto, Orochimaru said towards his servant. Heal the rest of the Sound 4 to your best extent, Orochimaru ordered, and Kabuto complied. Kabuto went towards Teiya and healed a few scratches and broken bones. He gave a couple of food and blood replenishing pills to Jirobo and did the same to Sakan. What are we going to do? Kiba asked, gulping. He didn't like being against one of the Sannin. This is the golden opportunity to end the snake for good. Let's start by taking out the Sound 4, Naruto thought to himself as he readied himself to use his Hiraishin. He had already marked every single one of the Sound 4 during his battle against them. Kamui, Naruto whispered and tried to absorb Kabuto into his dimension, but it was too slow and Kabuto immediately jumped away to gain distance from his current location. Too slow, Naruto-kun, Kabuto said, smirking and pushing his glasses up, but was confused when he saw Naruto smirk as well. Who said you were the target? Naruto rhetorically asked as his sword sparkled and he disappeared in a yellow flash. Everyone just had time to blink as Naruto only seemed to shimmer from his location. Everyone raised an eyebrow in confusion until they heard several thumps sounds. They looked around to the remaining members of the Sound 4 without their heads. I like these odds more, Naruto said, smirking, and Orochimaru gritted his teeth. He had just lost 4 of his most powerful men and Naruto had killed the last 3 in the blink of an eye. This brat is dangerous, Kimimaro thought as he looked at Naruto very carefully. What the hell? Kiba yelled as he saw the heads of the Sound 4 plop to the ground. He didn't even see Naruto move from his position. Kiba, Choji, Shikamaru, you guys take on Kabuto. Be careful that he's an Edo Tensei. His body is immortal and his chakra is limitless. You need to restraining or cripple him and then apply this tag to his body, Naruto explained and handed them the tag. Once you place the tag on his body, his soul will be released. He's strong as Kakashi Sensei, so be very careful, Naruto said, and everyone nodded. Hinata, you take on Kimimaro. You both should be around the same level in Taijutsu. His bloodline allows him free control over every bone, Naruto explained, and she nodded. I'll take on Orochimaru, Naruto said, looking at the smirking snake. You sure you can handle him? Shikamaru asked. He's one of the Sannin, don't worry. I already fought against him twice and nearly killed him the last time, Naruto said as if reminiscing his memories. Let's see if you can take me on alone now, Orochimaru said and started releasing his chakra. Choji, Kiba and Shikamaru cringed at the feeling they got. They felt as nothing more than ants at the face of such an adversary. However, their jaws dropped when Naruto unleashed his own chakra that seemed to match and even surpass Orochimaru. The ground around them started cracking from the pressure. A cloud of dust was starting to form around their feet due to the chakra output. Naruto's hair flapped wildly as his chakra seemed endless and extremely powerful. They both disappeared in a blur and a loud shockwave echoed through the clearing, meaning that those two had begun their battle. Let's go, Hinata said, and everyone took their positions. Hush hush, Hinata versus Kimimaro. Hush hush, Hinata and Kimimaro both took their positions and respective stances in front of each other. Kimimaro seemed to be relaxed and more than confident in his abilities. Don't get me wrong, he didn't have the air of arrogance around him, but anyone could see that he was confident in his abilities. Hinata had Habakugan activate and was studying her enemy to her best extent. Her Bakugan would come particularly helpful against him as she could see the bones coming out of his body before they had even left it. Although something seemed wrong with his body. Kimimro's system seemed to be on overdrive and his metabolism seemed to be higher than average. They both blurred through each other and engaged in a heated battle of taijutsu. Neither one of them was gaining advantage over the other. Kimimro was physically stronger but Hinata was faster and more flexible. Tsubaki no Mai, Dance of the Camellia, Kimimro said, and Hinata watched as a bone started protruding from his left shoulder. It was a small bit at first but then it became more and more visible as it came out. Kimimro placed his right hand on it and pulled the rest of bone out. It was a short, bone-hilted bone sword. When then suddenly dashed towards Hinata at great speed and performed a series of fast stabbings trying to confuse Hinata as some attacks mirrored after images. However, that wasn't a problem for Hinata's Bakugan. Even thought it seemed after images to regular eyes, Hinata's Bakugan could easily track all of them and she proceeded to dodge every single strike Kimimro performed. It was like she was dancing. If Kimimro stabbed in front she sidestepped it to the left. Kimimro would readjust the trajectory but Hinata would simply dodge again. Having enough of just dodging, Hinata waited for another stab that was a bit to her right. The moment it came she sidestepped it and swatted his arm away. Taking advantage of Kimimro's error, she recoiled her right arm and said Hakuyu Shao, air palm. Kimimro was hit square on, at point blank, by an air palm right in his chest. Kimimro was thrown backwards and crashed into the ground but was unharmed. Teshi Sendan, 10-finger drilling bullets, Kimimro said as he got back up. He pointed his fingers at Hinata and fired his fingertips at her with great speed. Hinata could easily track them with her Bakugan and simply dodged them. Suiten, Mitsurapa, wild water wave, Hinata said and unlashed a stream of water from her mouth. The water was sent towards Kimimro and jumped away to avoid it. He looked around for Hinata only for her to appear behind him. Hakkrokuju Ionshao, 64 palms of the hand, Hinata said and began her attacks by closing the major chakra points. In the middle of her attack she was forced to jump back when bones popped out of his chest, giving her no choice but to make some distance. This is why I say that Juoken is almost useless, Hinata thought, sighing. Kimimro had created bone plates beneath his skin that were thick enough for her Juoken strikes to be rendered useless. Her flowing fist was useless against Kimimro and, as such, she would need to come with another plan. She would have to resort to her poisons and ninjutsu and attack at his most vulnerable point, his neck. Kimimro rushed Hinata as he had the advantage in a taijutsu fight. Yanagi no Mai, Dance of the Willow, Kimimro said, and several bone blades started growing from several points of his body. His palms, his knees, elbows and shoulders now had long bones protruding from them. Hinata quickly took out her daggers and, channeling wind chakra through them, engaged Kimimro in a deadly dance of weapons to see who would come out the winner. Hinata was surprised when she saw that the bones were holding against her daggers. It appeared as they weren't normal bones, as they seemed far stronger than normal ones. She took a closer look and noticed that Kimimro was even running chakra through them. Kimimro was so busy fighting Hinata that he didn't see another one approach from behind. Suiten, Suira no Jutsu, Water Prison, Hinata's clone said, and using the water from the previous attack she trapped Kimimro inside a water prison. Knowing it would be too dangerous to even approach him, she decided to let him drown. This isn't going to stop me, Kimimro said, and a very long bone shot from his hand. The bone completely pierced through the water prison and Hinata's clone, making it disperse in water and letting Kimimro out of his prison. The original Hinata jumped back to gain some distance when she saw her clone be destroyed. Mitsu no Machi, water whip, Hinata said, and several whips of water started forming and trapped Kimimro by his hands and ankles. Hinata blurred towards him and, channeling chakra to her hand, she slammed her hand into Kimimro's chest. To her surprise, instead of hitting his skin and killing him, her hand was stopped by several bones that popped out of his chest, rendering her attack useless. Hinata jumped back and pouted. She couldn't get any attack in. It was obvious that his bloodline was far more suited for taijutsu than her was. However, she wouldn't give up just because her opponent was tough. Sensatsu Suisho, 1,000 needles of death, Hinata said, and hundreds of water needles formed around her and shot towards Kimimro, who remained in place. The water needles collided with Kimimro, but they simply bounced back and fall to the ground. Those bones, Hinata thought, shaking her head. Kimimro had created once again a layer of bone to block all of the needles. Hinata knew that to even poison him with her senbons, she would have to catch him by surprise. Suiten, Suirayuden no Jutsu, Water Dragon, Hinata said, and a huge dragon formed from the water in the ground and growled his way towards Kimimro. That's a bit too much to simply stand by, Kimimro thought as he began running to avoid the dragon that eventually crashed into the ground and dispelled into water. Hinata reappeared next to him and engaged him in taijutsu. However, this time, Kimimro found himself completely in defense due to Hinata's fierce attacks. Kimimro was parrying Hinata's daggers as best as he could, but he didn't understand why his adversary had suddenly got a power spike. He was busy thinking that he didn't notice one clone of Hinata appear behind him from all the water in the ground. Kimimro suddenly felt a presence behind him and pushed bones from his back out. The bones immediately hit the clone and it was destroyed. Kimimro suddenly felt himself snared to the ground by water whips. He didn't notice the presence of a second clone. Here, Hinata thought as she pushed herself as fast as she could and slashed towards Kimimro's throat with her wind-enhanced daggers. Kimimro saw this and he didn't have much choice. He pushed all of his bones out and destroyed the water whips and grazed Hinata in her shoulder. Kimimro jumped back when he noticed a few drops of blood falling into the ground. He placed his hand on his neck and felt a small bit of pain. Hinata had managed to cut him, deep enough to draw blood. Now we wait. Hinata thought as she had successfully injected her poison into him. The cut might not be deep enough, but the poison would eventually spread and she just had to wait. Kimimro was starting to feel weak, his vision was starting to fade into nothing more than blurs. It was then that he understood that he had been poisoned. Kimimro looked towards Kabuto, who was busy fighting those 3 genin, and he knew that he didn't have time to try and heal him. Kimimro had no other choice but to go into level 2. Kimimro channeled chakra to his earth-cursed seal located in the middle of his chest. Black markings started spreading through his body until he was totally covered. He now had dark gray skin, 6 large bone spines protruding out of his back, and a long bone-spiked tail. Hinata could already tell that his strength had increased by quite a bit, and if he used it now then it must have been to neutralize her poison. Hinata saw Kimimro suddenly start running towards her. For lack of a better word, Kimimro looked like a dinosaur rampaging towards her. Hinata braced herself, and the moment Kimimro arrived near her she sidestepped him and, grabbed one of his bones from his back. She jumped on his back. Her chakra flared and her daggers glowed blue as she was ready to kill him for good. Kimimro spiked his chakra and another bone popped from his back. Hinata just had enough to tilt her head to the side, but she still got scratched in her cheek, drawing blood. Hinata jumped away to gain some distance when she saw Kimimaro crouch. Tessen ka no mai, Zuru, Dance of the Clematis, Vine, Kimimaro said, and a small bone started growing out from the back of his head, at the top of his spine. Kimimaro grabbed it and pulled it out. Hinata's eyes widened when she saw exactly he had pulled. Kimimaro had pulled of his own spine and had it now pointed at her like some spear. Kimimaro flexed the spear and she expanded, going fast towards Hinata. Mitsu no Tate, water shield, Hinata said, and the water rose around her, making a small shield around her chest. Hinata used the jutsu fast enough as Kimimaro's spine suddenly wrapped itself around her, pinning her to the spot. Tessen ka no mai, Hana, Dance of the Clematis, Flower, Kimimaro said, and bone started emerging and wrapping itself around Kimimaro's left arm. Kimimaro channeled extreme amounts of chakra to create the thickest bone he could. The bone itself seemed like a drill and completely covered Kimimaro's left arm. Die 3, Kimimaro yelled as he thrusted his left arm towards the immobile Hinata. Kaiten, Hinata said, and using the water shield around her as oil in a motor, she started spinning. A blue chakra dome appeared around her. Kimimaro's strongest attack connected, but her shield didn't waver, and slowly, but surely, Hinata's chitin started eating away his bone due to the spinning effect. A few seconds later, Kimimaro's bone was nothing more than dust on the ground. They were about to jump at each other again when they heard a small explosion followed by a small cloud of smoke. Uchiha Sasuke had awakened from his coma and his appearance had completely changed. Hash hash Shika, Kiba and Choji vs Kabuto. Hash hash oh my, 3 babies against me, Kabuto said, chuckling and pushing his glasses upwards. If I remember correctly, it was a baby named Naruto that killed you, Shikamaru said, yawning at the face of such troublesome opponent. Don't even mix him with you. Neither of you hold a candle to what Naruto-kun can do. Only Orochimaru-sama can match Naruto-kun's power. That's the reason we came to retrieve Sasuke personally, as Kidomaru had informed us of what they were up against, Kabuto explained as his hands started glowing and buzzing like chainsaws. Let's go, Kiba said as Shikamaru crouched and placed his hands on the rat seal, making his shadow shimmer. Zuaga, Kiba said, and started spinning and going towards Kabuto, who smirked. Kabuto simply sidestepped the attack, making Kiba simply pass by him. The moment that Kiba passed by him, Kabuto recoiled and kicked Kiba hard in the back. Kiba lost control of his attack and slammed into a tree, slightly dazed. Don't attack blindly, Shikamaru yelled. Don't you remember what Naruto said? He's strong as Kakashi, making him an elite Jounin, Shikamaru stated. Kijimane no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, Shikamaru said, and his shadow blurred his towards Kabuto. Kabuto had just kicked Kiba into the ground and didn't notice the shadow. Kabuto got caught and was frozen in spot. Nikuden Sensha, human bullet tank, Choji said, and began spinning towards Kabuto. Choji rolled, picking up speed, and crashed into Kabuto, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. They were running towards him to place the tag and end the battle when Kabuto poofed in smoke to reveal a small wooden log. Kabuto popped out of the ground, just behind Shikamaru, and grabbed him by the ankles. Using his chakra scalpel, he managed to cut Shikamaru's tendons on both his feet, thus disabling his movement. Shikamaru groaned and fell to his knees, clutching his feet, who were now temporarily disabled. This is bad, Shikamaru thought. Shikamaru was now a sitting target as he couldn't move properly. The only thing he could right now was giving support to both Kiba and Choji with his shadow. Anything else other than that he was unable to do. Choji, Kiba, Shikamaru called, and they approached him so he could explain his plan. They all took their positions and Kiba started running towards Kabuto, and while Shikamaru did what he did best. He sat down and began to use his shadow to provide some help to Kiba by distraction Kabuto. Senijashu, hidden snake hands, Kabuto said and flexed his right arm forward. 4 snakes suddenly jumped from his sleeves and wrapped themselves around Kiba. Kabuto spun and threw Kiba into a tree, making him cough a bit of blood and fall to the ground. Akamaru quickly ran to the side of his partner. Too slow Kabuto and jumped away from the shadow that was creeping out behind him. Kabuto jumped several times as the shadow didn't seem to stop chasing him. Kabuto quickly threw a couple shurikens and kunais and threw them at Shikamaru, who had to roll to avoid them since he couldn't move properly. Now Shikamaru yelled. Bacon no Jutsu, expansion Jutsu, Chaoji said and jumped from the top of the trees over the field. His body expanded into a very large spherical form covering most of the field in shadows. Shikamaru took the opportunity and used his shadow that quickly connected to Kabuto, since almost all of the field was covered in shadows due to Chaoji blocking the sun. Gatsuaga Kiba yelled as both he and his partner started spinning like a drill and crashed into Kabuto. Kiba and Akamaru completely wrecked Kabuto's shoulder and he was sent crashing into the ground and had already started reforming. Place to tag quickly, Shikamaru said, and Chaoji ran as fast as he could towards Kabuto. Chaoji arrived near him and was about to place the tag when Kabuto got up and punched him in the stomach, making him buckle and kicked him away. My, you almost got me, Kabuto said, chuckling as his shoulder had completely reformed as if nothing had ever happened. Feels like new, Kabuto said, flexing his arm. Buu Muchai ha Sajuka's woken. Naruto vs Orochimaru. Naruto and Orochimaru were having a fierce battle in Taijutsu. Orochimaru's speed was nothing compared to Naruto's, and with his Sharingan Orochimaru couldn't hit Naruto. On the other hand, Orochimaru could bend his body at unnatural angles which enabled him to dodge Naruto's attacks. During the whole battle some hits got in but nothing major in either of them. Senijashu, hidden snake hands, Orochimaru said, flexing his right arm forward. Snakes came out from his sleeves and wrapped themselves around Naruto only for him to disperse in a cloud of smoke. Raikiri, Naruto said as he appeared right behind Orochimaru with his hand coated in lightning. Naruto pierced through Orochimaru's chest, destroying his heart. Orochimaru started melting into mud, revealing it to be an ordinary earth clone. Suddenly Orochimaru popped out of the ground with his sword in his mouth, ready to stab Naruto through the chest. Naruto easily saw him coming with his Sharingan and used his Kamui to simply let the attack slip through him. Naruto jumped to the side and used his sword to cleave Orochimaru's body in half. To his surprise, the two halves of Orochimaru simply sent snakes to the other end and merged themselves together again as if nothing had ever happened. Fuatan, Datapa, great breakthrough, Orochimaru said and clapped his hands together and created a very strong gust of wind. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet to stick to the ground, but the gust was too strong and he had to jump away from it. Kaiten, Ryuken no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Technique, Naruto said and took advantage of the existing wind to power up his fire attack against Orochimaru. Orochimaru was enveloped in a cloud of fire. Once it dissipated, there was nothing more than an empty shell in his place. Naruto looked around but couldn't feel where Orochimaru was. Orochimaru suddenly popped out behind him from the ground with his fingers glowing. Gaji Fin, 5-element seal, Orochimaru said and slammed his hand into Naruto only to simply phase through him. Once Orochimaru had passed through him, Naruto turned around and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. He wants to disable Kurama. Too bad it wouldn't work, Naruto thought as he saw Orochimaru getting up as if nothing had ever happened. Orochimaru's mouth suddenly opened to inhuman proportions and another Orochimaru came out. Naruto concluded that particular jutsu took a heavy chunk of his chakra away, but, interestingly enough, the Snake Sannin wasn't even close to half of his chakra reserves. But then again, Naruto had barely scratched the surface of his. Orochimaru suddenly flashed through hand seals that Naruto immediately recognized, but he was too late to stop it. Kukiyos, Edo Tensei, Impure World Resurrection, Orochimaru said, clapping his hands, and a single coffin popped out. The coffin opened and Senju Hashirama came out, still in its sleep state. "Can't he fight his own battles?" Naruto muttered, sighing as his eyes glowed for a moment. "Kuronoju, time god," Naruto muttered under his breath as he watched everything roll itself back in time. Hashirama walked back to the coffin and it closed by itself. The coffin then went underground. Naruto's eyes glowed and time started again the moment Orochimaru was thinking of the hand seals. Naruto threw a three-pronged kunai towards Orochimaru, as he was starting the seals sequence, and appeared right next to him. "Udama Rasengan, Big Rasengan," Naruto said and pushed his large chakra ball into Orochimaru. A large blue dome of chakra erupted due to the explosion. Once the dust was gone, Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. However, Naruto had seen Orochimaru mold chakra into a jutsu that he knew all too well. Just as he expected, Orochimaru popped out of the ground just in front of him with a sword in his mouth. Naruto sidestepped his sword thrust and kneed him in the stomach, making him buckle in pain. Naruto flipped Orochimaru and trapped him in a choke hold and used his Kamui to start absorbing him. "Slithering snake mode," Orochimaru muttered, and the lower part of his body became flexible and similar to a snake's tail. Orochimaru used his tail to wrap itself around Naruto's arm and broke the choke hold, allowing him to substitute with a nearby log. Once he substituted, Naruto disabled his Kamui and watched Orochimaru slither away to gain some distance. Orochimaru was about to another set of hand seals when he was interrupted again with the Edo Tensei. "Can't you fight for your own battles? Must you depend on one's power?" Naruto said at the shocked face of Orochimaru. "How did you know I was going to the Edo Tensei?" Orochimaru asked curiously. "Why should I tell you anything?" Naruto stated, smirking as Orochimaru scowled. "The boy, let's just say, my eyes are more powerful than you can imagine." "Orochimaru-chan," Naruto said, taunting him. "My eyes are everything that you always wanted, but you will never get this set," Naruto said, chuckling as Orochimaru plummeted to the ground. "Is Sasuke-kun going to take much more to complete the ritual?" Orochimaru thought to himself and weighing his options. "Mandara no Jin, 10,000 snakes wave," Orochimaru said as he opened his mouth. Thousands of snakes suddenly started crawling out of his mouth, forming a gigantic wave towards Naruto. The snake's wall rose into the air, blocking the sun's view and casting a shadow into the battlefield. "Does he even have any jutsu not snake-related?" Naruto said, sighing. Naruto gripped his fan from his back and placed his left hand in the tiger seal. His chakra spiked as his lungs filled with air laced with chakra. "Kaiten, Goryuken no Jutsu, Great Dragon Fire Technique," Naruto said and unleashed a torrent of fire shaped in a dragon's head into the incoming snakes. Once his fire jutsu had started, Naruto swung his fan, creating a very powerful gust of wind that powered up his fire attack. Naruto had unleashed an inferno that washed against the snakes. Almost all the snakes were instantly vaporized, leaving just a few to Naruto to deal with personally. "Kukiyos no Jutsu," Orochimaru said as he swiped blood across his tattoo in his arm. A very large brown snake appeared in a cloud of smoke and instantly tried to crush Naruto. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid it and then jumped away to gain some distance. "Snakes again." Naruto said, shaking his head and preparing his attack to finish the snake before it could cause more confusion. Their battle was beginning to escalate as they already had used some large-scale jutsu. Naruto focused his chakra and his eyes glowed. Suddenly and out of nowhere, chains bursted from the ground. However, these chains weren't the traditional golden that Naruto used to summon. These chains were burning with black flames. Naruto had combined his golden chains with his Amaterasu. Inferno chains, Naruto said as his flaming chains instantly dashed and wrapped themselves around the snake. The snake hissed in pain and tried struggling out of them but couldn't. The chains were too tightly wrapped around it. Orochimaru jumped down from the snake as another chain tried to wrap itself around him. The snake dispelled in a cloud of smoke. Naruto retracted his chains and they started floating above him, aiming to Orochimaru. The chains were just hovering around Naruto as if waiting the order of their master to engage. Naruto smirked and the chains suddenly blurred towards his opponent. Orochimaru ran for his life and tried dodge as best as he could. Naruto's chain attacks were similar to Hashirama's Mokuton as both could freely manipulate each one. The problem was that Naruto's attack was infinitely more deadlier. If you were caught by the trees, no big deal. However, if you were caught by these chains, you would instantly be ignited with Amaterasu flames that can't be put out and it would mean instant death. Orochimaru jumped to the side to dodge a chain. The moment he landed, another chain popped out of the ground and tried to wrap itself around his ankle, but Orochimaru managed to substitute with a nearby log. Suddenly the chains stopped the chase and stopped midway between Naruto and Orochimaru. The chains were acting vertical bars, slightly apart, slipping Naruto from Orochimaru. Fuatan, Datapa, great breakthrough, Naruto said and released gust of wind from his lungs. Orochimaru's eyes widened when Naruto's wind attack connected with the chains and brought upon it a wave of black flames. Naruto's wind attack had carried the black flames, making a gigantic wave of them wash over Orochimaru. Orochimaru's body was completely enveloped in black flames, as well as the nearby field. Orochimaru had nowhere to go unless underground, and that is what he did. Orochimaru switched his skin and used his Doton technique to move underground to some place where the black flames weren't active. This brat is way too dangerous, Orochimaru thought to himself as a small bead of sweat rolled down his face. Orochimaru looked to his right and sighed, happy that he survived the inferno that was still going down there and, by the looks of it, wasn't going to end anytime soon. Naruto was about to light Orochimaru on fire with his black flames when a loud explosion echoed through all of the clearing that Naruto had created with his fan. The barrel where Sasuke was exploded in a cloud of purple smoke. The moment the barrel exploded, everyone stopped their battles and regrouped with their allies. Sasuke jumped out of the barrel and landed in the middle of both factions. Sasuke's second level of the Cursed Seal turned his skin dark gray with a black 4-point star mark between his eyes and across the bridge of his nose. His sclera turned black, his irises turned yellow and his lips turned blue. He also grew claw-like nails and his hair grew to waist length without losing its style. "And people call me a monster," Naruto muttered out loud, taking in the new shape of Sasuke. He already expected something like this when he saw just what exactly the sound fork had become. Naruto shifted his eyes towards Kimimaro, who looked like a rhinoceros ready to stomp on someone. Naruto then looked towards his team to take into account their injuries. Shikamaru was on the ground nursing his ankles as Hinata was already healing him. Both Kiba and Choji were out of breath and we could see the sweat rolling of them. Naruto then turned to Hinata, who looked fine with the exception of a couple of scratches through her clothes and one on her cheek. Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto said in a strong and commanding voice. By order of the Godame Hokage, you are to return to Konoha to face trial for the murder of Hirano Sakura. If your retrieval isn't possible, termination has been allowed, Naruto explained with his Sharingan spinning and his killing intent rolling. Sasuke laughed loud before suddenly stopping and turning to Naruto with a dark look. She served her purpose, Sasuke said, making his Mangekyou flare to life and trying to intimidate his adversaries. It worked to some extent, as all but Naruto and Hinata were shivering just from looking at those eyes. If Sasuke killed Sakura to achieve those eyes, then they must be something else. You killed her just to get those eyes? Kiba yelled to Sasuke. She was our teammate and you killed her in cold blood, Kiba said. I already told everyone that I would stop at nothing to get my revenge, Sasuke coldly said. Now that I have these eyes, Sasuke said, pointing toward his Mangekyou, I'm going to kill all of you, Sasuke said, laughing as his chakra spiked. A small trail of blood started leaking out from his eye as his chakra flared. Amaterasu, Sasuke said, and Naruto erupted in black flames. Sasuke laughed, thinking he got Naruto, but he was very surprised when he noticed that the black flames were swirling away into his eyes. Fuatan, Data Pa, great breakthrough, Naruto said, and released a gust of wind. At the same he released the black flames from his eyes. A wave of black fire washed over his enemies, who had to jump away to avoid it. I don't see this ending well, Orochimaru said to his company Kabuto. Do it, Orochimaru ordered, and Kabuto nodded, jumping towards Sasuke. Naruto took advantage of the time they were retreating and started channeling Raten chakra through his hands. He formed the all too well-known blue chakra sphere and sent into the sky. The sky instantly became darker and darker. The wind started rustling furiously as loud thunders could be heard echoing through the clearing. This isn't good, Orochimaru said to himself as he remembered this attack very well from the reports of the Suna and Sound invasion. He's going to kill us all, Sasuke yelled towards Orochimaru to do something. He had already seen this jutsu and there wasn't much they could do. The only problem Naruto was facing was that, if he launched this jutsu, there probably wouldn't be anything left of Sasuke to take back to Konoha. Like I care, I can just use the Edo Tensei to prove he's dead, Naruto thought to himself, agreeing with his logic. Raten, Kirin, Naruto said, and the thunders gathered in a single one. Naruto's hand sparkled with lightning as he did a downward movement to command the dragon to attack his target. Before Naruto could finalize the jutsu, a very large bone bursted from the ground very close to their position. Due to Naruto's Sharingan, he could easily track the bone and shifted his body to the side to avoid it. The problem was that, by moving his body from his original position, his Kirin Jutsu rocketed down upon the earth but with the wrong target. The field exploded and sent debris and trees everywhere. Naruto was in contact with everyone in his team and used his Kamui to make everyone intangible. Once the smoke started clearing, what was once a clearing with trees surrounding it, was now nothing more than a crater similar to one just outside of Konoha. The dust cloud had cleared and Naruto refocused on the battlefield. Kabuto was reforming as he seemingly lost almost all of his body from the neck down. Sasuke was on the ground with his clothes ripped apart and his body smoking, and he was back to his original self. His curse seal was deactivated, meaning that he was unconscious. Kimimaro appeared to be externally well, but that thought was gone when he fell to the ground coughing up blood. Naruto looked for Orochimaru until a hand bursted from the ground near Sasuke. Orochimaru crawled out of the hole barely breathing. Damn you, Orochimaru yelled in pain. Naruto just smiled while both Shikamaru and Choji were gapping like a fish at the jutsu Naruto used. You don't look good, Naruto said to Orochimaru to vomited himself out of his old body. Orochimaru stood in front of them completely unharmed, but Naruto could see that his chakra reserves were almost gone. He would have to retreat if he wanted to live, but Naruto wasn't going to allow that. Naruto jumped towards Orochimaru and his company. Suddenly, 4 other Narutos popped off the ground, forming a square around everyone minus Hinata, Choji, Kibara and Shikamaru. Ninpu Shishianjin, Ninja Art, 4 Flames Formation. The clones all yelled and a large purple barrier was set in place, trapping everyone inside. "You can't escape now, Orochimaru," Naruto said, smirking. "This is your end," Naruto said as he flashed Sasuke and quickly absorbed him into his dimension. Naruto started leaking out red chakra from his body, and that placed Orochimaru on alert. "Kabuto, do you have them?" Orochimaru asked, and Kabuto nodded, throwing 2 vials to Orochimaru, who proceeded to swallow them. Back to Naruto, he suddenly exploded in a shockwave of red chakra. Naruto now had 4 chakra tails connected to his backbone. His whole appearance was like a miniature Kyuubi. Naruto was leaking out chakra and killing intent that would kill an ordinary Chunin with just that. "Sawarabi no Mai, Dance of the Seedling Fern," Kimimaro said, and used the last of his strengths to launch his attack. Hundreds of bones started bursting through the ground. Ruoara! Naruto let out a mighty roar in his Kyuubi form. The bones were all shattered like simple twigs. Naruto coiled of his tails just above his mouth, and red and blue chakra started gathering in the air. "What's he doing?" Kibara asked, slightly afraid. He never saw Naruto using the Kyuubi's chakra, and the feeling he got from it didn't please him. "We need to move away," Hinata said. Now she yelled and everyone jumped away from the barrier. "Biju Udama, Tailed Beast Bomb," Naruto said, and sent the chakra ball towards Orochimaru. "Until we meet again, Naruto-kun," Orochimaru said, and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Damn it, he used the Jakuku Kyos no Jutsu, reverse summoning technique, Naruto thought as the Biju bomb connected with Kabuto and Kimimaro. Naruto instantly flashed out of the barrier and set up a earth barrier around his team. Boom! A very large explosion occurred in the field. The ground shook like an earthquake. The purple barrier couldn't stand a Biju Udama and, as such, was destroyed along with Kabuto and Kimimaro. A large column of fire and smoke rose into the skies, enveloping everything in darkness. When everything had calmed down, Naruto looked towards the battlefield and saw no evidence of either Kabuto, Kimimaro or any of the Sound Four. Naruto and his team had completed the mission with a few extra bonuses. They had retrieved Sasuke, who was now trapped inside Naruto's dimension. They killed 5 Sound Shinobi, and they now know that Kabuto was still alive due to Orochimaru.